Episode 270, longest running episodic, whatever it is, we don't know. We just don't know. We're here. Eric is in the cave of crap. Cut off. It's an improvement, honestly. Yannick has got his setup going on. There's a lot going on. And Bobby Burrell in the Garage of Knowledge, as always. Good evening, gentlemen, and Eric.
And Tom Thumb.
Yes.
Why are you rolling your thumbs, Eric?
Don't use my real name, please. The government is now watching.
Oh, we're going to get to that in a second. We're going to
I
get to
do
that in a
not
second.
want my real name listed.
Hang on. We're going to get to all that. Don't worry. So, first, Josh, it's Friday night. You know what that means because I'm Carlos is live. Facts. VGC Sports Pursuit says, has the FTC locked up Eric yet? Soon. The tips are forthcoming.
They're listening.
Don't use
Steve
my
with
real name.
PH. Steve with PH says, good evening, Carlos and crew. Good evening to you. Good evening, Jeff. Good evening, Keith. The contents gods giveth. They do indeed. They do indeed. Good evening, Carlisle. Beautiful. And in honor of that, in honor of the content, of the aforementioned content gods, I mentioned it on the Discord, and Bobby, I don't have a choice. The fates have decided for me. Content megachurch background is back. I have no
Although we
choice.
can't see it, but I mean, it is
Don't
there.
worry. It's there. Don't worry. It's there. It's there with us in spirit. It's there to guide us.
Spirit, like that.
Yes, yes. So here we are.
Double
Did it again.
entendre on that one. Wow.
Yep. Please show DeSalva's face. Evening, gents. I got here on time for a change. You did it, Rob. You did it. Paul, good evening. Evening all, and Eric. Steve
Stop
says evening,
using
guys,
my
and Eric
name.
the adjacent. Alas, Eric, your attempts at deception and subterfuge have failed. It's not working out. I got to tell you. Got to be honest.
Guys,
It's
the government is coming for us.
the government's been coming for you for years.
I don't.
This is not
Are we
new.
talking FTC? Are we talking what?
Can we do one of those voice changey thingies?
Sure, yeah. Hold on. Let me turn it on. Beep. I've turned it on.
Okay, good. So I can't hear it, but I'm sure everyone else can.
Yeah.
I just don't want my face or my voice on the interwebs because the government is watching the hobby now and they're coming for us, boys and girls, and every man and woman for themselves.
They want your Reggies.
Lifeboat.
Our dog is a bad man. It's just the government.
Yep. It's always been that way. Well, the good news is, I suppose, is that with the voice changer modulation, no one will be able to figure out who is with us tonight. Dan here, good evening. Content gods take no breaks. That's correct.
Never.
Eric now sounds like Bobby Orr, the Blackhawks Hall of Fame hero. That's right. This is the best Eric has looked in years.
Name!
All right, fine. Look, Yannick, in honor of that, I will respect those wishes. We will not speak the name of the individuals that is with us on the screen. They are here with us anonymously, and they do not in any way, shape, or form resemble this individual.
See, he looks like a
Mayonnaise
preacher
dinosaur.
in that, the whatever it is back there.
We're all gonna end up in prison.
No, only one of us. And they're a mayonnaise connoisseur, or so I hear.
Oh yeah.
He should be at the pulpit. He looks.
Don't
like
worry.
he fits.
I can assure you that all the evidence specifically points to one person and one person only.
Can
The
they
thumb guy.
Will they recognize my hands? Should I cover those too?
I think you should put an entire body bag over yourself and zip it up.
Your
That's
hands
best bet.
tattoos.
Exactly. What do you think they cut up people's fingers for in the mafia movies? Come on.
Right.
Jeez.
All right.
You gave it
guys-
up already by twiddling your thumbs there.
Yeah, it's over.
Long gone.
That's an obvious bougie Eric move.
Yeah.
You
You're-
guys
So
be
now we
joking.
have the proof you twiddling your thumbs.
knocking on all of our front doors any minute.
Oh, probably. What they're doing is that they're wading through all the fingerprints. And anyways.
I'll just use the same directions the Amazon drivers use, and they'll leave it at the house next door.
Basically.
Good evening, Steven. You're good, Eric. They'll just black out everything with a marker. That's right. Wait, why is the government coming for us? Ken Golden made it all good. We're going to get to that.
That's
that.
all.
All right. So real quick, let's move in order, Bobby. Let's move in order because the content world moves fast. The content gods move fast. We got to take our time. We got to
Fast and
position this
furious.
one step at a time here. But we're going to get there. I promise. But let's start off at the beginning, and then we'll go from there. Good evening, Mark. All right. So here it is. Obviously, look, on Monday, we started off doing the podcast as a live, and we did it as a live because what happened? You get an announcement. Collectors. Brad personally went out there and said, I want one. And then Nat and the guys were like, all right, we got it. We'll buy it. So they went out and they announced that they were going to acquire Beckett, Eric's favorite company in the world, the company that he would take a bullet for. In fact, several bullets for. And we went over it. But we're not done. There's more. We're going to get to that. Junk Wax Hero says, Mr. Tickle Trunk, a.k.a. Eric. See?
Stop using my real name.
Known by
Mr.
all the
Tickle
names.
Trunk? Oh. Eric.
Wait until he goes to Mexico and he becomes Senor Tickle Trunk. No one will suspect this here.
What is Tickle Trunk in Spanish?
A name stays the same, Bobby. Unless there's a specific. Usually, a name is a name. It's like saying Senor Mark, Senor Bobby.
Well, Tickle Trunk is more of a thing.
Yeah, but it's still a name. We're still using it as a name.
Name of the thing, yes.
If you take the individual words, sure, you could translate them. But generally, you would take it as a name. Yeah, you take it as a name.
I'm sure it's probably even funnier.
I have no doubt. Yeah, but I think normally you would use it as a name. It'd be Senor Tickle Trunk.
Yep.
Yeah,
So you have to say it with the Spanish accent. That makes it better.
Senor Tickle Trunk.
Yeah, unfortunately, Eric's Spanish accent is more pronounced than mine.
I think you
I can
did
speak
it
a lot
in-
more Spanish than he can.
I would hope
Yeah,
so.
Senorita Trickle Trunk.
Oh,
You got to put them together. Remove the space. You're in the right track, but you got to remove the space. Senorita is one word.
Senior Rita.
Yeah, they call
Yeah.
me.
Meter maid.
Well, the way it's spelled, it's like senor.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. At least remove the space. Remove the space.
Yes,
But
Senor
I,
with the squiggly line.
I appreciate the sentiment. We got the concept right. I think we're still in good shape.
I got your Beatles reference. Just want to let you know.
Thank you. I know you did.
I got the Beatles.
I
reference.
dropped them just for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, but you know what reference nobody got, Eric? Nobody got the reference from my thumbnail that I made yesterday, because that
Where?
was a made-for-TV movie reference that I put on there. It was the day after, so it was put on there. I put the little Beckett logo
The
on.
movie the day after?
The movie the day after. I
Oh.
specifically put in the cover from the DVD.
Then
on
what
it.
happened the day after?
Well, in their case, about the same as what you would believe if you went by the hobby videos in the immediate aftermath of Monday. About the same if you listen to those folks. I got a kick out of it.
Except now the government's into us.
Well, yeah. Well, listen, in the day after, the government wasn't a problem because they were blown up like everybody else in the nuclear fallout.
Mm-hmm.
Good evening, Wes. Phil Necro Fan 35 watching for work. Good evening. Hope the work day is going smoothly for you.
Doctor
Dr.
Tickle Trunk.
Tickle Trunk. Man, he's got his medical degree.
Sheriff Tickle Trunk. We got everything.
There's a franchise, a whole franchise.
I think so. Yeah.
Cosquillas and el
Get in early.
I like this. There you go. So Paul is answering your question. As per the Googles, Tickle Trunk in Spanish is cosquillas and el trunco.
El contro.
See, I told you be better.
I don't know. Tickle Trunk kind of rolls off the tongue.
Yeah, sure enough.
It really does. Just kind of rolls off the tongue. We ended up having to add the NL in the middle of it. Kind of ruins the flow. Ruins the flow a bit. I got a BGS slab in the mail today, and I thought of Eric. You should. So anyway, real quick. So like I said, Monday we talked about the initial thing. We can touch on some of that tonight. So then yesterday I made a video where I talked about what now. Basically, that was the point of the video. It was the what now. And then the day after was a great reference, which
wasn't
I'm
what
very
not.
disappointed.
It was
Yeah,
what
I'm
now.
very disappointed that nobody picked up on the reference. I was hoping somebody would get that reference. It was a good one. So anyway, in the aftermath, what I was getting at was from the standpoint of most people and a lot of the collectors, it's business as usual because realistically nothing changed. Most people aren't sending cards into Beckett to grade, so that doesn't matter. If you're not integrating, that didn't change your opinion. It wouldn't have changed your mind of that at all. If you're already sending to PSA anyway, then that doesn't change your opinion either. It doesn't change your plan of attack. If you wanted to use SGC, technically they're still around. You can still use them, so nothing changed. My point was, in the short run, nothing changed. In the longer run, they will make some adjustments, and as they do some things, now obviously we'll get into the piece from today, but if it had just gone on, and then they did the same thing they did with SGC and whatever, the impact would be months down the road, and it would be how people would treat BGS slabs or whatever. So maybe we see some change, but it's going to take months. It's going to be sometime next year before you actually start seeing the real changes. But if you're just collecting stuff, you're not going to notice anything. It's just business as usual for the most part. It was very dramatic. It was very entertaining for somebody like me. I had fun with it. Obviously, we did the live on Monday. But outside of that, nothing really changed between Monday and today. Now, the part that came today, what Eric was trying to hide from the feds, unsuccessfully, mind you, because all the evidence points to him. They're all half-bitten chocolate sticks leading all the way up to his front door.
Hansel and Gretel.
Chocolate sticks.
So
Crumbs.
today, Yannick, the excitement of the day. So Neo got the video out with the quickness. He was there. He was there with the quickness.
He's ready.
So a senator, I believe, out of New York, who, ironically enough, is named Pat Ryan. Pat Ryan.
That's just
Fuck.
Not that P. Ryan. A
P.
different P.
Ryan,
Ryan.
yes.
A
just
different P.
awesome.
Ryan.
That's the best part of the whole story.
That
Yes,
guy's
yes.
everywhere. Man.
Incredible.
Yes. Yes. So apparently he wasn't defensively shilling. So this P. Ryan decided to write a letter. He wrote a letter. Yes.
Stern letter.
All the idiots.
Yep. A sternly worded letter to the FTC demanding that they investigate this because, Bobby, while PSA may have had nearly 80% of the market share a week ago, by purchasing Beckett, they have gained 3% market share.
Exactly.
Therefore, now it's a monopoly.
Now it's
Officially.
Yes. Last week it wasn't. To be clear, last week it wasn't. But now it is. You add Eric's 5 BGS slabs, and now they have a monopoly. They've got a stranglehold in this hobby.
I think the
I
last time
think
the
the guy
FTC
maybe owns all black labels, and that's why he wants us to
Maybe.
do-
Yeah, I was gonna say I think he didn't get a BGS 10 on a Saturday, and he's like, I got screwed.
I think Eric denied him, and he's like,
Mm-hmm.
you don't deny that guy.
I think that's what really happened.
Not that.
I think that's really-
3%.
I think one of the last big times that the FTC got involved was 1967 with Topps. They were deemed a monopoly, so they made a 4,000-page letter. Imagine what it's going to be now. Whew. Something big.
Well, the thing is, you're saying it was in the 60s, that one?
That one was the 60s. I know there was another one, but this was
Yeah,
a
because
huge
because the thing was the monopoly was broken in 81.
Yeah.
It didn't change until the 81.
one. No, 67. This was Topps had on baseball cards.
No, I get it, but nothing actually changed until 81. The other guys didn't come in.
I didn't say that they lost.
Yeah. Well, fair enough. So that's been, eventually in 81, the Don Russ and Fleer were able to make their sets and, fine, all good, whatever.
Citing
they
your
were able to do that.
monopoly isn't really
Oh,
convicting.
yeah.
It was
the point.
a 4,000-page citing, so that's quite a lot of info.
Yeah. So the bottom line, though, okay, I'm having a little fun with it. And by the way, I will leave a link, in the spirit of fairness, I will leave a link for people in the replay. I'll leave a link to Sports Collectors Daily. They summarized it here very nicely. So they put the information on here. And I think at the bottom of the article, you can actually read the letter if you like. The letter is actually well done. To this senator's credit. I don't know him from Adam. Unless he was, DP Ryan. And we can talk about shield hitting. So anyway, right here, you can actually get a link to the letter itself. So they did upload the letter so you can see it. From the writing on the letter, they actually did a pretty good job summarizing a lot of the things that collectors had done, the acquisitions and kind of the sequencing of events and everything. So to their credit, it was actually fairly well written from getting all the bullet points right and getting the information in there. So that was good. So my thing, though, this is kind of the thing. I'm having a little fun with it. And again, I'll leave a link in the description so you can read this. It's actually well summarized as well on here. So good on Rich Mueller putting together a nice summary of it. So credit to them. The issue is, actually, real quick. So Keith, if this is true, tell me the truth. This all happened because Don Mattingly didn't get into the Hall of Fame, isn't it?
Probably.
This is indignant rage carrying over. Tell me the truth. This is why.
People are mad.
If Don
Infinite
Mattingly had been in the Hall of Fame,
Indignant rage. Yeah.
it would have been party time and this wouldn't have even come up. Be
Oh,
honest with me. You're in the basement. You can tell me the truth. I'll believe you, but I just need to know directly from the basement. Was it the Don Mattingly thing? It was the Don Mattingly thing that made this happen, isn't it? Tell me the truth.
People are
He got
mad.
to shave his sideburns.
Time to break up Standard Oil. We'll see. Topps Force S code to stop printing players with exclusive contracts in 1966.
Yeah.
ESCO. Yep. Keith here says, the government would never allow only one company to produce and distribute my beloved baseball cards twice? Never. That's right. You teach them. But tell me the truth about the Don Mattingly thing. I think that's a thing. I just want to know. All right. So real quick. So like I said, he wrote a letter. From what I said, from what I read of the letter, it seemed to be pretty fairly well written. A couple of small problems. Number one, it's a letter. It's a letter requesting the FTC look into it. Like that's actually what it is. So, but I read in the comments, Bobby, if you read the comment section, you would have thought that he personally put a stop to the acquisition.
Yes, of course.
And it's like,
Nobody reads,
no,
right?
No, he actually just wrote a letter. It was a well-written letter. To his credit, it was a well-written letter. And it seemed to have a decent understanding of what had been going on. Like it was summarized things very nicely. That doesn't mean the FTC has to do a damn thing.
I have a hard time. I can see Topps or a trading card company being, by the FTC. I can see that happening. But, you're talking about a grading company that really, you don't have to use. It's actually a premium service. It's
So
actually something
that's kind of the issue that I've had with it the whole time, Bobby,
it doesn't
is that
really
we're
matter.
talking about we're not even talking about a full monopoly, because again, CGC is owned by a multi-billion-dollar company. Like, the fact that people choose not to use them is a different issue. The market share thing is not because
No.
there is nothing collectors can do to stop CGC from grading cards.
No.
They can do a lot of things that hurt CGC potentially, but CGC has nice looking holders. The pricing on it is pretty fair. They actually are well capitalized. They actually have plenty of money behind them. They grade in a lot of other categories too. They've got a lot of things. You could make the arguments like, so you're saying that they're not a competitor? So that would be like the counter argument that collectors. So you mean a multi-billion-dollar company with other grading facility cannot possibly grade? It's like we're physically preventing people from grading with CGC. That would be the first thing they'd argue. Like, are you serious? And by the way, where were you guys a week ago?
And you forgot about KSA.
Oh, of course.
Mint.
Yeah.
Oh, no one forgot that, Bobby. Nobody forgot that.
Yeah, but
Oh,
all
yes,
I'm getting
we
at, I'm positing, a counter here. I'm just stating that number one, this is a letter. Number two, I'm more interested in the response. If we want to have this conversation more seriously, I'm interested in what the response is. When we get the response, that's when I think we'll learn a little bit more how seriously they intend to take it. Now, separate from this, Eric, I will follow my own rule, and I will not get into the politics. However, it is pertinent and worthwhile to mention that the letter writer is from a different party than the chairman who they are writing to, that heads the organization they are doing.
Good luck with
So,
that.
in order for them to do anything about it, they would have to require them to be non-partisan. What kind of odds would you put on that, Eric?
What is that?
Here in this current political, situation in the
Atmosphere.
United States, zero. The one will not work with the other right now.
So Eric, all I'm pointing out is that may be a factor that may prevent that from going further than it currently has. It may get rejected just out of hand, whether it has merit or not.
Nonpartisan
Because there is
a
merit.
fantasy a word.
Yes.
It's not
Well,
even
that's
a
kind of
real
your
word.
that's kind of your problem that you have. That there's certain practical things, Bobby. So now the good news for this Patrick Ryan is that hey, listen, he's earning fans in
We
the
have this
sports
and
card
that
world.
Patrick Ryan's now. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's getting
At least one of
confusing.
us got good news.
He's getting confusing. It's getting
Another
confusing.
company called Beckett coming out soon too.
Who
Oh
knows?
yeah, that's BSA. Sorry. I'll go ahead.
The good news is that he's making friends in the sports card space. So even if it doesn't work, they'll appreciate that he tried. But that may be it. Like I said, I just want to put people's expectations at the correct level. Maybe let's just temper our expectations. Yannick, writing a strongly worded letter isn't always a guarantee that you're going to get action from a strongly worded letter.
I think as a group of people, anybody listening should send that senator, Mr. Ryan, a graded CGC card. And once he has 40,000 of them, then he can his letter. Right?
Well, there you go. I appreciate the forget about it. I like that. I may have made a phone call, as you should. Use your power, Keith, for good. Jugwax here says KSA is the only company not taking any heat in the grading gate. That's a different issue
For
entirely.
very good reasons.
No, hold on. Hold on. I do want to make note of this. Listen, Paul did share this with me, and I feel that since we brought this up, it is appropriate for me to read this, Bobby. I think since we brought this up, because KSA did have a statement in relation to all this stuff.
No way. Really?
Oh yes.
They did.
Allow me to read the statement. Allow me to read the
Please read
statement.
it. I can't see
I
it.
didn't know they.
I've been saving it till Friday. I didn't want to let Paul down. Paul shared this with me, so now I'm going to share it with you. KSA.
That's awesome.
To our customers, collectors, and the entire hobby. Basically, Eric,
Okay.
this hobby has grown so much since KSA started back in 1996. By the way, KSA predates SGC by 3 years and predates Beckett grading. True
It was
story.
very small at that time compared to being very, very small now. Yes.
Yeah. A lot of positive changes, additions, and more people collecting. However, we've also seen some things affect collectors that aren't as positive. That is an understatement. I
For
appreciate that.
grading?
We want to reiterate, KSA certification has always been and will always be for this hobby. Our mission and values are to be honest with our customers, provide grading at reasonable prices with no upcharges, at quick turnaround times, and give consistent service. As we move towards our 30th year in business, we want to promise you that we're going to keep supporting the hobby, especially here in Canada. We promise to make sure our customers are heard and treated fairly, especially Eric. We promise to treat your collectibles like our very own while in our possession. Most importantly, we promise to keep doing what we've been doing the last 30 years for the next 30 years. That's a threat.
That is a threat right there.
Okay.
You are threatening me, sir.
I got something serious to say about this. That is a monopoly in itself because nobody else does that. Nobody.
We love this hobby and are grateful to be a positive piece of it. Sincerely, Nathan Barnai, President and CEO of KSA. There you go. There was a statement.
CEO, CFFO, Treasurer. Anyways.
And local czar. The local czar.
Yes.
There you go. So I wanted to make sure that Paul did share that with me. So I wanted to make sure, and hold on, he's making specification, non-serial killer Paul. That is true. That is fair. Paul C. So I did want to make sure, Eric, that lest I be accused of not sharing what was provided for me. This is important.
Yeah, this is KSA responding would be similar to if, the United Cycling Federation that runs World Cycling did something and put out a statement, and then I put out my own statement in regards to that.
Can you use a bigger example?
It is why is KSA putting out a statement? You do not swim in the same pond. Okay, you're like in a fishbowl down the street in a crack house. You don't deserve to put out a statement.
Wow.
This has nothing to do with you.
I hope that doesn't get clipped. Then you're going to
Bobby Orr rookie
trash.
All right, Eric, I'm muting you because let he who does not have a Bobby Orr in the only true team he played for, the Chicago Blackhawks, in a KSA slab, cast the first stone.
Yes.
That's all I have to say about that. Baz here. Good evening. I sell my Sidney Crosby 0405 Heroes and Prospects in a KSA 9 slab. That is correct. Broncos 79. Steve is here. Good evening, Steve. The Hockey Oracle. They completed their 2-part Christmas special, which may still be going to this day in part 3, 4, 17. It is quite a long Christmas special. Trust me.
I tried to go on, but it was too busy.
That's the gift that keeps on giving.
It really is. CGC posted a small statement. So, Steve, yes. But in my last video, and you got to watch my last video, I did read that statement in its entirety. And I made fun of it because that is what I do. It was a fine statement, but it didn't say anything. It was literally just like the important part was actually what came after, because in that statement, CGC said basically nothing of substance, blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. We graded a whole bunch of shit. Seriously, take it seriously. Please take it seriously. But what was smart after the fact is they did post a discount code, and they have offered a discount that you can have on their membership service, which also gets you a discount on the grading. They actually give you $50 back, and you get $150 credit. So it's actually not a bad deal, because if you are interested in grading with them, all your grading is discounted if you do join their membership club. And again, the slabs are nice, and the cost per card is actually relatively inexpensive. And if you're at the higher tier of the membership, you get 20% off the price anyway, which makes it more affordable. So to each their own. I guess that's what you need to do.
If you get a few examples, you're going to keep going with them because you don't want to have mixed grades, I guess, or mixed grading company, because they don't stack well together. So, anytime that they grab somebody, they can usually hold on. It's a good.
Well, I haven't had that issue because I do collect all the different ones depending on what I'm picking up. It's all fine to me.
Like you're a personal collector. It's a little different, but yeah.
I've personally stated repeatedly that I do like the slabs. The issue with them is that the resale market has not materialized for it.
You're not selling your collection anyway, so it doesn't matter.
No, I get it, but that's why a lot of people send it in for grading. So if they otherwise, you can save even more money and not send it to anybody. Then you save even more money. But if you are going to send it in, and that is part of your job, the intention, and you do want to resell it, then the resale matters. It is relevant because you're paying extra for this, so you want to get the value out of what you're paying. And that's kind of the issue, is that because the resale is not treated that way, it hurts their ability to get the volume. Except for TCG, because in TCG, they are getting some respect, and they do like it. And they're literally grading hundreds of thousands of cards per month. So that's why I say CGC is actually very strong. If you add up the totality of grading, they're sitting there like, okay, so, PSA is doing much bigger number. Yes, But CGC literally graded like 400,000 cards last month. That's significant. That's actually quite a bit. But most of it is TCG. That's really where they're stronger.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's a bigger market anyway, so.
It is. Yeah. Well, if you look at PSA's number, a good chunk of it, most of it, more than half of it is TCG.
Oh, yeah.
So that's in reality, Eric, the best part, the reason I enjoy a lot of this stuff is because most of the stuff, we look at the number, but it's the Pokemans that are dominating the numbers.
So what does gem rate really mean if they don't break it down then?
They do. You can go one slide over and they literally tell you sports and they'll tell you TCG. They'll tell you both.
One slide over. I'm just looking at what they show you.
Yeah. Well, they tell you the full number and they also tell you broken down. They do break it down by category.
I usually see it on a video, so they only show you the one number. So.
Yeah. So they do give it to you. So Noah says, don't crush the KSA vibe. That's right, Eric. Show some respect. Paul says, I appreciate KSA waiting today for the hubbub to die down before releasing their statement. That's valid. Good evening, Orlando. All right, so here, Steven says, I don't agree with the KSA assessment, Eric. Yes, they don't swim in the same toilet as PSA, but they do have a following. They do have a following. I agree with Steven on this. They do have a following, indeed. And Eric should show more love, more respect. Like, he personally collects and worships a team that is like, if KSA declined by 95%, was desolate, was basically down in a van down by the river, that's the Boston Bruins.
That's not nice.
Well, they would be parked there too.
Yeah, but the problem is the van is also broken down. So the van ain't going nowhere.
That's not nice.
No, the Bruins would be having their vans parked down there. Don't worry.
And van down by the river.
Nope. What you're saying is not nice. You're saying mean things.
Wheels are falling right.
I am also saying truthful things.
You're saying mean things about the Boston Bruins.
Yep.
You got their asses handed to them last night by Edmonton.
And I'm sure you were praising them last night.
No.
Yeah. Orlando says, agree with Carlos. You can get good buys purchasing cards in CGC holder. Yes. So this is important. This is really important. If you, as a collector, that was the purpose of my video yesterday, Bob. The point was, for most collectors, yes. So look, as a peddler in drama, I enjoyed doing the live stream on Monday. That was a lot of fun. But I also don't care. Deep to my, like, at the end of the day, like, it didn't change anything I do. I can continue and go on. But was it fun to talk about and bring Simon on and have some fun and get Eric to have a Beckett hat and then switch over to his PSA shirt? Yes, that was all fun. We had a good time with it. It was enjoyable.
Okay.
But day to day, collecting wise, no, my eBay save searches happen exactly the same as normal. If I see something that's interesting and I want to make an offer on it, I will. And the only question I'm going to have is not what holder it's in. It's how much are you asking for? Do I think that's a fair price? And maybe provide a counter, regardless of whether it's in a holder or not in a holder. Top loader, one touch, doesn't make a difference. The only question is, what do I consider the value to be on that thing, whatever it is, and how much can I get it for? The same as before, and the same as after. So again, even if our Patrick Ryan, the holy Patrick Ryan now apparently has been elevated. So even if he is successful in his endeavor, that's also not going to change anything for me. But I'll enjoy it.
Isn't it one touch of Beckett? Because didn't somebody just touch it and it opened or something? I don't know.
Yeah. I said Beckett has its own issues. But this comment though is kind of touching on the key point is because the people are not respecting the CGC holder as much, you can get a very nice card that is put in a nice holder and you'll probably be able to get it at a discount. To which I say then as a buyer, if you're looking to get something, then yeah, take advantage of the discount then.
And or break it out and send it into the right place.
If that's your objective, then it's an opportunity. Yes.
It's almost a lot of people's objective, I would think.
Yeah. So you have two choices though. If you want it for yourself, then take advantage of the discount. Or if you would like to flip it, well then yeah, take advantage of the discount and then put it in the other holder and try that.
People have done that with KSA too.
Yeah. You always have to be careful though. Like so kind of I'll answer a couple of questions here. I'll kind of answer beyond each other. KSA, how many cards does KSA grade in a month? Nobody knows. Enough to keep the lights on. They've been keeping the lights on for years, so.
Well, there's a few people working there. His daughter works there and a few other people. Yeah. So they're pretty busy.
Look, regardless, they've managed. They have put a fair number, like Martin Sports Cards, Lord knows, has sent a lot of cards to them.
Selectively, yes.
Yeah. So there are cards that'll get sent that way. There's a few other dealers that will use them. It's not super. I don't know. Eric, how did you, when you were looking at the hockey stuff, there are dealers who will have more than most. Most dealers won't have much KSA, but some do.
All right. In all seriousness, this past show was the least amount of KSA I saw on the tables in my like 5 years or whatever it's been that I've been going up there.
Yeah. Well, they do mostly a lot of vintage because a lot of people who are local just want to give all their, do my set because I don't want to send it away. So
Yeah.
he does get a lot of that business and a repeat business because if a guy has 30 sets, he's going to get a few graded every year. Like you have so many guys like that. I don't think for new cards he does. I don't ever remember seeing anything like ultra modern. Have you?
No,
Not a lot.
No.
Not really.
Now, Bobby-
Why would you? But I mean,
No.
yeah, got it.
Bobby, you spent the majority of your time over in the Pokemon section as usual. Did
Mhm.
you
Looking
notice?
for you.
Did you? That's a good one. That came out good. That came out quick. That's good for you. I was gonna say,
Wow, that sounded patronizing, Yannick. Did you hear that? That sounded really
yeah.
patronizing.
Mhm.
Sailor Moon outfit and all.
Yes.
Wow.
Full
Wow.
moon. Must be close to Christmas.
because he's got a Sailor Moon outfit on and everything. But I was just gonna ask him if he noticed if KSA had a lot of Pokemon cards in it. But,
Actually, I didn't notice that very much at all.
Yes,
but he's come back.
Pokemon.
But I know a lot of people who actually do. They bring their kids and they get those ones done. I have seen them, but I don't say I see a lot at the show in that regard.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a couple of things that I want to touch on kind of related to that. So Baz here says, hey, look, Eric's starting his second box. He wants to fool us.
I think so. Oh yeah, he has 2 boxes now.
He has 2
He
boxes.
just went out. Mm-hmm.
Dan says 11.
I
I think a little more than that, but yeah. Let's see here. KSA was what Tim Hortons was to Canadians before it sold down south? Never. Not a chance. Not even close. No.
Nope.
KSA never had that level of respect at any time.
Oh,
It existed, but it never had that level of respect, ever. Trust me, I was around when 1996, I was already doing expos in 1996 and before 1996. KSA never had that level of respect. They existed, and they continue to exist to this very day. One thing that's kind of important to note here, and I pulled it up in front of me. Like, if you're just grading a handful of cards, like if you grade under 20 cards,
Oh, that's beautiful.
they got 20 business day turnaround is what they're shooting for here. It's $30 a card. That's not cheap.
Canadian.
It's not like they had, yeah, but it's not like it's this cheap grading. It's like it's actually kind of expensive. So like most people are like, I only went and got the card graded, on site because it was a Boubior from the Chicago Blackhawks, and Eric needed it for his collection, or he died.
And it's only $30 if you take it to him at the show. Or I think
No,
it
it's
was
more
more
than
at the
that.
show.
No, it's more than
Yeah.
that. Yeah, it was like $50.
Yeah. Oh, that's not bad
Yeah.
for same day grading, I guess.
Yeah, for same day. But that's the only reason why. But otherwise, no, I'm
And
not.
you know why?
Listen,
They
the
can
30
do same
30
day, right?
Yeah, but it's like $30 a card, like regular, like 20 business days. No, thank you. That's expensive for that. No, we're good. Thanks.
How much is
Thanks for offering.
PSA? What's PSA? and
PSA is right around the same price now.
in
so-
Canadian
so, like,
or
realistically-
US?
I think it's in between 30 to 40, depending of the.
US?
No, Canadian.
No,
Okay.
Canadian.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Fair
that's
enough.
what I mean. Like my point that I'm making
Why-
is that is that KSA is not competitive. It's not like they're charging half the price. So it's like,
No.
if they did? Okay, great, sure, then fine. But if you can just get, again, you can use one of the other options, and you're basically paying about the same,
Mhm.
then why? Or even a couple dollars more. Like that's not even close. That's
It's like
Yeah,
when you get somebody,
$31.99.
you keep them, right? So that's what's happening there.
$31.99 value bulk.
yeah. So
Standard.
$199 for them for bulk, and then $30 for KSA, basically for bulk. You're not saving anything.
I think a lot of people, like, it's not the flipping market that you kind of, would go and get KSA graded and then try to flip it. I think it's more of a personal collection that KSA gets most of their business from. It would have
I
to be.
strongly recommend a top loader or one touch, especially at $30 a card.
How much is
Brennan
top
Ryan-
loader? $1?
Yeah, that's what I'm
I
getting.
mean,
at. That's
one
what.
touch.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Save $29. Brendan Ryan says, watching Eric drown his adjacent philosophy in cards, I'm reminded how he's a Beckett shill and guilty of the downfall of the brand by association. Facts.
Maybe they should investigate Garrick. on the FTC.
Facts.
I honestly, and 100% honest, I probably have 3 cards in Beckett holders. I don't even know where to begin to find them.
What you're saying is we need to throw more of those at you? I'll do it.
I'm gonna look seriously because
All right, while you're looking, I'm going to read the rest of these comments. Josh here says, with all this grading talk, did you catch the interview on Gong Show about the authority grading? Yes, I did. We'll talk about that in a second. It's going to be good. Under the radar, HGA has been acquired. Soft launch in mid-2026, so says the website. Good luck.
But I think they're even below KSA. Come on.
It's bad. Like, it's bad.
Yeah, at this point, yeah.
He's been acquired for $40. And
I think HGA has been sold like twice or three times
Twice
now.
now.
Like, it's like, why? Never mind. Authority grading. What a joke. 80 cents for $3 grading. Yes. Yeah. So I did watch it. I got a kick out of it because the guy who was doing that, it was actually very funny. Look, I enjoyed the Gong Show doing the thing on it. I had actually seen, so I got to see that one and I was listening to what he was saying. And the funny thing is Phil actually asked, I think it was Phil, he asked a valid question. He asked, okay, so does your grading have some kind of a guarantee if there's any kind of issue? And then he started to almost answer the question, and then Josh cut him off before he got the answer to the question. And they go, babe, I actually want the answer to that question. I think that would be interesting.
Bugger.
And then he started to answer thing. And then he said there was like a grading guarantee, which is to say he skirted the question about an authentication guarantee. What if he slapped something that's fake? That's kind of important too. That's kind of a thing. So he was talking about, grading for like 80 cents or $3 or whatever. I was like, well, yes, because all you're doing is putting it in the holder and putting the little thing with the grade on it. And
done.
Yeah. But here's the problem. Like, you never actually said what it is that you do to grade it. You could say it's the machines. You could say it's one guy named Bob. Like, I don't really care. Like, I'm not even asking Bobby at this point what Bob's credentials are, but I'm saying, like, what is your method then for grading? If that's what you're doing for like $3, clearly we're not spending a lot of effort on this. Whatever is the cheapest. We're getting Eric to just call out numbers, something. I don't know, whatever. 80 cents. That's not worth my time.
No,
It's a nice price. It's a good price.
I just found something I didn't even know I had, which, shocking. I think we can all say that.
A card of value.
Yeah, kind of. But this
There you go. CGC.
Yeah, and that thing is awesome looking.
it's
And it's in the new label too.
Yeah. I mean, this thing is better looking than anything else that I just been searching through.
Yeah.
It is
Boy.
sharp. It is sharp.
So let's see. Wes says, I bought 2 KSA slabs and both crossed over nicely. So this is important. We've been very consistent on this point. There are nice cards in KSA slabs.
Sure.
That's not in question. There are nice cards in KSA slabs. Not all KSA slab cards are nice. Two different things. There are nice cards in KSA slabs, but there are also a couple like,
It's the same saying. It's far from good and good from far.
Yeah. So it's just an important distinction that we have to make here. A really important distinction. But you can. I'm just saying you can. Yeah. So the only thing I was going to mention, actually, also, the only reason the authority grading thing became something is because authority is actually the one who's the backbone of EPAC. So Upper Deck is working with them. So they're the ones that actually do they basically are the backbone of EPAC. So the authority website is basically like the EPAC website because they're the ones that design both. So again, the grading to me is a non-starter because, again, who the hell are you for grading? Like, if look, you can have slabs. I really don't care. That's completely fine. But a lot of the stuff they're talking about technology.
A video on that guy? From the
Well, he did an interview with Gong Show.
Oh, was it Gong Show? I know.
Well, he also did an interview with Floating Head. That's what you're talking about.
Maybe that's the one I kind of caught a little bit of. Yeah.
Yeah, I caught the Gong Show one first, but I did hear about that one. So that was like
in the future
okay,
of
fine.
grading. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah,
that's what it was.
Indeed. Steven says, those are beauty cards, Eric. Mangini says, PSA just acquired Carlos. I already told them what the price is. They balked. I asked for more than Beckett was worth. And even at $20, they were like, no. So I'm like, all right, well then, screw you guys.
We're
not doing it.
Zeros off or something. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't think they at this point they don't actually want to pay for anything. I did joke. Look,
obviously,
true story. Look, I was joking a second ago, but true story. Seriously, true story. I have said on the record with people who may work at PSA.
With people
that may work at PSA. I said, if you guys ever need anybody to come in and tell you when you're about to do something incredibly stupid, I will happily do this for you. And I even quoted what my hourly rate would be to do it. I don't expect to get a phone call ever. But if they ever need that, Eric, I will take that phone call.
I have no problem selling rate, or is it more?
Look, nobody there wants anybody to tell them they're not doing the right thing.
Really?
No, absolutely not.
In anything in life.
Look, they clearly have the money. The rate shouldn't be an issue. Like, honestly, it's not. I'm sorry, I could put a lot of zeros on it. They should still be like, yeah, whatever. It's a rounding error to us.
Exactly.
All right,
So that's not the issue.
I went through all of my graded cards. This is the only Beckett I have. I thought I had 3. I only have 1.
Okay, so you got a BVG?
Yeah, that's the only Beckett I have in the house. I do have found 3 KSAs. One of them, dipshit, got me.
Don't talk about Bobby that way.
No,
That's
I was
rude.
referring to you.
Sure you were.
That's my only Beckett.
I saw what you were doing.
Yes, P. Eric Ryan.
Paul says, explain why my 86 McDonald's Jerry Rice is off-center. John gave me a bad copy.
It's McDonald's. As long
McDonald's
as the
has
fries
great
were
fries.
good, you're okay.
Yeah, the fries. I think that's a valid comp. Authorities of new HGA. Listen, they need to elevate themselves before they get all the way up to HGA. Settle down.
How many French fry stains do you think are on those cards? Lots.
Oh, yes. See, that's a magnificent card right there. That's beautiful. It's brilliant.
That is the newest of the KSA acquisition.
Gorgeous. Fabulous.
Yeah,
This was gifted to me a year ago. So we
Do you really call that a gift?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a gift. Oh, it's a gift.
We have this O-Pee-Chee here in KSA.
Everything's OPG.
Oh, a 68? Man.
That's
Probably
KSA.
tops.
Oh, it's O-Pee-Chee.
No way.
It says it on the label. Not that you can trust anything that's said on these KSA.
Let's see the back of that.
En français.
Not bad centering on the back, but this front's fucked.
You're fucked. And then,
See, again with the disrespect. Damn.
I like it.
and then I got that one, another O-Pee-Chee. KSA.
No, with that card, you're fucked.
Yeah, this one.
Yes, pretty much.
But
All right, we got Jim Scholl here. Says, guys, MPE grading, Vider, Texas, $5 per card, 9 cards this fall. Did a pretty good job. Sure.
Excuse me. When I
Listen, there
sneeze,
are a
like,
million.
it sounds like a laugh.
Yeah, there are 1,018,000, like literally 1,018,000 graders. And here's the thing: you could literally you could say they did a good job, and I don't even disagree with you necessarily. But it's like MPE grading. Who?
What does it stand for? I really want to know.
I still
What
miss
does
NASA.
MPE stand for?
I miss NASA. NASA was a good one. North American Sports Authenticators. That was a real thing.
That's a grading.
And how's Mint doing? Like, whatever happened to them?
They're minty.
They're still around as far as I know.
They were there last show.
Were they really?
I think so.
Where were they hiding? I mean, where are they?
They were. I'm pretty sure they were right beside the meat lady.
They're always
Like literally, the meat lady and then the booth beside. I think was MNT.
Hey, listen, you know,
I
a lot of
think-
people go for the meat stick.
Yeah, that's
so,
what I
hey,
mean. Like,
when in Rome,
it's not a bad.
man.
It's not a bad
Dragon.
location. That's not a bad location.
It used to smell because now they have the vacuum sealed, but before it was vacuum sealed, man, that place like for 3
But then they put the weed
rows
guy
of reek.
after that.
What?
Yeah.
And then they put the weed guy right after the meat lady.
Yeah.
Oh, there was the weed guy there. I remember one time. Yeah.
So Kenny here. Good evening. I have quite a few KSA slabs, new and old style. Yes, there have been a couple of styles of them. That is true.
The old stuff.
Authority has mini microchips. Yeah. So here's the thing. Let me separate two things because I listened to the interview with the CEO guy. So look, the whole grading thing, his pitch for it was terrible because again, like there are specific questions that I would want to ask if we want to take this seriously for the sake of conversation, and they weren't asked, or they were asked and he didn't get a chance to fully answer and he kind of talked around it. So I'm sitting there like, okay, look, I know enough technology stuff that you're not impressing me with technology talk here. I don't care about your technology. Just tell me why it is that I should give any credence to your stupid grade. Any reason. I don't care. Just give me a reason. Come up with one. Make something up. We use the
AI.
robot with lasers. We use robots with
AI.
lasers.
AI.
Yeah. And lasers, Bobby. Let's
Never
use some
been used
lasers.
before.
Let's talk about lasers and the microchips. With lasers.
Lasers.
I need lasers. I need some lasers, and then maybe we can start talking. All fairness, the new KSA slabs are nice compared to the old ones. That is fact. It has improved. The old ones were much worse. So that is agreed. But there were at least, so I remember at least 3 distinct generations. There are more, I'm sure.
Yep.
There was one that was a miniaturized version of the PSA slab with a red label with the black text. That was one.
Well, that was the first one that came out in 96.
I believe that was the first one.
Those are the early ones, yeah.
They did use that one for a while, though. I remember that.
Yeah, what's his name? I can't remember his name. What was his name? Who owned it?
What, Nathan?
No, before Nathan.
Oh, Nathan. Okay. So the original order.
The original owner, yeah.
Yeah. So then they changed it to a
shit.
BGS style slab for a little while.
Yeah,
They
they
had
said
one
he
that was like a
lost
BGS.
power.
Really?
Yep. Yep.
Oh.
Yeah.
Lost power.
He lives in the sticks, man.
He does. Yeah. So there was a BGS style slab that existed for a little while where it was like a mix. So basically it was BGS, but with like a black insert. So it was almost like trying to take the SGC black tux insert, but then putting it in a clear BGS slab. I remember that distinctly. There was one kind of an in between. And then the most recent one that Eric showed,
The BVG.
the most recent one that Eric showed is kind of closer to the first one, but sized more normally, but with a gradient label. So like the label's got like a black to red kind of gradient thing going on. Whatever. It's whatever. But
It's whatever.
yeah, it exists. Sure. But at $30 a card, you're nuts. You're insane.
You're nuts. Yeah, of course.
Look, here's the thing, Bobby. If somebody just wants to put in a damn holder and you say $10, fine, whatever, sure. But you said $30?
Just get a one touch, like at that point.
Like $30? Come on, man.
I have lots of one touches.
Well, $30
Sure.
if it's a high end card, I guess $30 isn't bad.
I just don't know how much value it has. Like that's like I don't know if there's any value added at all.
It's better in there than raw. Let's just say. Maybe.
Well, actually,
maybe. Let me think.
Well,
Let me rephrase it.
I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure that what's it called? I'm pretty sure that Gong Show did like one of the top fives, and I think there was a Gretzky rookie in a KSA, like a KSA 9.5, and I think it's sold for good money. So like, I guess that one sold okay.
I would question it. I know who bought that.
I would question it, but okay.
And I know who bought that.
Did you ask them how much they were drinking?
No, actually, without going too deep, it was crossed over. And he was very happy.
Sure.
Just saying. But before he did that, he wasn't very happy.
Yeah.
I mean, with another one, he tried it before. So that is being done. And guys are taking risks. Because the 9.5 KSA, how much did it go for?
It was like 18 grand or something, I thought. It
For
was a crazy
9.5?
number. Yeah, it was like a crazy number. Yeah.
Yeah, so that was him. Yeah, that was him. He bought it. Yeah, I know who it is.
I'll double check. I'm double check, but I think it was. I don't know, Eric. I don't know if you saw the Gong Show episode. It was like a crazy number. I remember.
I unfortunately have not watched the Gong Show episode.
All right, I'll see if I can find it. But I know it was like a wild number that I saw, and it like blew my mind when I was like, in a KSA slab, seriously? Oh, I found it. Here we go. Here it is. Yeah, specifically with the total and the card and everything, I've got it. Here it is. Check it out. Bam.
Yep.
$17,166 US. 1979 Peachy Gretzky rookie, 9.5.
9.5 from the KSA.
I'll actually, if I can, I'll get my friend to send me a picture.
And if you notice, Eric, that is the one I was describing. Look, it's the black insert with like the BGS style thing. So
there you go. Yeah.
So this is the other one.
Well, it's the
this
black background. It's more clear, isn't it?
No. The insert on the bottom is black.
Oh, the back.
I remember specifically. Yeah.
That was
the
before.
top is clear, and then there's like the little logo in the corner. So like, but this was like the second or third design. There was like multiple. This was not.
I think this
was
is
after
the second design.
Yeah, I remember these existed I used to see these in dealers' booth at Expo. I remember these. I remember that holder, and then the one that Eric has is the newer one. But I remember that one specifically was there for a while.
I remember I got my graded. What was it? 97 at AJ's Sports Cards. KSA was there. The guy who owned it, Steve. I can't remember the guy's name. Yeah. He was a nice guy.
Anyway. Marco says I pulled that ore car from a pack. Amanda here. Good evening. The weed guy isn't Tim. No, there's another weed guy.
No.
There are two.
Okay, there is somebody else.
I'm just as shocked as you.
Yep.
I think
Situation of interest.
He's the other weed guy.
Yeah, it's the Spider-Man meme. There's two of them pointing at each other.
That's it.
He knows it's Kevin.
Situation of interest. I suggested KSA emerged last week on the live. PSA's watching and said no way. Damn. Carlisle, $30 US. No, $30 Canadian. But for bulk, that's basically the same as what PSA's charging.
Yeah. If it was US, it'd be 20 something bucks. Yeah. $20, less than 20, maybe.
Works
I forget
out.
what the dollar's at now.
So let's see. There's something right like the old PSA and KSA slab. Same goes with Coca-Cola, Magic Colors. In the last 5 minutes, PSA acquired KSA. Then they get, that would actually be a good move. You know why, Eric? Because
Why?
then you get negative market share, and then all of a sudden the senator has no leg to stand on.
That's it.
Take that. Bam! You just lost a couple percentage points. Sucker.
Sucker.
Yep.
Okay.
29 years in business, KSA ain't no flyby. They know they've been around a while. They've been around.
HGA ain't no flyby either because they've been hanging on to I don't know what for the last 5 years, 6 years.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
And I didn't even
I
think
know-
they were still in business. Like that was 3 years ago.
Yeah, that's debatable. They actually have been really quiet. I don't think they've even taken submissions the
Who's
last couple of
going
years.
to hit them? I just
Eric.
Eric.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Well, I guess the same can be said for other smaller grading companies too.
Yeah.
And we have a
Breaking news,
digital
PSA
chip in
Canada
ours.
Yeah, PSA Canada rebrands the KSA Canada, as it should. Go with the brand power.
Ooh.
PSA
PK
just
Ryan.
acquired-
PSA. Yeah.
Hey, it could work. Listen, they just need to give him a job and he'll be fine. Again, we already talked about this with Keith. If they had just put Don Madden in the Hall of Fame, none of this would have happened.
Yes, that's the problem.
Just saying. Mangina says, PSA just acquired the 1-inch brick lucite screw down holders. What about the 2-inch ones?
Ooh, well, those are the big. Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's the one that's the one Eric uses for his Boston Bruin Commons.
Do you remember buying those back in the day? It was sort of like, can you take it out of there? I don't have a screwdriver. I'm going, really? You don't have a screwdriver?
These are specifically for Grail cards. You do not put other cards in these. It is Grail cards only. Something that deserves the lucite. Okay?
Nothing deserves lucite. Mm-hmm.
Come
right.
in, you put down your Grail card and go, I'm here. This is mine. I'm big time.
Do you have a sound effect that can go boom, boom?
Maybe that'll be next. We're going to find out. When
we
PSA
haven't seen
acquires
that.
yellow top loaders, it's over. Facts. Robbie says, I had luck crossing KSA cards in all different holders. Yeah, no, you can totally do it. It's possible. Again, I go back to what I said earlier. You can get decent cards in the holder. There's also a lot of junk, like anything else. Sometimes it drops a few grades. You need to be careful because there are a lot of sheet cut cards in KSA case, which is exactly a thing.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
another problem with that. Is not only that Beckett did it, is that he did it too, or he allowed it. I guess I don't
Yeah.
know if he technically allows it, or it just might get by. I'm not sure.
I
I'm
couldn't
not gonna
figure
say
it out.
anything.
He goes,
No, I'm not
whatever, it
even
looks
gonna-
fine.
I'm
to
not
me.
going there on that one. I don't want to be clipped out on that one.
Yeah,
All the rest
fair
of the stuff is okay. Just saying.
Mangini says they make 2-inch. It's like they make everything, Mangini. Like you don't think if Eric, let's serious question. Serious
What?
question. You don't think if somebody came up with a 1-inch lucite holder like the one you just demonstrated, somebody came up with that, you don't think somebody said, I bet we could make it even bigger.
And twice as good.
Now,
Twice
when
as
they
protective.
now this is similar to the situation with Eric and Guinness. He has 1 Guinness, he's happy. He has 2 Guinness, he's riding high and he's hanging off chandeliers. 3 Guinness, and he spontaneously combusts. He claims he's sleeping, but we've never actually seen the 3rd Guinness. He just spontaneously combusts.
No.
1-inch lucite, they're like, okay, we did it. And then somebody says, but what if we make it 2 inches? And then that's like Frankenstein's monster. We never speak of it again.
Oh, no, the 1-inch was good for, an iceberg crash or something like that. And then you got the 2-inch was really good for, like an atomic bomb or something like that. So, it had uses, but unfortunately, I don't remember seeing the 2-inch one. I don't, maybe. I've seen some big ones, but
Bobby, I'm hoping there is a secret
I want to
laboratory
find
somewhere.
one. I'm going to find one.
I'm hoping there's a secret laboratory where someone tried they tried to make
Oh,
the
I'm sure they
greatest and largest lucite holder ever.
That's a lot of plastic.
Yes.
Like, honestly. Like,
Look, the world is if nothing but a platform for over engineering everything.
oh, yes.
We have to so again, if there's a 1-inch lucite holder, you don't think somebody goes, I bet. And they're like, no, Joe, you've gone too far.
No,
You've gone too
1.5
far.
is too far.
Put
2
down the
was
3rd
over the
Guinness.
brink.
Don't
then
do it.
There's the one guy who's going to do a 3,
Just saying. Well, the guy who tried to do the 3 one, that was like the beginning of the plot for Aliens.
basically.
We went too far. You should have stopped. We went too far.
Unless you really believe. But anyway.
Bulletproof. Yes. I wonder if Tag's slowest rollout in history will be interrupted by collector's acquisition. Listen, they are only on like year 12 of a 47-year plan to take over the hobby.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
So they got a long way to go.
Oh, years,
We're
decades.
waiting. We're waiting with bated breath. We're waiting.
Yep. Can't get a good workout in 6 minutes,
What movie?
which is
that?
good for home defense. Yeah.
No. Back up just one, please.
20-minute workout.
Well, here's the full
Eric
version.
wanted to quote.
What movie is that from? I hear it. I see it. I see the characters. I see the rest stop scene. It's all playing in my head. I cannot come up with the movie.
Emmanuel in Space.
It is not because I missed that movie, but I need to know what movie that is because my brain is
It's from Arnold's movie.
my brain is on fire right now. I need to know what that's from.
Okay. Now his power goes out. Piss him
Yeah,
off.
it's done. It's done. It's over. So
And
let's
then-
see here.
Pierre Ryan goes crazy.
Oh, is that one?
Okay.
Something about Mary?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Nope.
Okay.
I don't remember that one.
I remember the movie. I don't remember. That
I know the
specific
movie
reference.
very well. I just don't remember the.
Oh, very well.
Oh,
I mean,
maybe
you
he
watched
said
it.
that to Mary. What's his name?
No. He
Oh, confirmation from Mangini.
Ju-
There's something about Mary.
ended up getting a ride with a serial killer.
So Paul.
Oh, that one.
So
okay.
Paul.
and
Mhm.
he had his whole idea was he was you ever hear of like the 10-minute workout? Well, I come up with something better, the 7-minute workout. And then this was his whole plan. But
Got it. Yeah.
yeah, Harlan Williams, and then he'd go around, but he was also a serial killer.
Yes.
It was-
Serial killers are allowed to have fun too.
I guess so. Yeah. Why not? Hey, you got to do what you got to do. Paul here says your scientists were so preoccupied whether they could, they didn't stop to think if they should. That's what I'm saying.
That's a good trivia question. I remember that, but I don't remember that specific scene. And some things stand out to people more than others. So I'm just wasn't in my memory banks on that one. I'm usually pretty good at figuring out the movie ones, but that's a tough one.
Anyone can start a grading company these days with a Temu account and Crazy Glue? Yes. Sometimes you don't even need the Crazy Glue. You stimulating to print the label. Not with that attitude. You have to believe.
Mhm.
Eric is still sorting out Mandela effects after his Rockfall adventures. He's got a lot of concussions.
Mhm.
had a lot of concussions.
A lot of them. Yeah.
We found these two.
We call that the butterfly effect too.
We found these two rollers on yesterday's ride that if anyone tries to ride their bike down it, they're going to die. I do some dumb shit. And we came to the edge and went, nope.
Went to the edge.
Nope.
Stood
Absolutely
and looked down.
Anyone who tries to roll down this cliff is simply going
Lost
to.
a lot of friends there, baby.
And we just
Taking time to
kept
mess
laughing,
around.
thinking, what stupid kid said this is a good idea? There's going to be a dead body at the bottom of that cliff in a very short period of time. Just wow. So I do have a nope level, and I found it yesterday. Nope. That right there is paralyzed or dead. There's no way I'm ever doing that. Just nope.
Never, ever. Oh.
Nope.
Wow. Wow.
Taylor Swift on that one, yeah.
Wow.
Go figure.
Moving on. Dan says, I think the CGC statement from the CO was pretty well said. I read it. It was generic. Ultimately meaningless. Like, I get a kick out of how much, and I'm not picking on Dan specifically. Like, I actually have heard this from multiple folks. Okay, let's pull this up for a second. I'm going to read it. I'm going to read it again.
That kind
I'm
of
going to do it right here.
Did you see that Jen Eric? I like that.
Yeah. Hold on.
It's like
I'm going to
a-
read this.
Anyways,
Here, hold on. I'm going to read
we'll go
this.
somewhere with it.
This is from Steve Engelbaum, CEO of Certified Collectibles Group. Let's quickly go here. We're going to read it. It's right here. Yesterday's announcement only reinforces what I've been saying for a while. CGC is the clear choice for collectors. The numbers say they don't believe you. In sports cards, they don't care about you. In TCG, they do. So it's not the clear choice. So that's already a lie. The very first statement is actually a lie.
Guys,
But again, I like CGC holders. I specifically showcased one in the last video. I like them. But CGC is not the clear choice for collectors because they clearly, by the way, in the land of the Pokemans, Bobby, they graded fake Pokemon cards. If you actually ask the TCG guys, there's many scandals. And in the CGC comic grading, there's multiple scandals. But in the sports card side, we don't pay attention to those.
No,
Those don't count.
not fair.
But okay.
Not
But
enough,
hey,
sorry.
whatever. Let's go with it. We offer fast turnaround times. Sometimes.
Mm.
Sometimes they've been slow too. I've experienced that. Consistent grading. Sure. For the best holders, I like their holders. And great customer service. Haven't had to deal with it, so I can't comment. All done with integrity for now.
Don't they
Again,
all say the
fake
same
cards.
thing? Don't
Again,
they all say
fake
the same
cards.
thing? Right?
But hold on, with integrity, fake cards. They graded fake cards. They
Everybody
damaged
has.
collectibles. All this is
Everybody
sad.
has.
Well, that's my point, Bobby. My point is you're saying stuff. It's like, but actually the stuff you're saying, some of it's not true. And this is the first statement. All right, I'm going to continue. Next line. CGC is part of Certified Collectibles Group, which has graded over 100 million collectibles since 1997. That is true. Including the CGC 9.0 Spider-Man #1 that recently sold for a world record 9.12 million. Facts. That is also factually correct.
And what does that mean?
It means that
Really?
item they graded sold for a lot of money. That's what it means.
They overgraded it. And what? Yes.
Ooh. That's a Burrell. You can clip him for that. We are the world leader in coins, so I think they've got a point. Well, hold on. CGC, no, PCGS I think is ahead of them in coins, and that's a collector's brand. I think that's a lie
I
too.
don't know. You
Banknotes,
can clip
maybe.
him on that one.
No, but that's a fact. PCGS I think is ahead of them in terms of
You
and
think?
because
Or
they've
you
got
sure?
NGC. They've got NGC. PCGS is ahead of NGC.
Do you
I'm pretty
think?
sure CGC
Are
owns
you
NGC.
sure? See, pretty sure and think are two different things. So maybe
I'm
they
pretty
might have done
sure. I'm pretty sure the PCGS is ahead.
that. And maybe.
And I don't.
they
What I
did
don't
overgrade
remember is,
that.
yeah. What I
Right,
don't
right.
remember
Just
is of
think.
NGC. I don't remember if NGC is under the CGC banner, but I'm pretty sure it is. But
Okay,
regardless,
there's
they're not the
one
world leader in coins. Just to be clear, they're not the world leader in coins. Banknotes, maybe. Comic books, yes. Comic books, yes. Magazines, I think that's true as well. I agree with that. Fastest growing grading service in cards, mathematically true. But mathematically, it is true. Well, the other ones went down, so yes, they are fastest growing.
Mhm.
We not only serve more categories than any other grading service, but also more regions, with offices in the US, UK, Europe, United Arab Emirates, and China. Fair enough. That's not factually wrong.
UAA, wow.
No, look, Bobby, what I'm doing is I'm parsing out the fact from the fiction. Some
Oh,
of what he's
okay.
saying is factually true. And so when that's the case, we give it to him. In my 25 years at the helm of this company, I know that change is inevitable. Sure. And when the world changes around us, we focus on the reason we exist, to protect collectors and dealers, providing accurate and impartial grading service. Again, there's some comic book guys that would disagree with you.
Maybe one.
More than one.
Well,
But he's allowed to say, but Eric, I don't have a problem with him as the CEO saying that.
Uh-huh.
But Eric, does that actually mean anything?
it's
No,
a
did you-
generic
did you-
statement, really. It's
It was
almost-
a generic. It was a generic
every
statement.
CEO would say that.
yeah,
Yeah.
We are the
Yes.
best company, even though we're not.
yeah, that's
We
their
are.
job.
Yes, we're impartial.
Pepsi
Yes.
says they're the best. Coke says they're the best. You know, I mean, your
Yeah.
job is to say you're the best. I mean, whatever.
Yeah. So I'll quickly read through a couple of these. And I know Dan sent me the longer statement. I'll get to it in a second here. Bear with me.
Mhm.
So Dan says, meanwhile, Nat Turner's hanging out with hobby scammers. Hey, listen, see, SGC Pete hung out with hobby scammers. Dave Foreman.
Yeah. Maybe we're missing something.
Pete worked for one, allegedly.
Should we be hanging out with hobby scammers? Like, are we missing something?
If you listen, if you go to a card show and take a selfie, you work with the hobby scammer.
Damn. Yes, I know. One picture. Done.
Took a selfie with Bobby.
Yep. You're finished.
Questions? Yeah, Bobby hung out, was in a picture with you.
Oh, yeah. That's. Oh, I
Yeah,
thought
it
about
works
that.
both ways, I
Shit.
guess.
That's the other way around. Damn it. Yeah. You got me on that one.
Yeah.
All
I
right.
understood Dan's point, but all I'm saying is Dave Foreman, go to the Google machine, look up Dave Foreman. SGC, remember, we all like SGC Pete, right? He worked for Dave Foreman. So is it worse to hang out or to work for?
One's a slave. The other.
You take a paycheck, so you were cool with that. Just okay. My point here isn't to be concerned about SGC Pete. I'm just pointing out this means nothing in the context of a really scummy hobby. If you take pictures with if you go to the National and take a selfie, there's an 85% chance you're taking a picture with a hobby scammer, unless
yes.
you specifically hide in a
Just
corner.
in the background. Just
Yes,
alone.
they'll be somewhere. They're
Somewhere.
within
There he is.
they're within shouting distance of the
Eric
picture you just
Ryan,
took.
right there. I saw him.
Yeah, the only way you can avoid it is if you
I
take the
mean-
picture in a phone booth. Like that's about the only way, and you got to make sure the windows are blocked off. If that's a criteria, then God help.
It's around anymore.
You're going to need to make one. You're gonna need to
I
make
guess
one.
so.
You're gonna need to find
They
it.
might have one at the National. I'm
Wait.
not sure.
What, Bobby? What if somebody has a Doctor Who display that has a phone booth?
Yes, that would be good. That works.
If you take a picture inside the Doctor Who phone booth, you'll be fine.
Bill and Ted, they still got theirs.
Amazing.
Hmm.
Eric, I do some dumb shit. Facts.
Yeah, here's
Hyper
some,
Mac.
yeah. This was the idea of fun yesterday. Go out mountain bike in the snow. What could possibly go wrong?
Everything.
What could possibly go wrong?
Mm.
You know what was crazy? I saw a hobby scammer in that picture. Anyway, Piperback said, Bobby, the amazing work in the Parker's history video. Love them. Taught him.
Oh, thanks, Todd.
I stick the downhill
Part
trails
3
in a
is
cave.
coming Monday, I think. Sunday night, Monday.
Paul says, as a Blackstone shareholder, I approve this message. As you should.
Blackstone the Magician.
Well, the Blackstone is the parent company of CGC.
I know.
Again, going back to what I said a moment ago, I don't have an issue with what he said. I'm just saying I can poke holes in a couple of the parts of the statement. There's a couple there where it's like, debatable, but we'll go with it. And again, it hasn't translated into sports cards, but go for it.
Blackstone did
It's
a
just-
card issue, so I was just kind of playing off of that. But that's old stuff that maybe most people don't remember.
Yep. May the best scandal win. That's a challenge I would love.
Oh, I like that. That works.
I would
May
love
the
it.
best scandal win. I love it.
That'd be amazing.
Mm.
Let's see here. Yep. See, hating on CGC because they don't have an office in Canada. Well, they should.
Hmm.
I can't even acknowledge them then. Also, I already said multiple times I like the CGC holder. But the statements were still wrong. There were still wrong things in that statement.
So, how many do you own, Carlos, then?
Probably about 40 or 50 now.
So that's not bad. And PSA would, in a percentage, what?
PSA would still be more.
10% to their, what?
No, PSA would still be more.
Yes, I
The
know.
CGC is probably 30%.
Not bad.
Yeah, because I have a lot of the wrestling cards in the CGC ones. I did it with
Oh,
COMC and
that's
such.
right.
It was actually very. So what's funny is I don't need them to have an office in Canada. When I do stuff with COMC, I could actually have it graded with CGC. That's
Okay.
one of the options available, and
Nice.
then I have it shipped to me. So I have that option. It's still a little expensive, but it's not bad. It works. And again, that's because wrestling is non-sport. It's totally doable. It's completely fine.
Is it non-sport? Really?
Yes, it's not sport. It's not a sport.
But it is.
Bless them,
considered
but it's not a sport.
in a
It's
sense.
not a sport. No, Vince McMahon tried to do the sports entertainment thing. That's about as far as we're willing to go with that.
Yeah. No, I just
It's
meant
not
in card-wise.
I don't think they consider it a sport. That's actually a good question. I don't think so.
Yeah. Because I was doing the wrestling set for the Parkers, and I'm sitting there going, this is kind of like a sport. If chess is a sport, well,
I put
fuck.
it under entertainment. For me, it's under entertainment.
Yeah, but there's no classic. Well, that's in non-sport, so So yeah,
I get it, but I'm saying I think it's
by default,
entertainment.
it's almost
I
like
think
this
it's entertainment.
third little vestigial arm of the hobby is right there, and it's that. It's like there's certain sports that don't kind of fit in, but fit in. I don't know. Like I
still
say,
think it's
chess is a sport. I can't believe it.
It is not.
It is.
Eric got a concussion
officially.
playing chess once. Eric got a concussion playing chess once.
It's a game.
Well, depends
I'll
how
tell
you're
it to the
playing.
concussion, Eric.
Depends whose chess you're playing.
All of a sudden, it's like he goes, "All right, king me," and then he tries to do it with the chess piece. It bounces, hits him in the head, and he's concussed.
Hmm.
Sounds like a sport to me.
Yes.
Here you go. Amanda says, wrestling is entertainment. We don't claim it. Non-sports nerd. I don't know, Eric. As the non-sports correspondent, do we count that?
She is the non-sport correspondent, so we have to do what she says.
So Amanda, is cycling a sport?
Oh, God, no.
Just ask.
God, no.
I had to get a California opinion. I don't know.
Yeah, that's like synchronized push-ups. It's on the same
Is there
level.
a thing?
There should be. I feel like that should be an Olympic sport. Synchronized push-ups, bros. Bobby, what if the way we
That's a good
synchronize
one.
them, what if we synchronize them where as they do the lift, they have to high five? That's how they synchronize them. So they have to lift and then high five. Lift, high five.
Is
That's
that in
not-
the doubles or is that in the
Yeah, but that's synchronized. Otherwise, what are you synchronizing to? You have to have at least
Well,
two.
you could have had 3 or 4.
Man, that's
Yeah,
not-
fine, but that's tough. That'd be really tough.
5. How do you do 5 with 3? No, it wouldn't work. Have
Then
to
we
be
get into the
even numbers.
maths. If we get
Or-
into the maths, Eric gets confused.
True. Yes.
It's gonna get bad.
No, we're not doing that.
Are you sure? We can do the
We might.
maths.
No maths.
All right, fine, be that way. Dan here says the NBA is about as real as wrestling these days, except instead of scripting for
pretty
entertainment,
much.
they're
Yeah,
scripting
you're
for gambling
right.
purposes.
I don't know if that's a sport now too.
That's kind of hashtag rigged.
You can walk
but
6 steps now. You can like pivot
so
on
bad.
3 feet. It's just like what?
So bad. So bad.
It is, and I don't know why it got that bad. Like
Yeah, it's horrible.
who let it go? Let it go. Let it free you.
No.
Okay.
Eric wanted to sing
90s.
it.
What do you want?
All right, so I'm looking at the long. I'm just looking at the longer version of this email. God, it's long. It really is painfully long.
Well, he sent it. He said, "Okay, here."
No,
Read it quick.
Dan sent it over. So I'm
Yeah.
just looking here. I'm like,
Well, he's a lawyer. Everything he
Everything's long.
Gonna
no.
be,
This one was from the CEO of CGC. This is the letter that he wrote for everybody.
but then Dan probably added 9 pages.
But we already seen. Yeah, exactly.
Well, at least he built somebody. As
He
long as
took
he
out
built
the
somebody.
fluff. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
exactly.
Oh, Bobby, it did confirm for me. It's in NGC is with CGC. So yeah, that means they're number 2 in coins. So they're not number 1 in coins. Sorry.
Okay.
Good try though. I did appreciate that.
Hmm?
That was nice. Guys shutting down when they reach the point totals and gambling lines. Well, Eric has that problem too. He keeps trying to shut down, 3/4 of the way through the show.
Okay, yeah, I want to shut down now. Oh, Me Bounds. Her name is Me Bounds. She is
Yes.
horrible.
Well, I think she tried to trademark Me Bounds, didn't she?
She should.
Trademark it?
Yeah. Make shirts, Bobby. Make shirts.
Ay.
All right. So let's see here.
So bad.
All
It's
right.
like watching a newborn baby giraffe trying to play basketball. It is so awkward. She is so terrible. Oh,
Wow.
terrible.
All right. I'm gonna try to skim through this a little bit here. I'm not gonna read the whole thing because Lord knows no chance. But let me see if I can skim through some of this fluff. And there's a lot of it. All right. So here's our dude. By the way, Bobby, up until this point, I had no idea who the hell this guy was. I actually didn't know who the CEO of CGC was.
No
Good.
reason you should.
No, like really, he's just some rando. And literally, they could have just taken this picture. I don't even know it's him for sure, but for the sake of this conversation, let's pretend it is.
Could
Okay,
be
so here
AI.
it is. Anything could be AI. Okay, so real quick, let me read. I'm going to skip.
The writing is.
I'm going to skip 95% of this, but I'll read the first part here to start. In the last few days, I've gotten more emails and calls than any time since Blackstone invested in Certified Collectibles Group in 2021. Everybody wants to know what I think about the recent developments in our market and how we're going to respond. I'll tell you, we're going to focus on one thing we do exceptionally well: expert authentication and grading. I already touched on that, had a little bit of fun with it. Again, fake Pokemon cards, graded as authentic, but anyway. While other companies try to be everything to everyone, we stay in our lane and be the absolute best at what we do. Again, debatable. I'm happy you are selling this point, but it is debatable. Many of you already know what we're about, and we've used our services for years and not decades, but others have not. However, I suspect that many people reading this are just now learning about Certified Collectibles Group, so let me give an introduction. So I'm not going to do that. We're going to skip past it. He's graded a crap ton of stuff, talked about the $9.12 million auction. Here you go. In 2005, we started PMG as our paper money. Yes, I am familiar with that one. Stamps followed with ACG. Yes. We entered the market first in 2020, first with TCG, the card market in 2020, first with TCGs and then with sports cards a few months later. I bet you can guess how the story goes. So here we go. We don't need to be first to market. We need to be the best. Again, I just said a moment ago, depending on the category, some categories, yes, they've done very well with them. Other categories, not so much, but fair enough. We need to focus on the reason we exist, to protect collectors and dealers by providing accurate and impartial grading services. Again, we just touched on that. We need to give what collectors want from a grading service: fast turnaround times, consistent grading, the best holders, and great customer service, all done with integrity. That's from that quote that I borrowed. By the end of 2025, we'll have graded nearly 5 million sports cards and TCGs, mostly TCGs, let's be honest. More than double our volume in 2024, which is fair. We've achieved this extraordinary growth through the same proven playbook that we've used in every other category, waiting until the other ones drop off. That's actually more in line with what actually happened, but fair enough. We've invested millions of dollars in hiring and training, as well as deploying robotics and other automation technology. So Orlando in the chat earlier had done one of the grading symposiums they do. They do like a grading school kind of thing. And if anybody shows any aptitude, there's a possibility they could make a job offer. And I believe, I don't want to misquote him, but I think he was offered like 45 grand, which isn't a lot of money, to be honest. So here, invested millions of dollars in hiring.
Hundreds of thousands, maybe. Okay.
Yeah. Now, deploying robotics and other automated technology, as long as you have a building that can be seen from space, that's fair.
Prerequisite.
Yeah.
I heard
that's important.
I heard that's important.
Yeah, it's important. I've got it. So blah, 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 enhanced their technology through the acquisition of JSA. Yes, they did acquire JSA for autograph authentication, which is true. I'm just skimming through here. These and other investments result in better submission process, greater capacity, improved quality, and faster turnaround times. Despite having the fastest growth rate of any grading service in 2025, our turnaround times have actually come down in recent months as our investments started to pay off for us and our customers. I could not be more excited about our position in the card market as we head into 2026. We are the strongest competitor to Collectors Holdings, which technically is true, which now owns PSA, SGC, and Beckett. If you like having choices, your choice right now is clear, CGC. Wait, Eric, he's making the default argument. Default?
Yeah. If everything else sucks, come to us.
That's why I say,
remember-
like, that's not a ringing endorsement. That's like, there are no other choices but us. We're the other guys.
And I actually there's a similar letter that was out there. It was put out in like 2002, something like that. I think it was from, oh yeah, Bill Mastro. Yeah.
So here's the most important piece, okay? Like, here's the actual legitimate piece. You have a choice when it comes to grading. If you've never tried our services, I'd be happy to get you started with $50 off our premium membership, which comes with $150 in graded credits. So you've got a code that you can use for that. That, to be honest, is the best value in the whole deal. Because if you use the code, again, I like the holder. So if you'd like to, so if you get the membership, you get 20, you can get up to 20% off the thing with the credits and everything. And the per card cost in bulk is not bad. But then you get 20% off that. It makes it a little bit better. So if you would like to get the cards graded and it is cheaper, there you go. And if the turnaround time holds, it's not a bad option. But the secondary market hasn't caught up to that. The secondary market
But the
doesn't care about
resale
anything you just
is
said.
you're losing points, so you're
Yeah,
giving us
that's exactly
nothing.
Bobby. That's the point. The point is that all the things you said are lovely, but the actual audience who is using it don't care.
He
The
didn't- he
TCG
didn't
guys are the
mention
only
that.
ones. Yeah,
Hmm.
but keep trying. I appreciate your trying. Paul says, as a BX stareholder, they could have stuck to comics and been just fine. Sports cards is worth the money or lack thereof. Sports cards is worth the money or lack thereof that's being invested. Not that we're the last independent left. Hey, cool. What? You're not counting the coaster makers?
Mm.
What about Old Man Tag? Paul, the disrespect.
What about Derek Jeter's grading company?
Arena Club?
That one. Are they still around?
I don't know.
Yeah, Arena Club's still around.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you have the really small.
They do repacks mostly now, but yeah.
like
Oh, that's why. Okay. Yeah.
there's one.
Yeah.
One in New Hampshire that comes to the local card shows and tries to.
Bougie Eric grading?
Yep.
NHA.
No, but Eric, Bobby, Bougie Eric grading, beg.
Hmm.
That's
That
a
would work.
great acronym.
It is. It works.
Come on.
Yep. That's a
We
good.
could go with that.
That's a good.
Yeah.
You can't argue.
Yeah. Sorry to disrespect GMA. See? There's another one.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, like,
There
we
is
got
a
them.
GMA.
Yeah, there is. Yeah. We got them like a million options. Oh my God.
GMAC. No, that's GMAC financing. That's what I'm thinking. Yes, I knew it.
It's bad. It's bad.
So,
It's a bad scene. This whole thing is a bad scene.
it really is.
Oh,
It's
man.
actually funny if you really think about it in a normal, we're not being funny here, just like, okay, yeah. Sure.
Bobby, I hit the $1 Million Man
I'm
cackle
convinced
3
because of
times.
his litter.
I hit the $1 Million Man cackle 3 times on Monday. Eric, that is unprecedented. We've never had the hat trick of $1 Million Mans.
It was a hat trick. That is true.
We've never had that.
Those are
It's never
some-
happened.
Those are some facts right there.
Yeah, I missed the show. Sorry, guys.
Yeah. But I did, in fact, Bobby, that is a fact. I did, in fact, hit the $1 Million Man cackle button 3 times in like the first hour. That's how
Wow.
hilarious it was. It was hysterical.
Setting
And then
records
after
on
that, I
this.
swore off it. I promised I wouldn't keep spamming the button.
Ah.
That says there's still ISA.
The
That's
need
right.
arises.
Jason Koontz. Yes. Jason Koontz is grading company. Eric sends like
Oh,
dozens of cards that way.
Oh yeah, weekly, dozens weekly.
And Jason Koontz, another person in the hobby with let's say a checkered past.
do these guys walk around and do door-to-door sales, or do they, like, how do you advertise against, the mega corporations there and say, hey, we're doing things different? It's like, no, plastic holder, great, yeah, what's different?
Well, look,
Microchip.
so it's just kind of.
Microchip's different.
Yeah. And look, by the way, we can talk about this or anything else you guys want to talk about. I'm completely open to it. But Eric, if I may put a button on the discussion from a little earlier, because Dan was correct. Nat Turner has taken pictures with hobby scanners and unsavory characters. I think that's completely valid and totally fair. Unsavory characters, it's fact. But Eric, can I let's point of order. Let's have a little fun. All right, Eric, Can you identify the gentleman on the right side of this picture?
Hold on.
It's dark, but I think you can make it out. Just you have to look at it a little bit.
Oh, it's Eric.
Yes. Who is Eric? Eric with a K, by the way. Eric
Yeah.
with a K.
That's my friend. That's my friend Eric.
Yeah, your friend Eric? Yeah, friend Eric with a K?
Yeah, we met in Clubhouse and stuff.
Mhm. So Eric, may I ask you a couple of questions about your friend Eric with a K?
Yeah.
Oh.
Eric with a K
I take
used to work for.
Responsibility if anything he says or does.
All I'm doing is asking. I'm just
disclaimer.
asking questions. I'm just
Come
asking
on.
questions. I'm just asking questions.
Jesus.
What company with 4 letters did Eric with a K work for?
The
Starts
one
with a P.
yeah, PWCC or something.
Oh.
Yeah, PWCC. He worked with them. That's right. I remember him. Yeah, so he worked with PWCC. Now, Bobby, maybe I've had some concussions. I have some recollections. I believe, I could be mistaken on this, I believe that Eric with a K worked with PWCC. And then I believe at one point, now this is like 550,000 videos ago, so I'm a little fuzzy. But I believe he purchased some cards that had been in PWCC auctions because they were doing auctions. And then he purchased them from the people that bought them in the auctions.
Yeah.
Because, to be clear, the
There
PWCC
was
policy
something
is
going
that
on with him.
employed
Yes, I
people cannot
remember.
purchase.
Yep.
But if you buy from someone that happened to buy it like immediately, then technically you haven't violated the rules, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. I
That's
remember when that happened. Yes.
about what happened. Yeah, he had someone else buy stuff and then he paid them and
Allegedly, Eric, allegedly.
Oh.
Allegedly.
yeah.
So anyway, so going back to what we were talking about a little earlier, who is the person in the middle of the picture?
That's Dr. Jim Beckett.
Jimbo.
Ooh.
That's Jim. Oh, I knew I recognized him. I recognize that guy. So anyway, so there's Dr. Jimbo. He of the defensive shilling. He of the great friends. And that's the heading there. By the way, he spelled grateful wrong. So grateful to be invited to dinner at Dr. Beckett's. Amazing time with the cardboard legend, all caps legend. And this was taken on November 9th, the year of our Lord 2025. So now I am going to ask, is our taking pictures with shadiness extend to Jimbo?
That's not background stuff either. We're
And
talking
also,
up in
did
front.
Nat invite the scammer to dinner?
Mm.
Because Jimbo did. Allegedly.
Yeah, it's amazing how things keep creeping up, eh?
Look, and I'll go back to what I said previously. I really don't care. But I'm just saying, my
you
point.
care.
Look, I care from an
In
entertainment
a different way. Yes, I
Yeah,
understand.
but the point that I'm making here is if it's about finding a picture of somebody with a shady or checkered past in the hobby, we can play this game all day.
Oh, yes.
Pick
It
your
never
favorite,
ends.
and we can play 7 Degrees of Kevin Bacon with them.
Mhm.
We can do it. So do whatever you're going to do. I'm just getting at, like, do whatever you're going to do. But I'm saying, like, that in and of itself, like, hey, there's Jimbo.
How did that happen?
Eric, I feel like this is hurting the Mount Rushmore argument here.
Mm.
Thing.
Mm. Yeah, we'll
It's
have to
hurting
negotiate that.
Yeah, we got to go
I
back.
think
We
we're
got to
gonna
go
have
look
to-
at those
The
numbers.
more people that get knocked off Mount Rushmore,
leaves more room open for you.
no, I was gonna say, see, you beat me to it because I was gonna say it leaves more room open for Bobby. So
Yeah, right.
I was gonna say,
But you were shooting for adjacency, weren't you?
They do not put hockey people up there.
Well, Bobby, if we kill off enough of them, then
Yeah,
eventually
that's
we run
it.
out of options.
Maybe.
the thing. If we keep getting rid of,
Just get rid of everybody, and then eventually there's no choice.
down
Maybe
to
you get
you.
Mojo in there or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it could be you, Mojo, Justin Gamble.
Oh yes, and
Well, I don't know who else we're putting that is left. Like, who else are we leaving at that point?
Don West.
yes. Okay, good enough. I was thinking someone else, but that's okay.
Listen, Kenny's angling. Kenny's angling hard. That was the other thing Paul shared a little earlier. So, but Kenny's angling hard. Look, this is season 3 of the Golden Touch coming.
Mhm.
Season 3, y'all. Season 3.
I haven't watched one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What's that on
Bassy says
Netflix or something, or is it?
it was Netflix, I think. Yeah.
I watched
Yeah, I
it.
don't have it.
Ended.
I watched the first season. I don't think I saw. I think I skimmed through the second. The second was lame. Yeah, the second was trash. First season was unironically funny.
Yes.
Baz says
Can
allegedly
imagine.
very shady. Yes, that guy was gopher for whales with a grading contract that was paid by the whales to bump grades, allegedly. Make sure we get all our allegedlys in.
Listen, I'm not saying he did or he didn't. I'm not defending or propping anyone.
That's why we're giving allegedlys at the beginning and end.
He definitely was a gopher for whales. He had clients. He worked hard trying to get them what they were looking for, and worked with them and selling and buying and all that. But the thing about the grading thing, that's news to me. And I used to talk to Eric daily, if not multiple times a day.
Can we keep referring to him as Eric with a K, because that's fun?
Eric with a K, daily and or multiple times a day. So, I mean, there was a hand. I mean, there's 3 years I probably talked to him every single day. So I'm not saying. Listen, maybe he's the shadiest mother ever to walk down the road. I couldn't tell you, but in my experiences, that one never came up, or we never got. The rest of us never ever talked about that or suspected anything like that. So that's all I can tell you. I'm not saying he did or he didn't. I'm just I haven't heard that one before.
I think, okay, look, I could have a lot of fun with this. I really could, in levels of this. But I am going to point out that your statement, while completely fine and fair, how would it have possibly come up? Hey, Eric with a K, have you done some shady shit? Could you explain it in detail? Just out of curiosity.
Surprised what people would, after becoming friends with people, and you look around the clubhouse room and you think like
Eric, what kind of shady shit have you been up to other than manual in space? Could you just outline it for us, just out of curiosity?
Well,
what happens with lubricated pool noodles, Bobby Orr sticks? What happens?
There was that guy I killed a couple of years ago, but I'm not here to discuss the past.
Wow.
No,
Paul says, Jim.
But no, hold on a second. So you'd be surprised
how many crimes you all admit to? I knew it.
What people would discuss with you after they gain trust. That's one. And the second thing is that we when that thing was really kicking, we had so many connections that the big people couldn't get away with anything, because it would come around to this person over here who would call them out on it, or when they wasn't in the room, would tell everybody what so-and-so was up to. And it was tough to get away with anything back then, because you had some of the biggest names in the industry, like them, not like them. You had some of the biggest names in the industry every day communicating with everyone in this room. And you learned a lot and had a lot of inside information. You go back to when I first started coming on here, and when I was in that room constantly, I was constantly bringing you insider information. I was constantly giving you news and telling you things I heard, not naming names and leaving, some things out, but, constantly using Clubhouse as a reference to giving information and participating in, these conversations. So if there was real shit hitting the fan and there was some shady shit going on, it would get around, and this person would be all over this person, or letting the rest of us know what so-and-so was up to. So there was a lot of that. There was a lot of backstabbing and yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on. So I'm just saying I never heard of it. And when you
backstabbing's the minimal I expect from you guys.
I mean, we had a whole room about how you sucked. So I mean,
well, that's how I know none of you are credible. And I just assume Amanda did most of the backstabbing. She is a Judas.
She is a Judas. But I sat in that room that day and took all your heat and defended you. And that was a fun couple of days. But that's in the past. So and the reality is, you and I are still here doing this all these years later. Most of those, a lot of those people aren't even in the hobby anymore. And the ones that aren't as relevant as they once were. So, a lot's changed in 5 years, obviously.
It's all about the staying power. Amanda says, Carlos did not spend enough time in Clubhouse. I tried to spend as little there as possible. I spent a couple of minutes there a couple of times through that era, and it sucked. It was a waste of time. Find a picture of Men Collective with Eric Myers, Layden, and Jeremy. I have no doubt there is one. I don't have to go looking for it. It's there. I guarantee that. 100%.
So, I mean, you got to believe it, Amanda. I think she showed up. She showed up in our groups. I mean, she was in other rooms. She showed up to our room still when it was still a really big thing. She kind of came in towards the end. But she still was there in the sports card room. When there was still a ton of people,
Now, Eric, hold on. Look, Eric, if we're going to finish the story, we're going to talk about Amanda. Look, I don't like talking about her. She's not on the screen. She's in the chat, obviously, but I need a visual representation here. All right, let's continue talking about Amanda. Go on.
Well, I knew that was coming, and so did she. Anyways, she will tell exactly what she says because she was there in the sports card room still when it was big, and all those connected people were there. And when she makes that comment about, if you think we didn't absolutely accuse people of this stuff, you're crazy, because there would be all out wars. There was a few situations, and some of them made news, and people got destroyed. Their careers got ruined because some of the shady shit they were pulling. So,
Eric, I'm going to point out to you that the history of the hobby has clearly indicated that if someone got destroyed from it, they weren't very good at it, because some of the shadiest characters in the game have been here for decades and they're still here.
Yeah, well,
in fact, they got promoted.
Well, that's because people are stupid, and this hobby has very short-term memory, which we discuss all the time. So
Indeed.
that's not surprising. But
indeed. And also, quick side point to your point about the idea of I haven't spent enough time in Clubhouse if we didn't totally accuse people of this stuff. Listen, I would just blindly accuse you all of everything because you're probably all guilty. You're all guilty.
Yeah. It was a very interesting place. I'm glad I was a part of it. I'm glad I met a lot of people. I met a lot of nice people through it. I also met a lot of assholes through it and shady people through it. And there's still one person in particular, if I ever get my hands on them, I'm going to physically harm them. So, it was an interesting experience.
It was the fight club of the hobby.
It got brutal sometimes.
Except everyone heard about it, Bobby. The first rule of Fight Club is don't tell people about Fight Club. It's like, yeah, y'all failed. Y'all failed the first thing.
All the people who come from Fight Club, Clubhouse, talk about Clubhouse like it was this special event that only they know. It's sort of like, we don't care.
I think it was pretty special, to be honest with you. I mean.
Listen, I agree with Eric, Bobby. I think it was special.
Yes,
very
special. Very special. Mm-hmm.
The specialist of special.
You had.
You couldn't get more specialer.
No, could not.
It was very interesting.
For special people.
You have people that were so well connected in every part of the industry.
What is well connected? What did you learn that you didn't know before?
Oh, I learned a lot of things, to be honest with you.
I didn't name one.
I learned a lot about auction houses and what goes on in these auction houses, like PWC.
Okay, I learned that in 2004 with Master. Okay, go on.
Okay,
Eric, what does your subheading say?
Not competing with Bobby.
You're not competing with me. I'm just looking to be impressed with something that you did learn in there.
What I learned, and then you immediately start talking about what you already knew. I'm nowhere near you. You've forgotten more about this than I know. But
I think everybody knows auction house, scam, everything. Yeah, sure. It's always been there.
I learned a lot about grading. We had people in there that worked for PSA for a while that taught us and told us a lot of stuff that was going on there.
Didn't they have NDAs? I don't know.
He left, and he didn't really give a shit.
So you're saying that illegal stuff was going on in there?
I didn't say that.
You just said that.
You just heard a lot of the dirt that was going on behind closed doors that you wouldn't have heard somewhere else.
Well, you had the
best they had to confess there. Yes, they had to confess to you, Eric, because you were a doctorate.
It was like confession. for a lot of people working in different industries.
It was more self-adulation than anything else in there. That's it.
You know, Bobby. Back in my day, when you did shady, back in my day, even in my youths, when you did shady shit, you didn't tell everybody and their brother.
What's that?
I said,
No,
if you do shit, you don't tell everybody and your brother. That's what stupid people do.
It's not something you brag about.
No,
But
no.
You don't tell the retired cop that you did all these things that you didn't.
No, you know what it reminds me of, though? You know what it reminds me of? Seriously, here's another movie reference for you.
Yep.
It reminds me of The Big Short. You guys ever seen The Big Short?
Oh yeah, I love that one.
Yeah, so there's the part with Steve Carell, and they're having a conversation amongst themselves, and the guys that had done all the loans and everything with no collateral and whatever.
Yes.
They were talking to them about it and how much money they made and whatever. And the one guy is, I forget the sequencing, but the one guy says like, why are they confessing? And the other guy's like, they're not confessing, they're bragging. That was Clubhouse.
Those are the guys down in Florida, I think.
That was Clubhouse.
Well,
that was awesome. That's Clubhouse. Yes.
Own experiences. I really enjoyed it for the period of time that I was active in it, and I got a lot out of it.
Sure.
And I
with Eric and yeah.
I wouldn't know Amanda. I guess I would know Brad by now, but that's where I met Brad. I wouldn't have met Tim, which probably would have bettered my life, but that's a side point.
All of these things would have bettered your life if you never.
There's a lot of people I met in there that I consider friends now, or I'm friendly with. Billy, I met Billy in there. Now, would I have met Billy through this? Yes, but I already knew Billy before coming on here.
And Carvin, and Jay Lee, and
that's where
going on.
That is where I met all of them. Right.
Let's go in the new video world. Let's go do things that aren't video. Okay.
Scandalous.
Privately, though.
Scandalous. Here, this is Kin. Bobby, love those Parker's videos. There you go.
Thank you.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Part 3 coming.
There you go. Good stuff. But yes, that was quite a special time. I got to be honest. It was a special time, truly.
Everybody found their niche back in that time period. Everyone was looking for something a little bit
And as a
different.
doctorate of special, Eric is uniquely qualified to tell us these stories.
I ended up on this stupid ass show during the same period of time. So
basically everything came up Eric.
Clubhouse? No.
Everything came up Eric. It's unbelievable.
My life was completely out of control. I was on a crash course. Obviously things were not going well for me.
And they are now?
But no. Well, I'm not on Clubhouse anymore because it's pretty much dead, and it's not really something that people are using anymore. But I'm still stuck here for some reason 5 years later. So
you will have that to talk about in your future. About
it's the contract and in perpetuity.
True now.
Well, Eric, have you considered that now, since the FTC and the feds are coming after the sports card hobby, that you may be subpoenaed to go to Congress to speak of all the illicit deeds and things that happen on Clubhouse?
I'll testify in court.
That's what I'm saying.
Too late.
Yeah.
Anybody clip this out?
Oh, thanks. we got the whole thing. It's unbelievable.
Need that done quickly.
It's incredible. But yes. Yeah. So Dan, what he was referring to was
he's on Clubhouse right now. Look at him.
Yeah. Eric is on Clubhouse,
but he's still looking.
Eric is on Clubhouse saying, they're on to us. They're on to us.
And there's only one person in there.
Shut it down. Shut it down.
It's the guy who never spoke.
So anyway, what Dan is referring to here is there was, if you guys remember the Mint Collective, ye old Mint Collective, they used to have those panels that they would do for the various things, little symposiums. One of the great symposiums was, Bobby, get ready for this. This was the ultimate meeting of the minds. The ultimate meeting of the minds.
It was a Mensa meeting, really.
No, but this specific one, though, there was one specific one. It was Cardboard Millionaires. Becoming Cardboard Millionaires was the name of the panel. And in that panel, and Eric, you're going to love this.
In some pretty high-end cards, so.
Eric, you're going to love this. There were only goats. Only goats, man. I'm telling you right now.
All right.
Back in the day, check it out. This was the panel back in the day. So I'll show you.
I seem to remember this thing. I don't know.
Yep. So in this panel, from left to right, we got Hobby with Cage.
Yeah.
We got Layden.
Yeah.
We got Eric with a K.
Yeah.
And old Jay Lee himself.
Right.
All the Cardboard Millionaires. But listen, and by the way, some of you may not Some of you may listen to the podcast or stuff. Some of you may not. But in case you forget, just obviously we talked about Layden. We talked about Eric with a K. We got
Layton's
old
got a
Jay
hell of
Lee
a
on here.
tan there, eh?
Yep, we got old Jay Lee on here.
I
But
don't remember ever talking to Leighton, but the other guys I used to talk to all the time.
they're all there. But let us not forget our good friend Cage, because
Guess what? Because you're poor.
Mm-hmm.
bam!
That's what you are.
It's a beautiful thing.
And P. Ryan said the same thing with Dr.
Eric Ryan, he did.
Eric, it all comes together. Eric with a C. It all comes together. It all comes full circle.
Mm-hmm.
Don't
So did I mention a little earlier that, listen, if you don't want to be associated with any, Bobby, if you don't want to be associated with any sketchy or shady characters in the hobby, may I suggest no longer being videotaped or pictured with anyone in the hobby, just to be on the safe side?
Or be on Clubhouse anymore.
Yeah, like anywhere. Don't be there. The clubhouse, or as I like to call it, the cardboard cartel.
Mm.
There is a cardboard cartel, but not that
Oh,
cardboard
yes,
cartel.
not that one. Yeah.
But there is a cardboard cartel.
And where is he now? Nowhere.
Name. Give me name. Name's there. But yes. Quite the illustrious group. And if only we had listened, Eric, we could have been cardboard millionaires too.
Damn.
Well,
Yeah,
They
what
had
happened to all
59
that?
minutes and 3 seconds on that.
you had your opportunity. Okay. They were giving that information out for free. You could have easily gotten that information. You chose not to. Now you're poor.
Well, Eric actually did make out pretty good because he went from eating out of garbage dumps to buying some high-end cards. Now, that just doesn't happen overnight. Just
He's
saying.
had a very interesting life.
Interesting, I would say yes.
Whatever
Life, I would say
whatever
yes.
people's feelings are about him, he's had a very interesting life, and I applaud
haven't
him.
we all?
And I applaud him for some of his things
Yes.
and
I
other
did too.
things and opinions. I distance myself from.
Mhm.
Crazy. Indeed.
So a friend,
So,
but not
anyway.
a friend.
Listen,
A
it's all
friend in
about
need
7
is a
degrees of
friend
Kevin Bacon.
indeed.
You're my friend, unfortunately, and he is an acquaintance.
Wow.
Oh,
Wow.
God damn.
Wow. I don't know who that's more insulting for.
Yeah.
TW says, I make
Taking that over.
147K, cash American, doing data analysis work, and sports card got me another 45,000 last year. I don't care to know anyone in the hobby. Stay in the hiding, stay in the shadows, TW. I believe in you. Spike, good evening. Hello, Mr. Dan. Indeed.
Well, he doesn't quite make the Millionaire Club here, so just trying to say.
Hey, it works out. It happens. It is what it is. Listen, I happen to know, Eric, that the easiest way to become a cardboard millionaire is to start off as a cardboard billionaire.
Yes,
And then just lose
exactly.
my-
That's easy.
That is
Anybody can do that.
Mhm.
got that right.
It's no challenge.
Yeah, you start off as a billionaire and you become a
Yes.
millionaire. It's the great investment.
Easy. Easiest way.
It's the big
Easiest
short.
way. Yep. Easiest way.
Mhm.
Piece of cake. So that was fun. I got a lot of mileage out of that, Bobby. That was pretty good. That was a lot of mileage. Between that and the clubhouse bit, there was a lot going on, man.
Oh, yeah.
There was a lot going on.
Mhm.
Anyway, so I'll open it up if the chat wants, there's anything the chat wants to kind of touch on and discuss. Otherwise, we go into random stuff because I've got some fun random stuff.
Rando.
Oh, yeah. Well, listen, one thing that I've been getting into lately, obviously I go down various YouTube rabbit holes. By the way, chat, if we can talk about it, we'll get there.
Mhm.
So, feel free, let us know if there's anything you'd like to discuss. We certainly can. We can talk about it. To make the 8% club, pretty easy to do. Yeah, go for it, man. It's all good. But most of us are already. Good job. Good job by you. What I was going to say, I go into various YouTube rabbit holes. And I got to tell you, Eric, for some reason, lately, like the last week or two, one of the YouTube rabbit holes that I just decided to get into, and I think I caught one video by accident, Bobby. And then for some reason, I think because it's getting cold, because it's been cold outside, and I'm not a big fan of the cold anyway.
Yesterday
And
was
I just-
beautiful, but today,
Yeah, but there's been days the last couple of weeks, so
Definitely,
definitely
yeah.
been chilly.
some snow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
60
So-
and raining. So people were complaining about I'm like, dude, it's 60. Who cares if it's raining? I'm not freezing my tits off. This is freaking awesome.
60 is about 15.
60, yeah, give or take, yeah. It's about right. That'd be
If
good.
you would have watched my video about Gordie Howe, you'd know that.
So anyway, what I was going to say was that, so because of that, I kind of enjoy, as I am a man of the Schadenfreude, as you are well aware. that led me down indirectly. I think I found one video by accident and then went down a little mini rabbit hole. I've been watching a lot of like van life and people like stealth camping inside of like a truck or like a van.
There's some nice vans, I'll tell you.
I was like, listen, there were some vans that were more decked out than Eric's house. And I was sitting there like, what the hell? There was one dude. Listen, there was one dude, and I was watching this video, and he had a whole game set up in his goddamn van.
Mhm.
He had like a piece, and he had like a kitchen and like I'm sitting there like, dude, you got a whole build out. What the hell's going? He had like this multi tens of thousands
he
of
went
watts.
into it, you wouldn't think he's in it.
But that's the thing. As soon as he opens the door and you look on the inside, he can like fire it up, and he's got
Full-size
like
fridge.
and I'm sitting there like, what the hell is going on here? And then he's literally playing on this wide ass screen monitor with a whole PC build out and everything. I'm sitting there like, what is happening right now?
Yeah, it's amazing.
I was like, all right, hey. But the ones that amused me the most. So that was a crazy one. But the
You
one that
don't live
amused
down
me
by
the
the
most.
river with those ones. But I'm just saying.
Well, I don't think you need to be bounded by the river with that one. The
You
one
can't
that
live anywhere with that.
the one that I thought was great, Eric, is when some people are sitting there like, and I would wonder what possesses someone to think this would be a fun thing to do. It's like, all right, guys. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna go out and we're gonna try to camp in the van in -30. And I'm sitting there like, why? Why would you intentionally want to do that?
That doesn't sound like a good
No,
time.
you would have to have a propane hookup somewhere.
I've seen multiple. So again, I went down a rabbit hole for a little bit, Bobby.
Sure.
And I watched. There was the guys who tried to do it with the propane. There's the ones that tried to do it with like these little space heater things that are powered by the propane as well. There's different kinds of. But then you have to also have a ventilation. You need a carbon monoxide detector. There's a lot of shit you need to do just to make sure you don't die in your damn car.
Well, it's basically like a trailer. You know, you can go there
It
in the
is,
wintertime and have a furnace and have all of that. So a lot of them are set up like that. But -30, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
You don't have
it's
the
for me-
insulation to keep the cold out.
Well,
Yeah,
I'll
that
tell you. So Michelle and I and the kids went to
down by the river in a van.
Again,
that's if I don't stop.
it's a new vacation spot. It's cheaper.
If I don't stop spending money on sports cars, that's where I'm going to be. But
Pretty much.
we went to the
I'm still listening.
Right.
the Boston, Expo Center, whatever the hell it's called. The big
Boston Expo Center. What the fuck are you doing?
I forget what it's called. Where they have like
The
comic.
Toronto Sports Card Expo Boston edition.
Anyways, it doesn't matter. Anyways, they had it was filled with like vans and trailers and camping stuff, right?
Yeah.
Some of these things are like $500,000.
Yeah.
They are unbelievable. You could definitely
Those are like Peterbilts and huge, massive.
You could
Provost.
absolutely sell your home and go move in one of these and be unbelievably happy. They range from like Ford vans, all the way up to Mercedes vans to these bigger things, and then next the buses, and then tractor trailer trucks, and it blew our mind what is out there and if you have the money, what you could get just simply to go camping is or to go across country, to do a cross country trip or something is freaking amazing. But even just to get a Sprinter van, you're looking at close to $100,000. And that's not even one that's all decked out all that great. So some of these were like $500,000 or more. It was just absolutely it blew my mind. I might go back this year just because it was just amazing to look at these things.
Mm-hmm. So name here said here, didn't know Carlos was a Steve Wallis fan. I wasn't, but I caught some of his. So you called one out correctly. I went to double check just to make sure. I haven't subscribed to any of these folks, but I did get a kick. I've been getting a kick out of it. Like I said, it's been my recent rabbit hole. So quickly, I'll share this. If you guys want, I'll leave a link in the description to the replay, folks. So he's got 2 million subscribers. Like I suspect at this point he's making some money off of this as well. He's probably doing okay. But what's interesting is like he's got all these videos, but his subgenre, and of course you have to have subgenres. It's not enough to be a camping channel. You got to have subgenres of camping. Yeah. So he does a lot of stealth camping. And Eric, this is where your van life down by the river may work.
Yeah.
And listen, I'm envisioning right now. I'm seeing the vision.
Okay.
I'm seeing Eric stealth camping outside of the expo months in advance to make sure he doesn't miss. Because the thing with stealth camping, remember, Eric, it's stealth. like a ninja.
Yeah.
And the reason it's stealthy is because you're trying to avoid detection. People realize you're a goddamn squatter. Why are you camping in this place?
That's it. A squatter.
Yeah.
Glorified squatter. Yeah.
That's basically what it is. But this guy's got 2 million subscribers, tons of views on this. Like here, secret fort under bridge. How far is that from van down by the river, Eric? How about camper disguised as pallets?
Oh, that's cool.
Fake bear trap camping.
What?
Yes, fake bear trap. And then you got business park roundabout camping. Hide in a business park. Floating tiny RV lake camping. Yes. Yes. And here, hold on, I'll scroll down. Abandoned rail stealth camping. You've got, there was another one that I watched for sure, and I think it was a couple of years ago. There's a lot of roundabout. Oh, 2 nights extreme cold stealth camping. That was one of them.
That's just not cool. No,
I'm sitting there like, are you out of your goddamn mind? So Eric, like I said, my Schadenfreude was activated because I'm like, I'm kind of enjoying watching these people suffer. It makes me feel better about myself just being in my condo, and then I'll just turn on my heat pump a little higher as I enjoy this. So that's one extreme, and then the other extreme is the dude who's got a goddamn gaming rig in his tricked out van. It was wild. Eric, he's got like a 12,000 milliamp hour like power system built into the damn van.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
They'll spend a lot of money on them.
I was very impressed. Like, look, I was very impressed.
These things, I can't say enough about them. They had everything you could imagine were in these trailers and vans and campers and these houses on wheels. It was insane. What was at this expo that I went to?
Well, say it with me, Eric. Spring Expo stealth camping. Bougier channel. I'm seeing the vision, Bobby. I'm seeing the vision.
As a table and sleep under the table and never leave the show.
Well, actually, the table drops down, then you make a bed out of it. Anyways, yeah, that's what happened.
If it was one of these channels, though, Bobby, he'd be sleeping under the table, but he would have installed like a monitor on the bottom of the table and then flipped it down. And all of a sudden, he's watching the Bruins game while sleeping under the table.
Gaming, yeah.
I'm gonna do it at Marcel's booth.
That'd be amazing. That'd be great.
His table, sleep under there.
Yeah. So real quick, I'll read the comments and get caught up. So Spike was asking, do all show promoters need to have separate shows for TCG? Some people make that argument because there is a lot of TCG. I think the newer shows have a bigger issue with it because it's hard to get enough sports card vendors. If you already have an established show, then a mix is easier to do because then you already have enough sports card dealers established.
But once the mix goes too far one way, then you end up with a lot of guys, disassociating themselves with the show, and that's what's happened with me with the CGC, CSC. Sorry,
but that's part of the issue though with having a newer show. For them, it's like we need to make sure that we have enough business to do it. Not enough sports card guys are setting up often enough, and then it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy.
I don't think it was a sports card show, anyways, to begin with. It was kind of partial between that and the TCG. So. It's unfortunate, but and that's why I only go to certain shows where they just have vintage vendors. There's maybe 2 or 3 out of 50 that are TCG at these shows that I go to. Otherwise, it's not worth me going to the other one because I'm shopping 4 booths, 3 booths, if I'm lucky, that have anything that's even close to what I even like. So it's sort of a waste of time. Where before it never was. There was a good even mix and a lot of guys coming out, but now I think we get far less. Of those type of people coming out, and nothing's new and interesting. It's the same guys, same stuff, same everything. Yeah.
Well, that kind of creates the problem though. If you don't have enough variety for the sports card guys that do set up, it's not going to draw enough people to come in and buy, and in turn, it's not going to motivate anybody else. The TCG guys know they can make their money, so they'll show up anyway and buy tables. So it's easy math. Everybody looks at it and goes, "All right, TCG's selling fine. Put the TCG on the tables."
Every month I can find like 40, 50 different new items and bring it to a show if I was to do a show every month. Where these guys, anything new? No. And everything's almost set up in the same spot as it was the week before, the month before, the year before. It's like, when do you realize this stuff's not selling? Like, bring something. Like, oh, it's hard to find stuff. No, it isn't. Not really. It really isn't.
Well, the only reason at this point that I would go to one of the CSC shows is because if I happen to have some cards that I want to if I want to have any cards that I want to drop off at Slab Sharks. Yeah, so like let's say I have some stuff because they're set up. I can literally go there. I'll look
It's a
around a
double
little
dip,
bit and then
sure.
drop off the stuff, and there you
Yeah.
go. And then at least
Walk
it's given
around,
me
see what
a
you
reason.
find.
At least it's given me a reason to be there, because at least I've accomplished something. And then if I happen to find something, great. But I don't have to expect it.
Generally, it's the same sports guys that those shows right now.
Exactly. That's what I mean.
And the one guy never has anything for me because he's way overpriced and he doesn't bring anything new and interesting. He's just, there used to be a couple guys there that weren't bad, and then they just didn't go back because obvious reasons, right?
Mhm.
Just wasn't.
Junk Wax here says I'd so do that if I wasn't into sports cars as far as the van life piece is concerned. Eric is turning his mountain bike into a camper. Facts.
Ooh, wouldn't that be
TW
something?
says, I think it'd be great. TW says you guys should watch Free Solo. The best dirtbag vans are retired ambulances, overlanders.
Yeah,
Eric, this can be part of your strategery.
Yeah.
I have seen Free Solo a couple times. Absolutely fantastic documentary.
There you go. Saba here. Good evening. Just got in. We talking about the FTC situation. So I'm going to give you two options. You can go back like at the beginning of the show or like an hour back, and we talk about it. But if you want the short version, here it is. We're highly entertained, but it's a letter from a congressman to the FTC. Until the FTC responds, there's no situation. That's the short summary. Until the FTC actually responds, there's no situation yet.
Government is coming for us.
Well, it's coming for Eric.
Yes. Do you think he sent it certified mail?
I hope so.
Hope so. Yeah, because otherwise you can't trust the mail system.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny. I lost 2 items. You know, it's funny. The guy who mailed me one of the items said, "Hey, I'm missing blueprints and some checks." And I went, And then the other guy who sent me something, same time. It was just when they were going to revolving strikes. So I said, So they both mailed out at that time. And then this guy got his stuff mailed, but he didn't get it either. And I'm saying, I wonder. And this is what happens a lot of times with the Canada Post or any other company that gets hacked or whatever. They never say anything unless they have to. And I think something was stolen at that point. I think they had some. And it would be an ideal time to rob a container or or something like that with the Canada Post, because I lost in 30 years. I've lost nothing really for the most part. A book arrived without the book in it. Ripped out of the bottom. Other than that, I've never really had much of a problem. Here's the same week they mailed it, October 26th, and 2 items never showed. And this other guy says, "Hey, I'm waiting for blueprints and checks." He goes, "They haven't showed." He goes, "But I keep waiting." And so it's like the same timeline. I'm just sitting there going, something had to happen. It's not just that they're missing. It's not that they haven't caught up with the mail. I think they had a robbery, and they'll never tell you.
You're saying this is a sports world. Eric happened to be working the shift, 5-finger
Something
discount
like
situation.
that. Yes, I would say. That's about as close as you can get to the truth. Yeah.
They call him the Claw.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, name says, Steve is rich, but suffered a lot of loss the last few years. His wife passed away suddenly, and then his best friend, crazy neighbor, a short time later. I did see some videos that alluded to this. So yes, that is unfortunate. Steve being the Steve Wallis, the one with all the different stealth camping videos.
Oh, too bad.
That's unfortunate. TW says Yosemite, Banff, Red Rocks, as far as some recommendations. Thank you for that. Steve is camped in some wild places. Traffic Circle was cool. I'll send you the link to that YouTube channel, Eric. You pick some random stealth camping thing. It's hilarious. It's hilarious. He's got 2 million subscribers. It's not a joke. Like, it's a huge channel. It's impressive.
We should do it with his 48 kids.
It'd be amazing.
Go sleep in a traffic circle.
Those are the Mormons.
Eric with his 48 kids, he'd be able to build a palatial estate.
Yes.
It'd be stealth living in a kingdom.
Just saying.
It's like all of a sudden Eric is like, why is there a gigantic new building installation in my driveway? It's like, no one will ever suspect. The name and his 48 kids are just living in your driveway. You don't even know.
You won't even know. Yes.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
They build an entire barracks and you don't even know.
Tied into your sewer system and everything. You just don't.
Yep. There's a guy in Alaska who's a pretty cool setup on his one Ford F-350. Camps in crazy cold weather. I believe this.
F-350, really?
Yep. Name says stealth camping under Jay Lee's table. That's what I'm saying.
That would
Install the TV. Install the TV.
Mm-hmm.
Sipping on a couple of Guinness while stealth camping under Jay Lee's table. Watching the Bruins game. I can see it right now.
I'm going to be under Marcel's table, I said it.
Well, the problem is you've had a lot of concussions. You go the wrong way. And before, wait, Bobby, what if Eric goes and he goes, all right, I'm going to camp under Marcel's table, and he's out all these concussions. He's got a bad sense of direction. And before he knows it, he ends up hiding under Len Potty's table.
Oh, that's
Oh,
Amazing.
won't that be funny?
Content.
No,
I
like to
smell
see when
content.
He lifts the veil, pulls back the curtain.
no.
Mm-hmm. Hell to pay
Mm-hmm.
for somebody.
Right there, Bobby.
He
Content.
He yells at me.
Oh, that would be, yeah.
Content.
I need to film that. Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Let's see. TW says, I heard Doctoro Jimmy Beckett. I like Doctoro.
Mm.
Had a camper van. Did card pricing that way in the 80s. Maybe. That would add to the story.
Actually, that would make sense.
That'd be good. Yeah, why not? All right, so Dan here saying, did you guys discuss the Chamberlain rookie that PSA downgraded from a 10 to a 9? So that was the one, I think we had your buddy Eric when we were talking about that Chamberlain card. I think it was a
Eric?
Chamberlain rookie. Yeah. Well, we had a basketball card guy. The name, help me out. What was his name? He was the basketball card guy, and we were talking about the Will Chamberlain rookie.
Yeah, it was my friend Jeff.
Thank you. That's what I was looking for. So Jeff, we discussed kind of this card at the sale at the time. And so it got downgraded from a 10 to a 9. And then Eric's favorite, Geoff, kind of revealed that he was cut an $800,000 check.
Oh.
So it was downgraded and he got a check for 800 grand. Devastating scandal that one was.
I don't understand how it even happens. How does it get downgraded? The things that,
Because it shouldn't have been a 10 in the first place.
Maybe.
It's just dumb.
So now it's more accurately graded and he got cut a check.
Mm-hmm.
So they admit that, yeah, we suck.
Well,
now,
Eric, don't we tell you suck all the time? You should admit it.
Yeah, but I don't get an $800,000 check.
Well, you should get no accurate air for your suck. It would be you giving us an $800,000 check.
That's the thing. Yeah, it's like the like button.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't,
And we're getting to the like button comment. This is an important one coming up here.
Oh.
So yes, and we should all be so fortunate. Why can't we get scandals that work? When do I get a scandal for PSA that makes me money, Eric?
yeah.
I like money.
You have to go deep. And you have to know
Overgrade all
people.
my damn cards, and I want to get paid off. Let's go.
You have to know people.
We really
And
should.
you had to be in Clubhouse.
I know we have a Beckett, shit that Beckett does, but maybe we should start doing one for PSA too, because
No, we don't touch Brad.
Eric, the first card they ever graded was trimmed. Like, we don't have enough time.
it's just, I don't know. Grading is just not for me. I just think it's a scam.
Grading's a scam. It's a
think-
service.
I think
You can choose to use it or not.
it's just,
Eric, I think you're not getting to the bottom of this.
I don't
Cards
think
are
it
a
is
scam.
either.
Cards are a scam.
it's just not for me.
Cards weren't a scam, but they are now a scam.
They're a scam. Super scam. The
Scam.
scammiest scam that ever scammed.
I just, wow.
Good evening, Ham. Just joining. Is the government investigating why Carlos's like button rates are so low for Eric? Right, I should raise them.
I think the FTC should know.
Well, especially after he owes us $800,000 for his suck.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah, he owes us a crap
Once
ton of
you
money.
finish back paying that, then we'll garnish you wages. How do you garnish your wages on him? Like, where do we have to get a bill? I don't
know. We got to talk to somebody, man. I don't know.
the Michelle, is it like what? Does it go that far? Kathy
There's a
even?
lot of
like. Does
there
it go
are
that deep?
levels. There are levels to this, man. There are levels to this.
Must be.
I got to tell you, Bobby. I got questions. I got concerns. I have a lot of questions that follow up on this.
I have
And
answers, but
it all
not so many
started with the
questions.
it all started with the clubhouse scandals.
It did.
It all started with the
You
clubhouse
had to
scandal.
open up with that. It just
That's where it all began.
can of worms.
I know what's going on.
We're there.
Name says I've been subscribed to Steve Wallis since 2018. So yeah, been a fan since day one. Boom! Look at your name.
Fuck you.
You've been doing that for that many years? Holy shit.
Oh, how does it get to 2 million subscribers? It takes time, Bobby.
Yes, true.
Justin's here. Good evening, Justin. My favorite PSA poop moment was Nat Turner regrading his Michael Jordan BGS 9.5 Triumvirate. Yes, with corner dents. His PSA grader gave him on camera a PSA 10. Posted it just to try to
amazing how they
justify
do
it.
that.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's
You
what I
had
said.
to give him a 10.
Okay. So Eric, hold on. I will be serious for a moment.
No. Okay.
Yes, I'm going to do
Serious
it. I'm gonna do
mode. Go ahead.
it. I'm going to do it. I'm doing
Let
it.
me answer a text here.
Here we go. I'm doing it. Eric, remember when I said I am a man of the Schadenfreude?
Once or twice, I think I heard
Yes.
A few times.
Part of being a man of the Schadenfreude is that you enjoy the suffering of others. Dan did an episode with me that was called Cardboard Cynics. Eric, what does being a cynic mean? Do you know what being a cynic means? I'm going to pull up the official definition, but do you know, like, conceptually, what does being a cynic mean?
Yes, you find the negative in everything.
Sort of, yeah. That you're in the right track. You're in the right track. Let me give you the definition. Let's use the AI overlords. I'll give you a definition from AI. A cynic is someone who distrusts human sincerity, believing people are motivated purely by self-interest, often showing disdain for altruism. Now, that is very that is very heavy.
I like that one. It's good.
It is. But part of the important piece there, people are motivated purely by self-interest. Do you know where this plays into this conversation? I'm being serious. Do you know where this plays in this conversation? Let's make something really clear. I am never going to sit here and tell you that PSA does a good job because I don't need to. No, it goes back to the conversation we had about KSA. If I said that every card that KSA graded was graded incorrectly, that would be untrue. If I said all the cards in KSA holders are incorrectly graded or fake or any of those things, that is wrong. That is 100% wrong. There is no absolutes in that. No, it's complete. There's a $17,000 Gretzky with your name on it, Eric. $17,000. Yeah. And there's a 76 Boubior card that is the prestige, that is like a grail of grails of the hobby in your collection right now.
Next week, I will bring you the picture of that.
Perfect.
Gretzky
So
card.
the point that I'm making here is that anything where I'm going an absolute statement like that would be wrong. Here's where people run into a problem. And I can say this comfortably. PSA is graded probably like 100 million cards at this point, give or take. It's a ton, a crap ton.
Oh, it has
Guess
to be.
what?
Yeah.
There are millions, Eric, that are graded 100% correctly. Millions upon millions. You know what else is true? There are millions upon millions that are graded incorrectly. There are tons that are fake. There are tons that have been altered. That also means millions have been graded correctly. Now, you know what's funny? There are a lot of people, Eric, who submit tons of cards to PSA who know this. What I just said is 100% true. They know this. And they still send cards to PSA.
Why?
Do you know why they still send cards to PSA?
Yeah.
Even though they know this, even though they know what I just said. Why would they do that?
Return on investment.
Correct. Remember what I read you the definition a moment ago? Motivated by self-interest. Eric, if my goal is to take a card, increase its value in some way, and then sell it for more money, and PSA can do that for me, this is a question, do I give a shit if they can do the job correctly? Do I give a shit if they're good at the job? Do I give a shit if they're corrupt or not corrupt? Do I give a shit about any of these things?
No.
Not unless it affects you personally.
Correct. Thank you. That is 100% correct. So if I submit a card and they grade it correctly and it enhances value, am I a happy camper, Eric?
In your camper van down by the river.
I am there. I'm there. And not only that, Eric, I am in my fancy van with my fancy computer setup where I can be playing Overwatch. I can be playing all the games with my headset, trash talking the kids.
Yes.
That's how fancy I am. I can do that.
Yes.
Because I have all the monies because I'm making them. So as long as I am making the monies, Bobby, I don't give a shit if they screw up everybody else's order every single time for the rest of eternity. I don't care.
As long as they
Why
get you.
should you?
Long as
And I
get
shouldn't.
No.
So, Eric, I can know all these things. So again, I'm never going to tell you, oh yeah, you should go send that card to PSA. No, I'm not making any recommendation of the sort. I'm not telling you to send to them. I'm not telling you to send to Beckett. I'm not telling you to send to SEC. The reason I have fun with this is because I can go like, guys, I can point to each one of these graders and I can tell you there are shady people working at this company and there have been questionable problems with every single one of them. And then all the new ones, there are questionable characters over there too.
No way.
It's almost, Eric, like there are shady characters in every aspect and category we got. Shady dealers, shady card companies, shady manufacturers, shady everything. I can find, if we're looking for it, Eric,
Shady
we can find
clubhouse
it.
members even?
Oh, doubly shady clubhouse members.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
The shadiest.
Mm.
There are some who even spell their name without the K,
Don't say.
but with the C. They had an Eric with a C and Eric with a K.
P. Eric Ryan.
Even worse.
It's a new name
So-
I got for you. That's all.
The reason why. I was being serious. I was having a little dramatic flair at the end.
That way. We all
But I
looked at
was
it
be-
as serious.
But everything I said, I stand by because that is all true. So you can know these things and still participate inside of it, because as long as you know that is the case, then you can operate within the landmines that the hobby exists in. You want to go fix it? You want to take that on, Eric? You want to take the landmines out? By all means. You know what happens with people that take out landmines? You better make sure you do it right, or you're going to blow your goddamn leg off, your arm off, or your face off. Or
Your
you figure
hip.
out how to move around, or figure out how to move around the landmines.
Mhm.
And if you figure that out, some of us have been walking around the landmines for years, and we just go on about our business and be done with it.
I know those people very well, and they've done a good job. And can I, talk bad about them? No, not at all.
Yep.
People
So
have to
it's-
do what they want to do in this hobby. Whatever happens, happens. If you're scamming, it's a different story. But I mean, if you're using what is out there for your own purpose to advance whatever you're doing and doing it legally, then more power to you. Like, then you're smart. And you're working the system, so to speak. And I think that's a good thing. We all work the system in our way, and in different ways. Be it a seller, buyer, whatever. For your own system, upgrading your card, whatever you're doing. KSA to PSA, whatever you're doing. It's all out there to do, and it's legal. And then again, as Carlos said, do they grade right? Yes. Do they misgrade? Yes. Do they?
Yep.
It just never ends. At a certain point, you just kind of sit there and just do what's right in your path, and you're going to have an enjoyable hobby for the most part. Whether you're making money buying and selling, whether you're collecting, doesn't matter. Enjoy the hobby for what it's worth, as long as you don't engage in ill repute. You're okay.
Does Tag ever do anything right?
Don't talk about ill repute in my what?
Does Tag ever do anything correct?
I'm sure as a coaster,
They
they'd be
have
great.
to be doing something correct, because you cannot lead that much money and not do something correct.
Oh, you
Why
can
think
if someone's
they're
funding
big on
it.
TCG,
You
are
can't-
they not? Is that their thing?
Bigger compare. In sports cars, they basically don't exist. I'm grading on a curve here. In sports cars, they basically don't exist. So like they're so meaningless as to be irrelevant.
They are. So it is TCG,
in TCG
mostly right now.
Yeah, but then our question, the open question we kind of asked for the longest time is, are those TCG numbers propped up by like a few repackers who are sending in volume? So like, if you're a grader, and let's say because there are certain repackers that are sending them like stacks of cards, because they're doing them relatively cheap, and they can then put them in the repacks.
Yeah, I guess
so. Like, you don't actually give a shit about the grading or authentication or anything. The point is to put them in. The slabs look nice enough. The cards look okay in them. Throw them in a repack and be done.
Like, give them credit. Yeah, that's a good.
Be done with it. And be done with it. That's basically the only objective.
And when you're pulling something, it's about the card, not about the sort of grade, right? Company.
Yeah.
So
it serves a purpose. So what I'm asking is, so if that's the case, then are they still really a legitimate grader or a viable grader if their only purpose is to be reslab fodder? They're basically glorified arena club, because arena club, that's what arena club does.
They're serving that purpose. So
yeah, but that's basically what arena
money
club
in that
does.
purpose, I guess. Yes.
Yeah, but what I'm getting at is that's what arena club does. Like, in a bunch of the repacks is arena club slabs. So they basically have their own slab to then put cards in, so they can put it in the repack and then pretend the card is worth more because now it's slabbed.
I guess.
So it's kind of like a built-in. They got the marketplace. They got the repack.
Anything, right?
Yeah.
Sure.
That's what I'm saying.
So it's a good thing for them, but I mean, does that dissuade the buyer? I don't think so.
Well, I go back to what I said before. When it comes to those companies, again, that's the reason why I did that whole bit there where I was being serious. I was having a little fun with it, but the reality is everything I said, I stand by. I don't grade a ton of cards on a year-to-year basis. I'll grade some, but every single one of them I'm doing with to go back to what I said before. I've done a lot of stuff with PSA Canada through the years. The cards that I send in have been graded fine. But I'm also not death. But I'm not death staring them. I'm not sitting there going like, "Oh my god, it has to be a 10 or else."
You grade with specific intent more than you do about specific a profit, I guess, in the sense.
And that also means that my volume is going to be.
But there is profit involved. Yes,
there can be. But my point is, my volume is low. because of
Oh,
that,
yes.
because 99% of my cards do not require it. It's not necessary. Like, don't need it. Actually, you know what, Eric? I didn't get a chance. I did get a piece of mail today
Oh,
from the Slab Sharks. So I can actually show this real quick.
Oh,
We'll show a
nice.
card. Why not?
a card. I like cards.
That is
I like
nice.
those cards.
Is that a KMU stick?
Nope, that is a manufactured stick.
Okay.
Ah,
It's just for the look. They just went for the
Mm.
look.
okay.
Yeah. Still very
It's a nice looking card, though. Nice auto on there.
At least it's on a piece of wood opposed to not.
So, Eric, so this is another one to add to the stack with the Medano PC and all the different autographs I own and everything. Nice looking card. It's out of 25 in green. Nice looking set, everything. This is one of those ones. Picked it up, got a good price on it. Guess what? It's in a top loader. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to leave it in the top loader and put it in the box like this.
Ta-da!
I don't need to grade it. It's not necessary. Like, I already have it. It's in the top loader. It's fine.
You know, Eric, I know
We're
you
good to
say
go.
this, and I'm not taking this out on you. I'm just saying, you know, I don't believe in grading. It's like grade if you want. It's not a prerequisite to collecting. And
No.
I think a lot of people get carried away with, you know, all grading companies. Who cares? Don't use them if you don't want to. Like, it is one of those things, and I said it's like an ancillary thing that you don't have to do. It's just only for people who want to really flip and make money.
Yeah.
You know, if you want to do it for personal, that's fine too. But
Yeah.
it's not a necessity for this hobby. Actually, it's such a third party that's so far and away from the hobby that it really even shouldn't be included in the hobby. It's sort of a separate service that's way above, beyond, you know, the hobby, so to speak. In that
Bobby,
sense.
you're undermining Pat Ryan's entire letter.
I know.
His letter is if the third party grading
I
thing goes
know,
through,
I
then
know.
our lives are ruined. It says in the letter.
I know.
Eric,
I
he's
didn't read
undermining the letter. The Burrell is undermining the letter. Abort.
I know. I'm trying to, but I'm just saying. I have
Shame.
my opinions.
Yeah. So real quick, I'll read a couple comments and we'll finish up. Like, so again, guys, we can talk about whatever. I thought I would mention it because I oscillate between taking it seriously in the sense of sometimes, Eric, I kind of have to be serious for a minute just to like really
Yeah.
make sure I convey the point. But then other times, like, guys, the whole hobby is kind of a joke. And if you try to take it seriously, that's where you
Yes.
run into problems.
Yes.
And I feel bad for you because I have, like, legitimately, next year will be 36 consecutive years that I've been in the hobby. I never really walked away. I just had time when I didn't have a lot of money sitting around or a lot of time. When I was in university and I had only beer money for the most part, I'd still troll eBay and buy like $5 cards. And then I haven't sent
I
home.
only had beer money. That's so good.
That's all it was. It was just beer
Because
money.
beer was more important than cards. I'll tell you.
Beer was way more important than cards.
Yes, of course.
Beer's more important than cards now, but now I
But
can afford
actually,
both.
that's the best thing, you know, is the hobby is it is what it is, you know.
Yeah.
Enjoy it for what it's worth.
Yeah.
You know,
But I
all
just
this
want
other
to
stuff that we
finish the
talked
story.
about-
I just want to finish the story, Bobby. Just
Yeah,
hang
go
on.
ahead.
I just want to finish
Sure,
the point
sure.
that I'm making. So during that time, I had a very limited budget because I'm a student. I don't really have a lot of money sitting around. Beer money is the most important critical thing. So got to have that. But I would still troll around eBay and I would find like $3 or $4 cards, especially local sellers who could minimal shipping. I'd have it sent to my parents' house. And then when I'd come to visit, Carlos Sr. would hand me a stack of little envelopes, really inexpensive stuff. So even when I was doing that, I still was adding little pieces to the collect. It wasn't big stuff. It was small stuff. My point that I'm making. All these decades in the hobby collecting, none of this stuff ever bothered me. I was around when third party grading started getting popularized. I was around at the beginning of that. I was around as it got bigger, and it didn't serve a purpose for me. When it did serve a purpose for me, I'd use it. I would buy certain cards, I would get them graded, and then I would sell them for more than what I got them for. Other ones, I just like having a fancy holder. So I was okay. When Len Potty and I were doing submissions, PSA Canada, when they're still a bulk submitter, it was $8 US per card bulk.
I remember that, yeah.
$8.
That was the special of the month. It was
Yeah,
$8.
that was
It
special.
Awesome. Yep.
So I'd grab, Eric, like 6 or 7 cards. It was
Guys
small
were sending
batches.
hundreds of cards in. It was
yeah.
just
But for me, it was 6 or 7 cards. I paid the shipping. You had to fill in all the lines and blah blah. It was all
$50
manual. You had to
with-
fill it in, whatever. And then I'd get it back in a couple of months, and boom, we're done. I have my cards.
And boom goes the dynamite.
That's right.
Mm.
But and then all these years later, over time, I've graded more cards. Done it through ComC, done it through PSA Canada, done all this stuff. I've submitted to all of these. I even did an SGC card through ComC while they still allowed you to do it because I figured, why not? We'll give it a go. The point is, I've used them all. They serve a purpose. It's fine. But if they all went away tomorrow, who cares? If they're all here tomorrow, that's great. Doesn't matter. It's okay. But that's why I say I enjoy still that, but then the contrast is like, well, then how can you spend the time on Monday talking about, because that's still entertaining to me. That's more fun for me than somebody just showing me 500 cards. Like,
Yeah.
I don't need to see that. It is fun to talk about, and people were engaged. Like, they were very passionate about it. They had strong feelings, and that was good. That was fun. And then we could have Eric with the Beckett hat and have him switch out to the PSA shirt, and that was a lot. We had a lot of fun with that.
Well, that is the online sentiment that's going on. Is really, we're not talking about the hobby. We're talking about the other things within the hobby that are kind of funny or stupid or dumb, and that is really the mainstay. Because if you look at, the hobby information, a lot of people commented about my Parkhurst videos, and that's great, and I appreciate that very much. The time that goes into them and what you get out of them in views is nothing, and it's not really even. Like, people say they want information, but they don't. They really don't. Because if they have a choice to click something, oh, this sold for $16 million. Okay, they're clicking that.
Yeah.
They're not coming back to your stuff.
The proof is in
So
the
as
pudding.
much as people say what they want, they don't. Or they
Yep.
don't have the patience to go through it.
The proof is in the pudding. They're
It is.
showing you always with
For
the
sure.
click. They're showing you. So Justin, I'll answer this question here. Any update on the Gretzky glove shorts auto from the Cup?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know what update you're looking for. The card's been pulled. It has a bad auto.
Yeah.
We know this. Yeah, so
But
we know that. So
What's
is
the
there something
upgrade?
specific
Is there
you wanted to know?
anything said about that beyond?
I haven't heard what the person who pulled it wants to do with it. I'd assume they'd
I'd
have
send
some
it back.
options. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I would ask Upper Deck to make it right.
And I think they
But I haven't
should
heard if they-
stand
I
up
haven't
and
heard-
say something or do a public statement.
Yeah, I haven't heard if they've said anything about it or wanted to try, but I assume. Look, it's fresh enough where if you wanted to give it a try, I don't see any reason. No harm in asking. If you've got the card and want to do something about it, you could ask them to make it good for you.
Actually, Carlos, I did a video. What was it? The 2002 Expo, getting my Gordie Howe autograph. First time meeting him.
So
I've
that
seen
was
him many
the what
times.
2002,
Yes,
2002-ish
the same one you went to, I think.
for the bobblehead.
Yeah, for the bobblehead.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we could have been standing beside each other in line. So
Possible.
I did a 3.5 minute
Well,
video.
well,
that
remember,
took me-
I didn't stand in line. I got the bobblehead from the side of the table. I
do you mean?
skipped the line. So they had a stack of bobbleheads already signed on the
Oh,
side
I
of the
didn't know
table,
that.
and I literally walked. I saw it, and then I saw the line, and I was like, and I walked to the side, and I was talking to one of the handlers, and I was just like, it's like, are those for sale? And he goes, yeah, $75. You want? It was the same price, and I was like,
Yeah.
here's your $75. Thank you. And then I just went and I
Oh,
went
you
back
just
to the
walked
car.
away. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just went back to
So
the
I
car.
stood in line because it was about the handshake and meeting him. Like, that was the personal thing. The bobblehead and the signature is fine. That was great. I still have it and what have you. But I did a 3.5 minute video on that kind of thing. And
Okay.
I was thinking about you when I was doing it. I was going, I wonder if I was in line with Carlos. But no, he skipped the line and just bought the
No, Carl-
bobblehead. He didn't even meet
Carlos
him.
got
Okay.
got the bobblehead and went on
Yep.
about his business.
Yep. Okay.
Then Carlos Sr. and I
it was
went to
kinda
Tim Hortons and
'cause
had coffee.
I went back through the old. I had the Expo magazine from that time.
Oh yeah, the program.
So I showed it all and stuff like that, and so some old pictures of me. Boy, that was I look pretty young there. A lot of guys were saying, yeah.
Yeah, I know they won't do it. I do kind of wish they still had the program.
I talked to Steve about that, and he goes, "I wish somebody would take it over." And I said, "Don't look at me like that. I'm not doing it because I really want it. And I'll say it this way, if you don't have it in hard print, then you have a bunch of sorted videos that you got to try to find. As much as videos are great, how are you going to document the hobby when you have 50 million videos to go through and try to find, hey, what happened in that? At least you can look through and say, oh, these are the signing guests. This is what happened. You have a hard copy. There is something to a hard copy that actually can't be replicated on the video sense. Oh, it's great to see the video and great to see people there and stuff like that. But having that piece that you were there, it's more of a it's like a ticket, like in a sense, right? You were there. Look, I was there, physical copy, opposed to video trying to find, oh, where was that video? I don't know. You search 50 million videos and you can't find it. So anyways, there's something to be said about that. So
Yeah. My one regret, I do kind of wish, obviously it predated when I was doing YouTube stuff. I do kind of wish I had at least some pictures from the
why didn't we
90s
take
expos.
pictures? We didn't have cameras on our
Well, they
phone.
were.
Well,
we didn't have that camera on the phone. It would
we
have been much
did,
easier
but
to do.
it was early. Like
Very.
I
Primitive.
actually
It
took
would-
videos. I had a little video camera, so I actually did a lot of pack openings. But 2006, 2008, 2010.
Yeah, I would.
You know,
I would love to
like
have
to
some
do the
archive.
90s stuff, but I got a couple pictures, but man, we just never took pictures then. You had to have a camera.
Yeah.
Digital
I think
cameras came out in the 90s, late 90s.
they were. Yeah,
early 2000s.
I had a digigital camera then, but it
Or
was
they were
also still very.
affordable. I meant, I
It
wasn't.
was still
like,
very primitive. It was still very primitive.
Yeah, I know.
I-
No,
I
they were
do
pretty
co-
good, but yeah.
No, I had some of them. They were kind of junk. I would love to have seen though a little bit. I would have loved like say 97 because around that time we still had Pinnacle was still around, Leaf was around, Pacific was set up at the expo. So we actually had the manufacturers there. So it would have been kind of nice to have been able to have some images from that.
Yeah.
Because I remember being in line for some of the giveaways and some of that stuff there, and that they had it for a little while there. That late 90s period, there was still a little window there where we had those manufacturers actually coming here.
I
And
know.
it was kind of an interesting period.
And the signing guests, they had in another room there. They had Phil and Tony Esposito, brothers sitting beside each other signing stuff. I remember going to see them and I forget what I got signed. I don't even know where it is anymore. It's like, that was 96, 97, something like that. Anyways,
Yep.
Those were the times that I wish I took damn pictures. I was right there, but I just didn't have a camera. And we didn't.
Got the one with Gordy, and that's all that matters.
What would have been a good one, actually.
Yeah, that was actually, one of my earlier ones. Yeah, sure.
What would have been a good one is when Bobby Hall was signing for Canada Post.
Oh, shoot. The Canada Post crowd. Yes.
Yeah.
I was there, but why would you take pictures?
Yeah,
I think we took advantage of the situation that it was pretty common. Gordie Howe was around.
I actually
around.
was organizing.
Oh, you got those were cool back in they were selling for good money. Today can't give them away, but I mean, it's nice.
Wasn't that the image that was on the plate?
Yes,
this was on the stamp. On the stamp and the plate too, I think. Yeah, they had a blown up version. So this is a stamp and a plate, and then they actually had this lithograph, and you could actually go. And it was a very cheap. I think if you bought this, basically, Bobby Hall would sign it for you.
It was freebie, yeah. Well, he was working for Canada Post at that time.
And then they gave you the stamp on the back.
And so was Bellevaux, and so was Cornwall. They were all, yes, I know. Is that an LOA kind of thing?
I actually think it's just like a little promo, but they gave you the stamp. So
it's enough. It's enough for an LOA, yeah.
So, but it was all together.
Yeah. And thinking back at that time, that's pretty early, but you would sit there and go, you wouldn't think anything twice about it. You just kind of we didn't think about taking pictures because we're not thinking in this time period. We're thinking that time period. And it was just like, I was there. It's like, I'll take a picture. Please.
What? No middle finger for this one? I thought this one was good.
No. Paul can go screw. He knows why. Anyone who watched the post expo show knows why. And I still have this piece of crap sitting on my desk. All right. So
what is that?
Paul and screw Bill Ranford.
Bill Ranford auto on the puck.
He's a great goalie.
Suck. You both.
Bill Ranford was an amazing goalie. Had that hawk on his head and everything. It was beautiful.
No, they played that practical joke on me at the expo, the two of them, and they screw the both of them.
Did I miss that?
We specifically talked about it. Yeah, it was a story with Paul and the Bill Ranford thing. It was good.
Oh,
it was
I
good.
missed that. Okay.
Yep.
What happened?
Yeah, so,
He teamed up with Ranford to play a little prank on me.
Oh, I missed this. Oh, really?
Yeah, both of them.
Huh.
One for Paul, one for Bill.
Woo! Yeah, I never heard about that. Probably because I don't give a fuck. But anyways, I'm just saying.
That's probably one of the reasons.
Justin here says, I was wondering if people are still talking about the Gretzky card. No, they moved on already.
No.
On to the next.
We have next. What is the next thing?
Oh, there'll always be something. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be exciting. Good evening, Brad. Let's see. Signed a $1 bill at a bar. Bobby Hall was great. There you go. It's a good story.
$1 bill. When was the $1 bill last around?
Well, if you're in the U.S. up until basically now.
Yeah. If it was today.
Yeah, like Eric likes to use it when he Emmanuel in Space doesn't cut it, and he likes to go visit a buffet. He needs $1 bills.
You guys may not believe me.
Because he wants to go like this to when anyways, yeah.
Not one time in my life have I ever been to a place like that.
I bet you've been to
a buffet. What is a place like that?
The place where you go like this.
Eric, if you've got enough $1 bills, you can do that wherever you go.
True enough.
I've walked out of two bachelor parties as the night was heading in that direction. I just went a different direction and said,
You went like in this
understand.
direction.
They were going here, and I was going there.
Sure. Yeah. Junkwax here says, I have recordings for the last 2 expos of signers on my YouTube page. Good stuff. Good on you. There you go. So if anybody wants to check it out, I've got the handle on there.
20 years will pass, and you're glad that you did it today.
Mm-hmm. That's right. So real quick, let me scan through here. Brad says, tuned in. And Black Hawk had right away. Well, it was appropriate. It fit right into the story, actually. And I was literally, so right now I'm officially on Christmas break right now. So the next couple of weeks I'm going to be working on, I'm actually want to reorganize some stuff in the office. I think some of those books are going to get reorganized. Some of that stuff's probably going to get donated to the library, put some other stuff in there. We're going to try to fix the background here a little bit, make some changes. So
Who
that's the
signed
plan.
that?
Bobby. Not
Bobby
or,
Hall?
the other one.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
I can't see from here, so.
Yeah, it was Bobby Hall was
Makita,
first and
I
then
think
Stan
is that
Makita.
one. Is that Stan Makita?
Yeah. Bobby Hall and Stan Makita. Yeah.
I missed the big S and T. Yeah.
Tony Esposito.
Looks like Phil.
Yeah, just tuned in. It looks like Coach is having a tough night. Every night is a tough night.
There's Phil.
Phil Esposito.
Yeah, signed cards are really big. Like Phil's like 82, something like that now. Still around.
I think he might even be 84. I'm not sure.
Oh, is that one? Okay, yeah, he's up there.
Oh, wait a minute. I got more Blackhawk stuff. I keep finding it.
Bobby Orr?
All right, you keep sharing Blackhawk stuff, and I'm going to keep reading the comments.
I'm gonna be right back.
So it says, after the beautiful wrapping job he did on that puck, too, I think it was paper towel for the men's room, maybe. Dan says, Eric told that interminably long story about getting pranked the night I was pounding beers on live. Facts. Early 90s for the $1 bill. Finally. That's right, Louis. It's all good. Great stuff. Yep. Now we got a lot of miscellaneous crap going on around here, man. There's a lot. Over the years, you accumulate a ton. Let's see here. Phil's doing private signing
Louis.
in a couple of weeks.
I just want to say hi to Louis. Hi, Louis.
Yes, hi, Louis. Louis, are we getting you on tonight? Should I send you a link? You gotta let me know. I've been trying to get Louis to actually join us on one of the lives, but he keeps absconding. He keeps absconding.
That would be nice, but he's a very
Louis, ignore your other obligations. They don't matter.
He's a very busy guy. He's got a family, and he's basically too big for this channel, to be honest with you. He's way too big time to be on this little piece of shit show. So why would he get his hands dirty coming here?
Counterpoint, that show has Phil.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a really, really, really good point. Yeah.
That's like sinks you like to the Marianas Trench.
Yeah, that
all the way down.
Louis, I tried. He came back with a really good point on that one.
That's a good point. Yeah. Anyway, Zach says, Christmas break. I'm in the middle of working like 17 days straight. I've been down that road, Zach. You have my sympathies. I don't do that shit anymore. I did. There was a time I did, but not anymore. Not these days.
I've been working way more than usual too, because working in retail, Christmas.
That's the time. Yeah, retail around the holidays is ridiculous, especially if you do put it. The multiple weeks in a row was the call center. That was where. Now I got paid time and a half for all the overtime, and then I would do the holidays. I worked Christmas, I worked New Year's, all those ones in those days. But that one you had two choices. You could get paid time and a half and get a day off, an extra day off, like extra vacation day, or you could get double time and a half. So I always took double time and a half. I'm like, nope, give me the double time and a half. I'll work Christmas, I'll work New Year's, Easter, any of them. I don't care. Curious. It's been a while, Eric. How did your friend make out on the crappy signatures Tom Brady and all sports side? Ooh. Did your buddy Tom make it right?
No. What? So it was proceeding. And
I'll be right back. Go ahead.
No, it's really a short story. I can't even drag it out. It was
what? You could scream lawyer a couple of times. That'd be good.
Lawyer. And then my friend and his two colleagues, were moving it ahead, and then they sat down with their lawyer, and the lawyer just gave them some honest information about how, you can't prove As much as we know it to be fact, you cannot prove malice that he messed these things up on purpose, because he did sign them contractually. He did what was supposed to happen. You paid money for an autograph, you got an autograph. Now, legally, it's done. But we all know in the hobby, you can put your autograph on something, or you can scribble on it and screw up, a Super Bowl last touchdown in his last Super Bowl to Gronk football, and you can mess it up, and now it's ruined, and the value isn't there. So
Now, Bobby, I think one thing that Eric is skipping in his story is that his friends tried to get the autographs cheaper than normal, because that's not normally what they go for.
Oh, is that how they do it? Okay.
so they
There's a scam everywhere. Oh.
they found a loophole. They flew down to Florida, where
Mhm.
Tom Brady was at a conference.
Florida man.
So Tom Brady was doing a conference about, I don't know, some
Autographs. Something.
No, it was some power of the minds. I don't know, mind over matter, and Tom Brady don't matter. So
Eric, you could use mind over matter.
I think
I don't know. It was some cult bullshit. So anyway,
cult. Mind over matter is not cult.
it was some culty bullshit. So anyway,
Anything that involves the mind to Eric is a cult.
Yes, true enough.
Math is a cult.
Yes.
That's true.
Mhm.
Clubhouse, a cult.
It kind of was.
Cult of personality, maybe.
All right, I'm muting you because I want to finish reading these comments. Mike here says, Carlos, how do you think the Packers will do now that Mike is out? Pain. I'm hoping. So they're still a decent team. They're an inconsistent team. They'd be better with Micah playing. Alas, he is not playing. And they actually have many more injuries. Micah was out. Watson, Zach Tom. Like, there's a bunch of players actually they had injured on that. Are they still capable of winning a couple of games here? Yes, absolutely. But is that a given? No. I think it's going to be tough. I would like to see them do well. It's unfortunate because they have a better chance with better players. But right now, what I want to see some consistency. And if I see some consistency, I will be a lot happier. I think, I could be mistaken, I think they're playing on Saturday. I think the NFL did one of those schedule thing for the holidays. And I believe there's a Saturday game this
They
week,
always
if I'm not
do,
mistaken.
yeah.
Yeah, so here we go. We got a Saturday doubleheader. That's actually not a bad deal if you want to watch some football.
For Saturday, it's
Phila-
not bad. It's not much.
Yeah,
of a
Philadelphia,
holiday, but
Washington, and then Green Bay, Chicago. So they got a doubleheader on Saturday. So the good news, I don't have to wait all the way until Sunday. I'll find out how they're doing by the end of Saturday night. We got the primetime game. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. So I'm crossing my fingers. I'm hoping for the best. But I have no reason to be overly optimistic. But they still got a shot. Zach says I'm retail, one of the couple of key holders, so I have to be there a lot. It's a commission job, pays well, as long as it pays well. Make sure you get your money. If you're going to put in the days and hours, make your money.
Gotta make the money.
Eric's friends are lucky; they aren't recruited into a cult. That'd be great.
I would never recruit you. You're a jerk, and I hate you.
It's a double cult.
Perfect. Yeah.
Let's see. Bear says Ogzun and Burden 3 out tomorrow. Going to game. All right, well, have fun at the game.
I gotta
Have a good
ask Jackass something. Hey, Jackass Paul, did you get the damn package yet, or what? Christ Almighty! It's been a month.
Package? What package are we talking?
It doesn't matter. All right, I sent them a mail
Care
bomb.
package?
I sent him a mail bomb. I wanted to see if it got there yet, and blew his fingers off.
Peruvian marching powder package? What are we talking
Eric doesn't have any.
Or what do we?
Little Peruvian Bam Bam.
So, Bobby, Eric has never been to a gentleman's club per his story from earlier, but he knows about 450 nicknames for blow. Isn't that interesting?
He does. Isn't that funny how he caught that really quick?
Mm-hmm.
I've never been to a club ever.
My favorite will always be Booger Sugar.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And
That's
you
my
learned that where? Mm-hmm.
Well, I was a drug and alcohol counselor for like 20 years. You know.
Oh, so hearsay.
Did you was your counseling one for you?
Yes.
One for me.
Well, I felt as if I had to make a connection with the client.
You have to, yes, of course.
The Eric's philosophy was sharing is caring.
Yes, it is.
Indeed.
Yeah,
Amanda's asking
Sharing
a
is
valid question.
sharing, so yes.
Yes, Jackass Paul is not super nice. Paul from the Expo. He's not super.
He
nice.
is. Paul's always good.
No,
He's very chill.
Paul's a
Very
big,
chill dude.
stupid
Yeah.
jerk face.
He
and
got
I
a
hate
free ice cream from me.
He's a big stupid jerk face, and I hate him.
And
Wow.
I was happy to give it to him.
And
Wow.
I tried to send him a mail bomb, and stupid Canadian Post hasn't gotten there yet.
I
So-
know, 'cause
so,
they lost the
Bobby,
whole batch.
This is
That's
the
where
kind
my
of
stuff
confession.
blew up.
Yeah.
Anyways,
So this is the kind of confession, Bobby, that normally would be reserved for Clubhouse.
I know. You have to watch what you say here. You can be clipped.
I was going to say,
No.
someone might actually hear you and clip
Clubhouse.
you.
Clubhouse, yeah. Different place. It was a private place where you could say anything and get away with it.
Actually,
People behind their back, and yeah.
you want to hear something funny? It had a recording setting, and if you opened up a room and you forgot to shut the recording part off,
Yeah.
you could go back.
So what was so fun and bad that was said in those groups? Honestly,
I can't say.
just a whole
So-
bunch of people talking to want to hear themselves talk. That's all.
Well,
it was.
well, Bobby, though, like, look, I got to be honest. Like, Eric,
I checked in one time to one group, and it was just.
I hear you, but I
okay.
just got to say, I know about the unsavory characters that were there, and Eric's trying to downplay. He goes, but
Unsavory.
anybody said anything specifically. And then you tune into Clubhouse, you're minding your business. Like, all right, I got a couple of minutes. You tune in, and that is how I planned the Kennedy assassination. Okay,
There you go. Yeah.
is that what happened? I see.
You did have a membership, did you not, Carlos? I think you did.
Well, it was just an account. Yeah, I tried it a couple of times, but I really never
I
liked
couldn't
the
figure
program.
out how to
Never liked
get
the
in
program.
groups. It was like I went into this other group, and it was just like a bunch of weird
It was
people.
easier if you followed some people, and then you would
Yes,
get
it was
the
all
little
about following
notification.
somebody. Yes, and
Yeah.
I just went. I give up. Why am I even?
I knew a few folks, so I could basically use that, but I never liked it. It was kind of annoying to me really quickly.
Yeah, one room. Everyone wants to talk. Everyone wants to be somebody.
I'm gonna kill this guy. I swear.
You should.
Name. I swear to God, if I ever get my hands on you, I'm gonna choke the life
Wait,
out of you.
which
well,
guy?
he was at the show
Wait.
the other time, and you were
Hold on,
buddy-buddy
pause.
with him. So I don't know.
Pause.
Oh. Sorry.
Eric, are we talking about swearing to like the content gods or false god?
The content gods.
Okay, just making sure. It's important.
I swear to
Not,
the
not a
content-
demigod. We're talking about.
Yeah, like Eric, we can see more of the background. We're in the content god megachurch right now, the holy
Yes, we
place.
No, I swear to the content gods that if I get my hands on him, I am going to choke the life force out of him. So he'll never be able to say and or
You have
type
to reach up a little higher.
since day one ever again.
He is taller. He's a little taller than you. Yeah, so
Yes, he is.
I would say that's valid.
I will get a step stool. I don't care. I'm going.
You could keep the step stool underneath Len's table when you
That's
go
it.
in camp.
Give you a headrest
stealth camp.
at least. Yeah.
In stealth camp.
I hope this kid isn't listening like last week.
Who? What kid?
If one of
Steve?
the 48 kids, he has to do another road trip
Oh,
at another
okay.
hockey tournament. And
that
I
meant Len's kid. Sorry.
think this kid's listening to this on the road trip. It's like, Dad, did that man just threaten to murder you?
Yes, pretty much.
Yeah, it's a weekly thing, son. Don't worry about it.
It's
Regular
common.
occurrence. Regular occurrence.
Yeah,
That's
it's
right.
Friday. Don't worry about it.
Sounds about right. Sounds about right. So there you go. So we got that. So chat, let us know. We've done a little expo stories. We talked about some of these other matters. We touched on that. There is one other thing, kind of and I already talked about my rabbit hole. Now, the stealth camping content has been tremendous. The extreme cold camping, and I'm sitting there like, why would you intentionally do this to yourself? I'm fascinated.
I think it's
Fascinated.
content more than anything else.
It's fascinating.
Because why
I'm
would
just
you put
sitting there-
yourself through it without insulation? Like you got to run that heater.
No, the thing,
Why?
Bobby, what I'm interested in, so like there's two versions of it. There's the people that like seemingly want to just torment themselves. Then there's the ones who are like trying to use a little bit of ingenuity, and they're trying to find different ways of insulating. They're like, okay, so we're going to do it, but I'm going to use this type of insulation and this type of heater and do this and do that. And it's a whole operation because you've got to try to maintain, because if you use certain types, so for example, I've watched enough of them now. If you're using one with like a propane tank, some of them only have a certain amount of capacity. So it'll work, but it won't work all night. So you got to kind of figure out like, okay, so how do you do it in a way where like you can maintain the heat level?
You
There was
can't.
one guy who did an external tent, and then did a thermal tent inside of it, inside of another thermal tent, inside of a
What?
tiny one. It was like a triple layer thermal tent.
So he, in between the tents, he would have heated air, right?
Yes.
You keep it thermalized. Yeah.
Well, so like the tents themselves had insulation. All
Yes.
of the individual ones had insulation. And then, so that he basically triple
What do you
layered.
got, an R2 insulation value for
I-
a tent? Like,
I-
fuck. You can't even
Bobby,
get R10 out of fucking 5 tents. So, you can't even get the basic cold out of your tent at that point.
I just enjoyed the different approaches, because the different ones will try it different ways. And then because you've got to take care of all the necessities. You're trying to maintain a certain amount of heat. You're trying to make sure you have access to, you got to have your camping food and stuff. And then I'm sitting there like, everything is in a can or it's out of this. And then some of those ovens, the heaters, also double as ovens. So then you can heat the thing up, and then they're cooking with it as well. And then you're using your carbon monoxide detector because you don't want to like die.
Yeah.
So I'm sitting there like, this seems like a lot of work, Eric.
He's been
Seems
parked
like a
up
lot
down
of
by the
damn
river
work.
for such a long time. Wonder what's
Mhm.
going on.
Yeah. Mm.
No CO2. Oh.
But I got to tell you, Eric, fascinating. As a viewer watching inside of a heated house, fascinating.
It is actually nice when you're warm and cozy.
Intriguing.
I mean,
I kind of enjoy it.
I grew up outdoors. That's where I prefer to be. I mean, I out hiking or biking or being outdoors in the woods is my favorite place to be. And I've done winter camping, and I got to tell you, don't love it.
I was going to say, yeah.
Don't
So
love it. Done it, don't love it.
I grew up with trailers, so we had trailers. And that was back in the 70s, but I mean, holy shit. There was no insulation. You didn't want to go up in the wintertime. Didn't
So you're
matter.
saying you did. So you're
how
saying
much-
you didn't. So you're saying, Bobby, you didn't have the trailer with the Atari. The Atari.
There was no Atari at that time. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Well, the '70s. Atari was in the '70s.
Not up at the trailer, that's for sure.
I was gonna say we imagine
You
Eric.
couldn't get
could you,
2 channels if you're lucky. Like,
Eric,
honestly.
could you imagine a 1970s version of that van that I described to you? Imagine like a CRT television. And
It wouldn't
Atari.
be. No. It'd
And
be,
VW
No.
microbus, and it smells like weed and
the best we had was Pong at that time. So there you
Yeah,
go.
that'd be about it. Yeah.
in the 70s, and the Atari system came out in the 80s, if I remember correct.
No, Atari was like late '70s.
Yeah, late 70s, but even still, it was early and new and expensive, and nobody wanted it at that point. We're still old school at that point. If you're my age at that time, it's like you're past that prime of being a kid, sort of.
Wow, you're trying to say you're really old. Anyway, Atari, 1977. 77 was when the Atari came out.
Officially, yeah.
Yeah, because you got to remember in the 80s, because remember technology moved a little slower, so they had a run of several years where that was basically the height of technology. You got in television, and some other guys are trying to do some
I
stuff.
like
ColecoVision,
Yeah,
ColecoVision had its thing run, but like they had the Atari 2600 had a good run because it was in 1977. You're kind of at the leading edge. You're basically right there because nobody else is really putting out anything.
Not much of a leading edge, but yes, of course.
You could connect it to a
played
television,
Dungeons
and you could
Dragons
put
on
cartridges.
television. It was just like Stickman walking. It was so stupid, but it was fun.
Yeah, but that was
Because you
that was
don't
when
know
they had it.
anything beyond that, right? Because
Yeah.
it never advanced, and I never got past that point. I was out in the working world doing stuff.
Yeah,
So
well, guess who liked playing Atari more than she should have, and took away my Atari time because she was playing it.
Michelle,
It was your mom. It was your mom.
It was my
Kathy did really.
Kathy liked the Atari, and
Was she good? Was she good?
Yeah,
Probably.
She was not good at certain games. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I would want to play Atari. I mean, no, in a minute. I'm almost done. 3 hours later, she's still in there. Bleep, 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 and it's like, can I get something to eat?
She's retired.
No.
Well, the problem is, Bobby, what Eric is describing is still happening like last week.
Pretty much. Yeah.
It's still like
I
last
think
week.
he
It's like
meant
Kathy,
last week, but
Kathy's still
Kathy's
still dominating. All these years later, she's still dominating.
I'm talking like 1983, and she's playing Asteroids, and I'm like, I haven't eaten in 2 days. I am as the little kid. I
Just
cannot
make a
make-
sandwich.
And she told you could eat if you went to the van down by the river and
Make a
fish with the
sandwich.
van
My
man.
God,
Woman,
man.
make me a sandwich.
and then she beat you with the controller.
Eric never got a dinner.
Oh, it's like
Nobody knows
So real
that
quick,
reference.
so
Someone
Justin,
might know.
Justin, while we're making fun of Eric, I'm not familiar which card you're talking about. Can you tell us which card it is, and then we can comment? He says a $3 million card sale. I didn't catch it
Last night?
So yeah, he says last night. So I didn't catch it.
Okay.
So you'll
That's
have to
low
you'll have to
end
let us
on
know
the
what it is.
totem pole in today's world, right? So
Yeah, Paul here got an Atari 2600 for my 6th birthday in '82. So there you go. But that's why I say, like, up until, remember, the Nintendo Entertainment System didn't come out until 83, 84.
yeah.
I think in North America it was like 83, 84, something like that.
So
I'll
I'm
double
20
check, but I
years
think-
old in '84, so I'm not into video games, right? I'm into buying cars and whatever, putting stereos in your car and all that other stuff. I didn't get into video games, so I missed the loop. Because
85
most baby
85 for
boomers
North
did,
America.
right? Sorry.
85 for North America, 83 in Japan.
Oh shoot!
Yeah, but 85 in North America. So actually, Atari had a pretty good run there. So from 77, because basically Atari had its run until the video game crash, and then in 85, the Nintendo Entertainment System brought it back in because that was what repopularized video games and relaunched.
It was
them
really
in the 80s.
expensive back then, if I remember correctly, and it was like, why would you bother? Because getting a car, your first motorcycle, it was the main thing. I got my motorcycle license before I got my car license, so I was driving motorcycles back then. And you didn't have any extra money for anything else other than gas and insurance, so just took me out of the video game world. Or some people kept on with it, but never did. So I've never really played video games other than in television and Half-Life with Steven. Yeah, that's it. Half-Life I liked. Thought that was fun. But that was a computer game, so different.
Carlos Cedar got to cheat because when I was a kid, it gave us an excuse to have an Atari 2600, so Carlos Cedar could play the Atari 2600 with me and my younger brother.
Yeah, that worked out. Timing is right?
Yeah, so it worked out. So, and then the Nintendo Entertainment System came out right around that time as well, early on.
Nintendo was
and then
good, yeah.
Yeah, so then we had that one, and then we could play that. And he even up until Super Nintendo, he got a chance to kind of play around a little bit. He could never get past the training level of Star Fox, though. But he liked trying. It was fun for him to try. He got a kick out of it, making the attempt.
So I'll tell you the history of video game devices in my homes.
Please do.
Okay. Atari 2600 in the 80s.
Yeah.
Xbox. With
Xbox? That was 90s.
It's a bit of a leap there, Eric.
at Xbox
Skipped a couple of things.
a decade ago when my daughter was like 10.
The Xbox was more than a decade ago, Eric.
Oh, yes.
I didn't say we got
15, 20 years almost.
I said we got it like 10 years ago when my daughter was 10.
Yeah.
So I went from an Atari 2600 back in the early 80s to 10 years ago getting my kid an Xbox. There was no in between. And I did not play video games other than like at an arcade, put a quarter in.
Oh, arcades. That's where I was. Yeah.
I did not play video games. I was an outdoors kid. I didn't even want to play video games with my friends. I'm like, let's go outside and run around. Let's go.
We used to go
Eric.
downtown to play at those video arcades on Young Street.
Eric, it's adorable that you're trying to tell us you have friends.
Well, I used to.
It doesn't count. It doesn't count if you look at the mirror and make faces at yourself.
I
No.
was cute and cuddly.
Not at all.
I had plenty of I was cute and cuddly.
Sure.
Mm.
So in today's edition of Eric, basically ruining his children's lives. For the record, the Xbox came out in 2001. The Xbox 360, which is the second one, came out in 2005.
Yeah, I had that. That's it. The Xbox.
That was the second one.
Yeah,
Larry,
yeah,
whenever you're good, just give me a thumbs up.
Xbox 360. That's
Yeah,
what I got
okay.
from the kid.
Yeah, so the 360 the 360 was actually a good system. I actually think they did a good job with that one.
It's in the living room.
Yeah, it's a good system. It actually was pretty good. I was impressed. Okay, Shohei Ohtani card. Yeah. So this is like that the logo.
Eric? Jeez.
The 360 actually. So the problem with the 360, Bobby, is that certain ones had like a mechanical flaw. It was called the Red Ring of Death. And what happened was there was actually a design flaw. And if you unfortunately got stuck with it, you just have to replace the machine. Like the machine was
Oh,
no
really?
good. Microsoft spent $1 billion replacing those stupid things because they had to basically recall them, and anybody who asked got a replacement. Now, once you got one that didn't have this issue, the system itself was actually really good because it was basically a PC that ran all these games, and it was actually for the era really good. So, Louis, are you good? Sorry, I didn't catch if you were good. Yeah, perfect. Good evening, Louis. How are you?
Hello, gents. How are we?
Hey, bud,
We're
what's
good.
up?
It's a
Long time no talk.
bit of a-
Sorry.
We're having a nostalgia time, Louis. You got any video game memories? Any recollections? Anything from back in the day?
How far back you want to go?
as
Well,
far as you
Eric
can go.
basically went from Atari to Xbox, so we had quite a jump there. So
Yes.
if you fall anywhere in between, you're probably okay.
Yeah, I didn't have anything in between.
I didn't play GoldenEye.
No.
No, never played.
No N64 for Eric. No.
No.
F-Zero. Was that Super Nintendo?
Super Nintendo. So the original was Super Nintendo.
Went from
Mhm.
Pac-Man to I don't know. Try to think some of the early games that my kid played when she was like 10 on Xbox. Kid games, little kid games. I don't know.
Desert Strike, Sega Genesis.
Nope.
Mm,
So in my house, we had almost all the systems basically. So we had the Atari. So Carlos Sr. and I played the Atari. There was a tank game that we played on it. That was early days. And then we got the Nintendo in the house. So we played a bunch of that stuff. Carlos Sr. liked playing Duck Hunt. That was a fun one because we had
That
the
one
light
I
gun.
liked. Yeah.
We had a light
that
gun.
was
It was a
good
fun
one.
game to play.
Well, I played
So we had
that
fun with.
buddy's house. I even remember it. It had an
Yeah.
orange plastic gun.
Yep.
Mm.
Yeah. So that was a fun one. And we got the Nintendo Entertainment System in the original box. We got that at Zeller's. And my mom used some Z Club points as part of the purchase. So she was able to get it like
I
so we
remember
got
the
that.
Club points. My
Yeah,
my mom used to say
So we
that.
had the system, and it came with the light gun. It came with the now this is when systems actually came with two controllers because they realized that people were going to play. They wanted just put the two controllers in there. It's the whole package.
If you bought
So
the
had
package deal, yeah.
Yeah, so you get
Otherwise
the two
sold
controllers and the
separately.
light gun. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you got the two. It was myself and my younger brother. So it's like get the one with the two controllers
course.
and the light gun. It's the right move. So that was a good one. Sega Genesis had a lot of fun with that one. That was one. Super Nintendo. My younger brother really liked the Super Nintendo. He was a big fan of the Nintendo consoles. We
I
did
never
have the
played
Nintendo.
GameCube. Did you have that?
I think my brother played
Even
with it.
had
He was
that.
he was the more Nintendo guy. He kept playing video games for many years. I like them, but it's one of those things where I really like the sports games, so I'd spend too much time on those. So it's like now my funnest thing is because my younger brother was so into the video games. We had you'd have the little competitions because back when Blockbuster had its World Championship thing, you had all the qualifiers. So you'd have the local store qualifier to get to the regional qualifier and so on and so forth to get to the World Championship.
Mhm.
So we had the 2 years they did that. I think it was 93 and 94 or 94 and 95, whichever one it was. So my brother and I played in all those. And what they did is they would play, they had a special cartridge. So you'd play all these games. And I think 1 year was NBA Jam. And then you had Virtua Racing. So this is for the Sega Genesis. And then I think Sonic the Hedgehog. So you had the 3 games and you'd accumulate these points based on whatever criteria they used. And then obviously the best cumulative score was the store champion. You win that, you go to the regional and so on and so forth. Now, neither one of us won any of the store championships, but both years I finished one spot ahead of my younger brother.
That's
And he was the
all
one who obsessed about video games. And it drove him insane that I finished one spot ahead of him because I would basically pick, I used strategery. I looked at the games and I said, okay, I'm not going to be as good at Sonic the Hedgehog as he is. He plays this game religiously. He is all over it, but there's a time limit, so you can only score so many points. But on the racing game, I bet I can dominate his score. So it's a cumulative score. So if you're really good at a certain game, then focus on that game and rack up the points. And then in the basketball game, I knew I could do well as well. So basically, I did well in the 2 games, did okay in the 3rd game, and that's how I got more points. It's all strategy, man.
Ta-da.
When they tell you the game's advanced, that's how you know. And being the older brother, it was my job to make sure the fact that it was one spot higher made it even better. Just knowing that it's like just behind me by one spot.
You know, it's funny. I always listen to people talk about the video games that they played, and I'm sitting there going, I got nothing.
I got nothing.
In television, that was 80s, like whatever, 90s, early 90s. No, 80s.
In television would have been 80s.
Yeah.
No, by the 90s, the Nintendo pretty much took over.
Yeah, I was finished it. 90s, I was,
Mhm.
working world and doing stuff and snow plowing and other
Attaboy.
stuff. Oh yeah, yeah. Early times. That
Did
was
you do
good.
the Mr. Plow song?
No, there's no Mr. Plow song.
Ah, then without the Mr. Plow song, it didn't happen. Wing Deer said, let's talk 90s Devils. Let's not.
Why not?
We could, but let's not. Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, when it was Dead Broke Man. I couldn't picture this. Yes. What was that?
I said Ken Danico, Mr. Devil.
Mm,
So, okay, so quick, can we talk about it? So Louis, let me bring into the conversation here, just because I think this will be appropriate. So
Okay.
the set that dropped this week was the ingrained icons. So one of my great joys. So first of all, look, Eric, even though it's later on in the show, a little bit later, let's do this. So as always, we thank our friends at AMG Collectibles, amgcollectibles.ca,
Oh,
AMG
yes.
Collectibles YouTube channel.
of course.
Yes, I did the episode. Steve was a little under the weather, so he wasn't able to join us. So it was me and Blair. We made it happen. It was okay. So Eric, he had his flu game. We couldn't come by, so Blair
Beckett?
and I managed it. What's that?
No Beckett?
No, there's no Beckett. Never Beckett.
Oh,
So
no.
we did
Hey,
the episode.
the
We did
same.
the episode, and this week it was ingrained icons. Now, I believe I did include a hockey checklist. So hockeychecklist.com. There you go. There you go.
did you?
Louis. Yes, I did. I include both links. But I told you guys I want to be able to download it. That's a feature that I really want because then it would make it easier for me to recommend it. I included both options so that people have multiple options. So anyway, conceptually, I don't mind it. However, ingrained icons with some of the names on there becomes fancy SP Signature Legends so fast. And I know a lot of people love SP Signature Legends, but for all the Future Watch autos and all that, and by the way, there are some great cards in it, but there's also some people. Eric, grab the Lucite holder one more time, please.
The one
The
inch
Lucite
one,
holder one
please.
more time.
The 1 inch.
As
Not
part
the
of
2
SP
inch,
Signature
the 1
Legends,
inch. Yes.
Love
we
it.
have people like Hal fucking Gill.
Oh,
Mhm.
I know.
He's a
But the
legend.
thing is, ingrained icons is ingrained icons, Bobby, is $300 a box.
That's crazy.
And it is possible to pull a memorabilia card of the Ed Ronin. Dramatic pause.
Dare you say?
Yeah.
Ed Ronin.
Yeah.
Wow.
Now, here, real quick, before I tell anybody, I would like anybody in the chat who is familiar, I would like you to tell me who Ed Ronin is. I dare you.
Quickly, without Googling it.
Yeah, I have the answer because I looked it up previously, and I'm pulling it up, so I want to get the specifics right, but I know who Ed Ronin is because I looked it up. But without looking it up, I want you to tell me who Ed Ronin is.
Yeah, I don't see anybody typing. Nothing's popping up.
I will give everybody 2 or 3 minutes. Don't Google it. Don't cheat.
No,
But the
it's-
point is, there are people on that checklist like that.
Mhm.
Louis, if I am opening a $300 box and I pull Ed Ronin, something's getting thrown through a window.
Well, the dude didn't even play 200 games, did he?
No, he did not. Look at Dan.
Yeah, like he knew that. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But
Mhm.
but this is an
Fucking
accurate statement.
Googler.
This is an accurate statement. This is true. He is a Stanley Cup winner.
By default.
Mm-hmm. He did play for Montreal in 93, 94 and won a Stanley Cup. So that is 100% true.
Yeah, but
So-
he also played for BU, so who cares?
Yeah. Yeah. So that was basically so the thing is, the Ed Ronin played a grand total of 182 NHL games, had 13 goals, 23 assists for 36 points. He was a
Ooh.
+3 with 101 penalty minutes.
Fighter, not a lover.
Why isn't he a
Ooh.
$300 fucking box? What the hell is this man doing in a $300 box?
250
Yikes.
maybe.
Yikes. Yeah,
Wow.
and scored 5 touchdowns for Poke High. That would be respectable.
That would be.
I'd appreciate it. Mama Ronin's son. Fair or Laura? Fair.
That is a good answer.
He was the anchor of 92%. There you go.
Yes.
Louis there, but he's not the only one. He's my favorite. He's my favorite. He's my leader in the clubhouse. But there are a couple of other ones I'm like, ooh. If you pull that guy in that, Questions. $300 box, huh? And apparently in the US, it's also $300.
I was just going to say
Which
that.
means Eric, that's $47 trillion
That's
Canadian.
a lot more here. Yeah, yeah.
And then you pull Ed Ronan.
Good luck to you.
Celebrate.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how
It's
it's
like Gretzky against the Rangers live in MSG in 93. Don't miss my 93 hockey lot. Well, I already put you ahead of Eric. Eric doesn't know anything about hockey.
Who?
Wayne Gretzky? Never heard of him either. I agree. But yeah, so I don't know. We've got a lot of boxes like that though, Louis. I always joke with the guy. I have two separate worlds, and you know, a lot of folks here, like Rob, obviously sees both sides. I kind of have fun with this, Louis. The dichotomy. There is the professional Carlos who will be on the AMG podcast, and my job at that point is to accentuate the positive. I always say this: I'm never going to lie because that would be wrong. I'm going to do my best to look through that checklist. I'm going to comb through that checklist. I'm going to figure out whatever inserts look cool. I'm going to find whatever I can. But then I'll sit there and go like, Ed fucking Ronan? What the hell is this?
I thought that was more of a Disney reference. Accentuate the positive. No, sorry.
No.
Eric got that.
Sometimes, Louis, I just sit there and I know guys at Upper Deck. They're nice people. I know they're nice folks. And I'm sitting there like, what do you want me to do with this? And there's just so many products that now fall into this category.
KSA.
Well, especially because this one is ingrained icons.
Yes, it is.
Icon? Ronan?
This is what we said with the
SP Signature Legends.
The Legends.
The word legends was the key here, Louis. The word legends is what made it funny.
And now icon.
Also, there were legends in the set, but there were also not legends in the set. Many not legends in the set.
Ronan was not a legend. No.
You can't say the L word anymore. The Hall of Fame doesn't like it.
Oh.
That's okay. They can come for me. I'll charge Eric for it. The problem remains,
unless it's Lindros. Okay. Yeah.
The problem remains is that I went through that checklist, and that one was a fun one because it was an even bigger checklist. So we went through it, and I had Brad on here, I had Eric on here, and I had a bunch of people, and I challenged the chat. I literally went through the checklist and found the most obscure names, and there were so many. We're like, who? Who is this person? Are you sure you're not making up names? No, I'm not making up names. They're in the checklist. I swear.
I'm pretty good at remembering random names from hockey's past.
You are.
And
I'll give you that.
And I never heard of the guy. I'm just like, what are you talking about?
I've heard of Ronan before. I'm just not sure if it was.
I've heard of Ronick.
Ronick, of course. Yeah, of course. Who hasn't?
I haven't heard of Ed Ronan. Nope.
I remember the movie Ronan.
Yeah, 47.
That was what's his name? That was
Reeves.
Yeah, and who else?
Ronan was another Robert De Niro movie.
De Niro, yeah, that's who it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what's funny though? Yeah, Justin here says, sorry you're beating your brother in video game tournaments, one of the better ones, top 3. I always enjoyed that one. Wes here says, wasn't the idea in the set and SP Signature Legends to pay some of these guys a bit of coin? Yeah. So the NHLPA wanted to have these guys in some set because they could give them, they could cut them a check because they could be a part of the set, get some residuals and stuff. And for some of the members, I have no problem with the concept. And this was my pitch at the time, Louis. When I teased the Upper Deck guys that I knew about it, I said, why don't you just call it SP Signature Fan Favorites? It's open-ended. You can have team favorites that aren't necessarily superstars for everybody else. They can be more obscure guys, but I remember that guy. Hey, he was.
Even if you said team legends.
Yeah, something like that. Like, but narrowing it down. So, like for example, Eric, he isn't a Hall of Famer. He wouldn't necessarily be the best player, but if there was a baseball equivalent to this, I would be okay with a Raul Mondesi Blue Jays card if they wanted to make something like that. Because I was watching the Jays with Raul Mondesi.
Holy shit!
Yeah, I was at the Jays games when Mondesi was playing.
I remember.
And the thing is, he was a good player for those teams. They weren't great teams, but he was a good player.
Just saying.
Yeah, but he was a guy who had a run. He was good with the Dodgers. He played well with the Jays, but he's never going to be a Hall of Famer. He's never going to be any of those things. Yeah. But if you're talking like a team legend, Raul Mondesi had a good run with the team.
For the Jays, yes,
team.
He did. Yes.
Yeah, so that's perfectly valid. Jose Cruz Jr., not an all-time great player, but had some good seasons for the Jays. Sean Green, good seasons with the Jays. Shannon Stewart, good season with the Jays. So if you're focusing on team favorites, fan favorites, those guys all qualify. But in a legend set, that wouldn't make any damn sense.
No.
None of them would make any sense.
Mondesi
So-
might qualify.
He was a very good player. Like for a stretch of time, he was actually overall like a good player because
he
he could do.
dominant player of the Jays at that time. Yes.
Yeah, because for him, like right now, I got it in front of me. He had 271 career home runs.
That's
quite good.
actually pretty.
That's very good, very respectable, and 223 stolen bases, 29 stolen bases, so he could steal bases.
That's
as
what I
well.
remember for the stolen bases. That's right.
So he had very solid seat. So the point is, he was a good player,
Mhm.
and for fans that enjoyed him, he was
But
a
he's
fun
with
player
the
to watch.
Jays. That's
Yeah,
the
he had a
problem,
fun
yeah.
player to watch, but that's okay. That's very good. Yeah, and Raul Mondesi was rookie of the year with the Dodgers. Thank you, Dan. So,
Oh,
like I
really?
said, overall,
Wow.
he was a good player. He was a
Mhm.
good player,
Amazing.
not an all-time great player, but a good player. There's a lot of guys that fall under this category, though. There were a lot of guys where it's like, yeah, you know what? I remember him. He was good.
I think it was great. I think good is too common.
It just depends on the time period. There's a very little stretches of time where I think his stats probably hold up to it, but there
Not
were a lot of really good
superstar,
players.
but I mean, great player is not superstar status. I'm just saying.
Yeah. The problem is, I think with Upper Deck, they're trying to like do this, but they're also trying to
they're
shoot
trying to
on some
bump it up,
players where
yes,
it's like,
of course.
you're not. Look, Ed Ronan doesn't get there. It doesn't matter how we try. There's nothing I can
No.
do to make Ed Ronan work here.
It's a
Yeah.
memorabilia card too, huh?
It is. So that's
Mhm.
actually a quote unquote hit. It's not in the base set, so you could
Right.
pull a memorabilia Ed Ronan.
It's like my videos trying to rival Louis' videos. Yeah, sort of like that. I'm catching up though, Louis. You know
get
it.
there.
You see it.
You're coming.
They're actually pretty good for the limited shit that I have to deal with. Yeah, I'm doing
That's
okay.
a nice way of that's a nice way of putting for you doing them.
Have you now? I got a question though, kind of
That was
separate from
real
that.
funny.
I
I,
got-
like
I
that
gotta
one. Okay, fuck you.
I got a separate question. Louis, have you ever thought about taking the mailbag segment and making it Comic Sans to see if you could find fonts that basically Phil can't read?
Comic Sans, he can't read.
Well, I'm just saying, go through the fonts and just find the most. How about Wingdings?
Wingdings
know if
is
anybody
actually
remembers
pretty
those.
fucking
Just-
weird. Yes,
Yeah,
I know.
exactly. And all of a sudden, Phil's like staring at it, like, what?
I think Phil's more of an impact bold.
Amazing.
Yes.
Good idea. I'm right
Just
there.
saying. I
Write
feel
it
like that
down,
would
yes,
be.
please.
I feel like that would be the thing. Just for an episode, just like completely make it the most illegible
I think that would
thing
be great.
ever, and just see if he could do it.
Okay. Mailbag font change. Got it.
Yes. Yeah. I'm just trying to add a little bit of fun. Trying to add a little bit of fun. When you ask him if he had fun, how else are we going to know if we don't make sure he has some fun?
It's Comic Sans for him all the time.
Yeah. But Ryan's like Dancing with the Stars equivalent. Yes. Dinger, that's a card that's a hit for sure. Yes. Would the Ed Ronan be more valuable than a slap from the authority? Ooh, that's a valid question there. Okay, so real quick, let's quickly. We talked about the authority thing a little earlier. So I did listen to the interview from the show.
I didn't.
It's okay. You didn't miss much.
Okay.
You
Don't quiz me.
Yeah, no, I don't need to quiz. I don't need to quiz you. So look, here's the thing. I enjoyed it from a certain perspective, but I think the part that I enjoyed the most was we were on the precipice, and I don't know if it's the Phil Josh dynamic, but like I think it was Phil. I want to give him credit. I'll give him flack where he deserves it, but I want to give credit. I actually think Phil asked a very legitimate question because I think it was him that asked, okay, so do you have any guarantee if there is an issue where something gets slabbed and maybe there's an issue with that, like similar to kind of what PSA does, blah, 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 which is a totally valid question. The answer could still be no, but it's a valid question. I thought, hey, that's a good question. And then Justice is about to kind of answer, but he's trying to go around. And then Josh immediately cut him off and went in a different direction. I'm like, no, answer the question. We're right there.
No answer. So, like if they screwed the card up, slabbing it or something, is that where Phil was going?
So there's like two versions. So the one he did kind of say is that they've got like a grade guarantee, whatever that means. Obviously they can define that. But what I was thinking along the lines of, and would have been interesting, is what if you authenticate something that is not authentic? Because that's the thing, right?
Oh, sure.
So that would be like that. So that's something where, like, we had the example earlier tonight. Dan was asking about it. PSA graded a Wilt Chamberlain rookie in a 10, which is an extremely expensive card. Then the person went and asked them to review it. They downgraded it from a 10 to a 9. But
Who
then
would
they
review
cut him a
that,
check. What's that?
For the difference.
Why would you review that?
It's on the owner's prerogative. He probably looked at it and
would
said,
you-
"This isn't a 10."
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, this is
Well, he
prerogative.
wanted to bring it back and wanted to get a recap on.
Yeah, he wanted to review it. Now, in this case,
Oh.
it got downgraded, but
Yeah.
PSA, allegedly, Geoff Wilson claims this.
Is this under the new grading rules or something?
The card shouldn't have been a 10. Like we saw that card when it shouldn't have been.
I saw it. Yeah.
But they cut him an $800,000 check.
That's big.
So my opinion is, I understand kind of Dan and other people's points, but I go, Louis, if the card is not a 10 in the first place, and then you get them review it, and then because they graded incorrectly, you still keep the card, it's still a nice card, and then you get to cut a check.
I'll take it.
Damn.
I'll
Damn.
bid.
I get some of my money back. Okay.
Yes.
That's not a terrible thing.
No,
It's
that's
closer to
actually
being more
a pretty
accurately
good
graded,
thing,
and then you get
still
a
left with the 9.
and you
So-
still got the thing.
Man, that's
I mean,
a
it
great
was
deal.
It's a great way to recoup your upcharge fees back.
Pretty much.
Yeah, I think so. 800 grand? I think so.
800.
So that's kind of where I wanted. That's kind of where I wanted. Like, okay. So we'll see. Can you insert the "Did you have a good time" Phil into the mailbags? That's a good point. Sneak it in there.
Ask the question, Wes.
Yeah. I think the owner had tried to sell us a 10 and could, so use their insurance claim against him to recoup his money. Go for it, man. Sounds like a smart move to me.
Yeah.
Except there's no evidence that he received the 800K. Yeah. Dan, there's no evidence of anything. We can
No.
never know anything for sure.
We have to find a lawyer.
Yeah.
Mm.
They said they gave him fair market value that is determined by PSA. Dan, no. Don't lie to the people. Don't lie to the people. Fair market value is determined
It's
by
never
card ladder.
fair. It's never fair.
Hold on, Bobby, forget that.
What?
Fair market value is determined by card ladder. Are
Oh,
you questioning
Chris.
the Hoj?
I'm not. No, never.
No, Dan's questioning the Hoj. Eric, this sounds like questioning the Hoj.
You never question the
Oh, You
hose.
don't ever question the hose.
No, I think that's we should put that in the number 11 or 12, something
Yeah.
like that. Yeah, never question. the
Shame. Eric, if I had the meme right
you
now,
will-
there would be so many shame memes.
Yes.
All the
Yes.
shame memes.
Ding
I know.
ding ding ding. Shame.
Dan, you are not only questioning the Hoj, you are questioning the very Hoj that is legitimized by mid-card. What is it friggin'? I always forget the stupid thing.
Midlife.
Greg,
cards.
midlife cards, whatever. Greg, Craig, one of them. Legitimized. Eric, this is going deep.
You know, Eric. Anyways, I'll leave that one.
Don't question the Hoj. Don't do it. Benarad says, thought the card passes through at least 5 sets of eyes before slapping. No, it's not 5
You know-
sets.
You know, it's kind of funny, Carlos. I've called
Yeah.
my friend Greg, Craig, for such a long time, and I never knew until I got his email that it was Greg, not Craig.
Yeah, well, it was based on the baseball
We've
player.
known each other for 15, 20 years. That's sad.
Sorry, who you knew who? Sorry?
I had a friend who was Greg, and I called him Craig, but his name was Greg.
Oh, okay.
You know, because we verbally talk and we never really emailed, and he emailed me and it was Greg, and I went, "Eesh." And I kept saying Craig, but he never corrected me. So anyways, just saying.
It's okay, Jimmy. Don't worry about it.
Mm-hmm.
But what's he thinking of me when I'm calling him Craig all these years? Like, why did he not correct me?
That you have as many concussions as me.
Maybe. Just saying.
I was going to say, I have concerns.
Yeah, we all have concerns on this one.
We all have so many concerns.
Yes, I know. It
Yeah.
happens.
Mm.
I
like that
did
you
pick up
specify-
a set. I do have something show and tell.
All right, hang on. I'll finish reading the comments a little
Sure,
bit
go
there.
ahead.
Philip here says, I appreciate that he's specifying between East LA and West LA. I want differences between East and West LA.
Well, what was it? Cheech and Chong did Born in East LA, wasn't it? That was a good movie.
Yes.
Yes.
So what was the difference between East and West LA?
Well, I think West is different than East because I think there's less crime in West LA.
Huh.
Mm.
I
Just
see.
saying.
Brandon Ryan says, may the hobby gods have mercy on poor Bobby Soul. That was Dan. Dan was the one questioning the Hoj. Dan
Oh.
was hold on, we want to make sure we get the
But
credit
Dan's
right.
a lawyer, so he can get away with it.
Dan is the one alluding that fair market value is determined by PSA. No, fair market value is
No.
determined by the goddamn Hosh.
Unless they upcharge you, then it's fair market value by PSA. Yes.
Owned by collectors, which is
They are.
which owns
Yes.
PSA.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know,
And the
whatever.
Hosh. And the Hosh says, so it is so. This is the value, but reasons. It's the value. Trust us. Multipliers.
Oh, yeah.
Reasons.
Mm.
Don't question the Hosh.
I don't even look now. I don't know if you guys use card ladder or not. I do.
I do not.
I got it because I needed it for work because
No.
just you
No.
need it. So
Is it in the terms of conditions that
Really?
you do not question the Hosh?
yeah, it is.
So why are you texting me all the time?
I never pay attention to the card ladder value. I look at the last like 3 sales. You know, I figure the hope is those are real and accurate. You look at the last 3 sales, you can make a decision of what something might be worth. But there is a card ladder value,
There is.
but I don't think I ever look at it. I just look at the last 3 sales.
Be honest with me. The reason you don't look at the card ladder value is because you looked at the Reggie Lemons and it made you sad.
Pretty much, yeah.
Just saying.
I don't
Dan
know why
says,
bring that up.
I didn't question the Hosh when he said I was a smart guy with excellent content. Well, he might not feel that way after you questioned him.
Mm-hmm.
Just keep
You
it
don't
on the
want to question
download.
him because
It undermines the whole thing.
it does.
Thou shalt not question the Hosh. Praise the content gods, the hobby gods.
Please.
May the hobby gods bless Eric ears for such language. Facts. Is up to Eric? We would be crowdsourcing comps. Yes. Pick your favorite number.
Yeah.
Actually, that'd be kind of a fun segment. So I was thinking about this, Lee. I almost feel like the ultimate crossover would be if we got Eric and Phil, and the two of them tried to get through a segment without a horrific crash.
Good luck.
That's what I'm saying. This is kind of what I want.
If I got hyped up on
I
some-
would actually pay to see that. Yeah, I think so. It's
I
almost
would-
like Netflix. Yeah.
Yeah, if I got really hyped up and had a lot of caffeine, I could go head to head with him for a little bit. I still think he'd come out the winner, but
Do we want to do caffeine though, or do we want you 2 Guinness to the wind?
I think Guinness would work
2. I
because
said 2.
I know, but I'll start getting sleepy.
Phil has a natural high. He doesn't need caffeine or anything. So
Mm,
yeah,
I don't know how to answer that one.
you
I would
can.
just, I don't know. No, I'd be entertaining to see.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what
Louis,
I'm trying to do here.
the only thing I am suggesting is I'm trying to suggest thoughts that would entertain us all. This is all I'm pitching. I'm just pitching ideas right now.
Simple
Look, guys,
stuff.
chat, everybody else, I'm just spitballing ideas out here.
Is it gonna
I'm
be
throwing out
called
some thoughts.
Idiot Thunderdome.
Yes, that'd be good. I'd like.
Look, your words, not mine.
that.
That's basically what it is, but your words, not mine.
I know that's what you were thinking, so I can read your mind after all these years now. Yeah,
Ooh, that's a dark place. Are you sure you want there?
Gary, I know that's why I have insomnia.
That right there, he's like, oh,
He's got
I've
Roger
seen the,
Whittaker in his head. If
I could imagine Eric is like, I've seen things. How does he? No.
Bad.
It's just horribleness and $1 million man cackles. That's all it is.
Oh yes. Well, from last week, 3 in a row,
Yes. That's right.
which I
Anyway.
missed.
It was so good. All right. So, Louis, let me ask this. So, first of all, hopefully things are going well with you. Obviously, you guys have been doing your thing on the show. You're kind of you're doing your thing, and it's going well. But that's why I said I thought it was kind of funny. I enjoyed the interview, but that's where I was like, I do feel like some opportunities. But here's kind of a more general question, and then also at the same time, we can talk a little bit about some of the stuff that's going on with it. I have fun with a lot of this stuff. I know you guys did a couple of different segments where you talk about, you don't really want to talk about the dramatic stuff and all that, which is fine. I don't have any issue with that. I do, obviously, because look, I'm having fun with it. It's a good time for me. So I'm glad you guys send them my way. It's fine. I'll take care of it. I like doing it. That said, though, I do think that's the authority thing was a perfect example to me of something we're struggling with. And obviously PSA is having its struggles. Dan is kind of pointing to that as well. But I pointed out also, all the other graders have struggles too. I can go into the closets of all these graders and I'll find problems. Even some of the miscellaneous graders, we can find some issues and problems with them as well. So there is no perfect system. I like that people are trying different things. I do appreciate that. But my concern has always been, because some of the options we've had have these problems, these warts, then we're immediately running to be like, okay, so the new guys, they'll fix everything. And I'm like, you've proven nothing to me yet. I'd like a little track record. Just as when the authority guy was talking. So you didn't hear it, but that's fine. I'm not worried. I'm not going to quiz you on it. But what I got out of it, the guy seems like a very smart guy. A technology guy, kind of an engineer type. I could tell from what he was describing. Again, I'm a little bit in technology myself, so I understood that it sounds to me like he's given a lot of thought to this. So I'm very happy to hear that. But that doesn't mean you have all the answers. It means you've come up with some ideas. And I'd like to see them tried. I'd like to see them implemented. And let's see how it goes. But everybody wants so desperately to find the solution that they're willing to take the half-assed version that maybe hasn't been fully baked. And that to me is a problem. I don't like that. Because it's like, then I have to sit here and basically be the jerk that has to throw cold water on. I go, but you've proven nothing yet. It's a cool concept. Maybe it'll work. Maybe it won't. But shouldn't we let it run a couple of times to see if it works before we assume it's the best thing since sliced bread?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. This isn't ever going to be, it's never going to be perfect until AI or something takes it over. And even at that point, people are still going to complain about it. But I don't think it's rocket science. I really still struggle with consistent grading when, seriously, we're talking corners, edges, centering, and a surface. Mainly, right? That's all we're looking for.
We are. I'll add a little flavor to that, but I want you to finish your thought. Could you turn up your volume a little bit also? You're a little bit quiet. Just your gain, just a smidge.
Yep. How's that?
Perfect. You got it.
Good. Well, now I want to listen to his video and interview and see what he said, though.
I think it would be interesting for you. I would just sit there and listen to. Again, I have no issue with the concepts he was throwing out there. I like that he's got some ideas.
He's not trying to reinvent the wheel, though, is he?
I don't think he is. I think though he focused. So here's my takeaway. Again, I'm prefacing this. I think he's a smart guy. I think he's got some ideas. I think he's trying to incorporate technology and certain things into it. I don't think some of these ideas are bad. I think they're reasonable. I think, though, one of the key things that he focused on, and it was funny because Phil will be like the worst poker player in the world because you can read his face immediately. Like, he gets so excited. Basically, all he had to do was sell Phil on the concept, at least on paper. And obviously, if he thinks about it later, maybe less so. But on paper, he was talking about grading for like $2 or 80 cents. And I'm like, so then what am I getting for 80 cents? Like, because you haven't told me what you say you're grading it, but what does that mean? Does that mean that Eric is randomly throwing numbers at the air because of that? Oh, but you took a bunch of pictures. That's cool, but that doesn't necessarily mean you actually grade it or even know what you're doing.
Well, devil's advocate side of that, though. What are you getting when you spend 50, 80, 100, 200 bucks on a card at another company and then you don't get the grade you want and you resubmit it and you get the grade you want? What are you getting the first time? You know what I mean?
No, I agree with you. I think, though, what you're missing is that in that one where you send it in and you do all that, the only reason you're doing it to resubmit it is because you're trying to get the higher grade because you think that'll add some value. Right now, I've got the 80-cent thing and it doesn't add any value. Why would it add any value? I've never heard of you up until just now. I know you run the EPAC background. You're the backbone of the EPAC. So I know this. That's cool. And the slabs, I may like them or I may not like them. That's fine. You're going to put a chip in there. I'm not a fan. But I'm trying to give the benefit of the doubt here. Look, I don't want to be mean all the time. I'm trying to be nice for a minute. But the point is that, so whether I like them or I don't like them, that's fine. But in order to do the grading, okay, so are you going to use AI? He didn't specify. Are you using human graders who are going to do this aided by, the optical enhancement? It could be image enhancement with a person looking into it. Cool. I'm good with whatever. I'm like, but for the starters, why don't you tell me what it is? Is it AI? Is it a person using enhanced imaging to help them do their job so that they can do it relatively quickly, et cetera, blah, blah, blah. Great. Then that's the answer to the question. Then I can decide if I want it or not. And then the price point can be an attractive thing based on that. Cool.
Sure.
But I didn't have a full understanding of that because even after the conversation, I'm still missing that piece.
So even if authority comes in or Eric's grading service comes in, it doesn't matter. What's it going to be?
I think BEG is a great idea. Isn't that a great acronym? Bougie Eric Grading BEG.
BEG?
That's what it is. It's BEG.
Begging you to use my company.
I'm happy to have anybody come into this, try to do something different, try to make it better, try to make it more reliable, more consistent, more whatever. Biggest thing out of all of this is not that I'm trying to or care to, but what's it going to take to knock Godzilla off the hill? You know, what is it that PSA does that brings the most value for their grades? What has to change for that to finally come back down, and even any of the other ones to come up in value of their grades?
Well, as everything goes in life, we have popularity that wins the contest most of the time. So,
Well,
if they get more money for their cards all the time, then why would you go anywhere else?
That's the answer to your question. So, Louis, to answer your question, it's resale. So if the resale gets hurt, then great. That's the answer, because you could have the greatest holder, the most consistent grading, all this stuff, but if you get 70% of the value, because here's the thing, I've said this. Here's the dirty.
but I'm asking, what do you got to do to change that, though?
Nothing.
You got to convince people to pay less.
The marketplace. The marketplace.
You got to convince people to pay less for it, or convince people to pay more for the other option.
How can you convince that? Though? You can't.
My opinion, to answer Louis' question, is, and I honestly believe this, and that's why I've been, rooting.
Such a big grader. Yes,
I've been rooting for them. Is Tag, or a company needs to come out, such as Tag, and actually back up what they're promising, and because I think everyone's looking for that consistency. Right? That
consistency already is established with PSA. You can't dethrone them in any which way. I don't think in the next 20 years you can ever dethrone them.
We all want to be able to send the same card in 10 times and get the same grade back.
That never happens. That's not reality.
Well, the hope. So
the hope, yes.
So
hope is a great word.
Trying.
It's an awful word too.
Question is, what needs to happen to knock Godzilla off the hill? Is Tag or a company with the same goal to build that technology, that card is going to be the same 100% of the time, that will knock Godzilla off the hill.
Okay, I have a question. Hold on. I do have a question here.
The grade compared to your opinion, or what?
You just said a moment ago. Hang on. I want to ask a question.
Go ahead.
You just said a moment ago. You said that someone with that goal. Okay. So let me have a little fun. The irony, Louis, is even when I'm being serious, it's actually more sarcastic than when I'm being openly sarcastic. It's actually worse. All right, let me be serious. Hang on. Okay. So a company with that goal, who's to say that's the goal? I can tell you that is my goal. That doesn't mean my actions are actually going to take me in that direction.
It might be
again, I go back to what I said to Louis a moment ago. What if my actual goal is to say those words and get bought up by another company and pocket a crap ton of money? So I'm going to tell you these things, even though I'm lying through my teeth, because my goal is actually to get purchased and bought. So whether the technology works or doesn't work, the point is just to be purchased. I'm not saying that is what Tag is doing, but what I'm saying is I have no reason to believe that isn't what they're doing, other than they're telling me, hey, we're trying to be the most consistent. I just had CGC a second ago. I read a statement where they told me they were the most consistent
too, right? Yeah.
The CEO said so.
He did.
Must be true.
I believe him.
So all of them are going to tell me this. HGA told me they were the most consistent.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
So Louis, who
and they had
what
AI
CEO,
too on top of that before anybody else.
What CEO am I hiring who's going to say we are not the most consistent? Actually, we're the least consistent. Who's going to tell me that? If they're doing their job properly, they're going to tell me they're the most consistent.
Yes.
By the way, what evidence do you have of that? Could you prove it?
No.
I didn't think so. Yeah. So, but it's nice to know. Like, I'm glad you're saying that's your goal. Eric, my goal is to be the most consistent too. Carlos, how do you do your grading? I just make up random numbers and I go to random.org. But that's not consistent. That doesn't matter. I'm telling them I'm trying to be consistent. It doesn't matter if I actually do it or not. I just need to tell them. That's what I'm trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a lot of fun. I've poked fun at Tag many times, even with their dig report. The dig report was the infamous thing that was supposed to be the smoking gun. This is the transparent of transparency. I've pulled up the dig report on this live multiple times. And I said, okay, let's go through it. We can see all the scans. We can see all the imaging. We can see all the stuff. Tell me why I got the grade it did. Oh, but it shows the list of the flaws in there. Cool. But which was the critical flaw that knocked it down to that grade? I can see the list of flaws. I can see there's scratches. I can see there's dents. I can see there's this. You're giving me a big old, that's fine. But Bobby, my point is this. I can see the list of flaws.
I understand.
But if I'm supposed to know how it got the grade it did, I actually need to know which was the most significant. What was the actual, it's not just the list. It's what is the most critical piece.
What
I
carries
think
the
Beckett
most
gives
weight?
you that more than anything else.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah. And the dig report doesn't tell me that.
No.
It shows me the list of items. It shows me where the flaws are, so I can see where the flaws are. But Louis, I am no closer to figuring out why I got the grade it did. And I'll give you an analogy that kind of fits into this. And I'll quickly explain it. So I've included Dan's comment on here. I just want to get back to it. I'll give you a quick analogy that actually plays into this perfectly. Through most of my career, I spent a lot of time basically being tech support. That was my job for a lot of years. And so you'd call me and you'd say, hey, my computer isn't working. I got this issue. The application isn't doing blah, blah, blah. I got a lot of ways I could do this. What I found works the best is I talk to you in plain English. It's not my job to then drown you in jargon. I'd rather just be like, hey, I'll walk over to Louis' desk. I go, show me what you were doing. I was doing this, this, and this. Clicking this, this, and this. Okay, so there's your problem. So when you click that, it actually creates that problem. So do this instead, and that'll fix it. Oh, great, thanks. You're good to go. Now, I could have actually printed out, because if you got an error, I could have gone to the back end.
You could have went to the jargon route.
I could have pulled the error report, because there's an error report and it'll give you a multi-page printout and it shows every click, every little individual. By the way, if you know how to read it, it will tell you exactly which click caused the problem that caused the issue. Or I could just go to you and say, hey, Louis, you're using it. Can you just tell me how you use it? What did you click on normally? How is it that you approach this? What are you doing? And then by doing that, all I did was I had you show me. By having you show me, then I can explain it to you. And in real time, now you'll know, okay, you don't click on that, do this instead. I've actually helped you. I've done more for you by actually listening to you, just explain it to me and then helping you. Or I could hand you the damn report. If I hand you the report, it will give you the answer if you know how to fucking read it. Even I'm not the one reading it, and I know how to read it.
Help me, help you.
So why would I waste my time when I could just ask you a couple of pertinent questions and get the answer? The dig report is over engineering. I actually just want, you can list off the defects for me. I actually need to know why it got knocked down 2 grades. There are 15 defects. So is it all 15 equally weighted, or is it like certain specific ones that are the, give you a perfect example. Phil had his pickups from the expo. I believe it was the expo. And amongst them, he had the graded card. He had a Eiserman rookie that was graded. And he asked the question on the video, and he said, oh, this is perfect. Why did it get 10? And he was joking that, Brad had it out for him. And in the comments section, I put, no, maybe Brad had it out for you too. But actually there's a surface flaw right on the front of it. I can see it from the video, a reprocessed video on YouTube inside the holder. And I can see the flaw from right here.
Is that the one that got the 8 or something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It has a surface flaw right on the front of it. I had Eric show an example, and I can go pull up a PSA 10, which has in that same spot, it's all black. It's dark. On his, it's got some white spots on it. I can see that from him showing to me. So guess what? Louis, I know the answer. I was able to figure that out by watching your video and just looking at the thing. So it's not flawless. I can see the flaw. It has a flaw right on it. It's a surface flaw. You looked at the corners, you looked at the edges, you saw all that. Oh, the centering is good. You're looking at all the wrong stuff. The flaw is right there.
But you don't know. You also don't know if that's the only flaw. Maybe there was 2 or 3 more other flaws, but you don't know which one dropped it from a 10 to a 9. Maybe that scratch dropped it from a 10 to a 9, but then what else was going on that made it an 8? You don't know that either.
But I know from my experience with those cards that I would have knocked it down to an 8 automatically just on that flaw alone. If you show me more flaws, I might knock it down to a 7. You might be right. Maybe it's wrong. Maybe it should be lower. not higher.
Yeah.
So my point is, I can already see that one that already knocks it down to an 8 for me. And again, we can disagree on that opinion, but my point is, I can see the flaw. So Phil, in this case, is arguing that it is flawless when clearly it is not flawless. So I could show you the scan, I could show you the thing, and maybe you get the list of flaws, but maybe it was the surface one that knocked it down. But I'll give you 5 other flaws, and you're sitting there fixating on all this other things, and you're actually looking in the wrong direction. It was the surface one that did you in. That's my point.
When we had our booth, we would open a box every show, 84, 1,200, 1,500, $800, whatever it was. And we opened a lot of those packs. And every time that you pulled the Iserman, it was always something. There was always something wrong with it. And, finally we did hit, I think I hit a 9. And it was still not perfect. That card is so tough. The Iserman. It's so hard to get a 9, and I didn't get a 9. I got a PSA 9, and it was great. It was a really nice card. Regardless, that's what we go through is we look at the defaults. We've seen enough Iserman rookies because every box would have 2 point something, Isermans, and sometimes we get 1.9 or something like that. But we always pulled an Iserman. It was always fun to watch. And you would always see the speckles, like you said, Carlos. There's always these speckles there. And a lot of people don't realize that affects the grade greatly.
Mm-hmm.
And, we spent a lot of money on packs. We opened 57s, 54s. We opened, packs that were worth $5,000, $6,000, $7,000, $8,000, and you'd see the defaults that were wrong with the packs and the cards. It was quite interesting. I have a lot of that on tape that I'll release sometime soon, and you can see.
Yep, absolutely. So I'm just quickly going through here. Dan says the registry is completely worthless, given the PSA standard are vastly different depending on what year the card was graded. They're all going to be vastly different. The irony is that a lot of the automated options, if they do their job properly and it's actually AI, the standards will change over time. It's the same problem.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I can hear old man tags fistballing. That's right. I can only hope. So much for the good stewards of the hobby. Damn, I know. People use the registry. Yeah, I'm with you. Oh man, tag rattling his walking cane in a garbage can. I'm succeeding, Louis. This is all I want. There's no disagreeing the PSA from 2000 vastly different from PSA into the 2025. Yes, I get you. Leveraging very good synergies. Yes. Stop making the case for universal grading standard. There is no case for universal grading standard. It's template. It's all you need. Carlos always has to be the bad guy. It's tough, man. It's tough life. Okay, so real quick. So Louis, you were mentioning earlier about the whole thing about corners, edges, and all that, which is a valid question. It's a valid point. So credit. Listen, unlike the other show, we give you credit when you make a valid point. So valid point to you. Good job. So real quick, I want to make a point though. This is again, Eric. This is where I get sad. I have to be serious again. This annoys me. It makes me sad. But okay, let's do it. So what I found is I found a worthless card. So here's the Boston Bruins. We got that.
Of course, it's a Bruin.
All right, listen, it just so happened I found a pile that said worthless cards, and this is what I found. This is what it is. What are you going to do? So anyway, okay. So Louis, there's two
It's not
easy
Hal
scenarios.
Gill, is it?
No, it's not. It's Charlie McAvoy. Okay, so really, there's two easy scenarios, okay? Two easy ones. Because a lot of people don't understand the difference between objective and subjective. Objective is you're looking at a category that we could measure it, and you and I could basically use the same standard and get it right 1,000 times out of 100 if we're doing it correctly. That is objective. Centering is the only metric that is truly objective. Because if, say, we're using a ruler, we use the same ruler, we use it the same way, we use it on the same standard, we should get the same answer to the same question every time without fail. The problem is that most of grading is subjective. All the AI in the world isn't going to change this. Why? Let me explain. So right now, pretend this Charlie McAvoy, again, pretend this card has perfect centering, perfect edges, perfect corners, perfect everything. That's easy. It's a 10 or a pristine or whatever your grading system has. That's easy. I don't have to do any work. It has no flaw on it. It's perfect. Now, here's your alternative. Here's the other end of the spectrum. I take this card. There you go. I just snipped off a corner. Well, part of the card is missing. It's a poor condition card at best. Oh, it is. Not so much. Part of the card is missing. This is a poor condition card automatically. Louis, we don't have to spend time figuring out the edges, corners, and all the rest of it. It's a poor condition card. Part of the card's missing. There's a hole in it. That's easy. The first scenario was easy. This scenario is easy. This is a 1. Automatically, without doing anything else.
Maybe
1.
A.
The problem is everything else in between. It's all the in between where we start to run into problems, because the 2 were very easy. Now, here's your problem. You talked about a moment about corners, edges. Okay. So right now, this corner is super sharp. But if I ding it against the desk here, depending on how hard I ding it, there's going to be different levels of dent to that corner. The problem is how much of a dent knocks it down 1 grade, 1.5 grades, 2 grades, 3 grades. Now, we can come up with standards. I can go to any one of the major graders that you want right now, including TAG if I want to. So major graders and TAG, they've all got grading standards written down. What's the difference between a slightly rounded corner and a more fully rounded corner?
You know, like I've always said, it's always easier to grade from a 7 to a 10 than it is from a 3 to a 1 or an authentic.
Mm-hmm.
Always. Because there's so much subjectiveness with grading a 3 or 2 or a 1 or paper loss, or where do you sit there? And I think that's the toughest part. 7, 8, 9, easy. 3, 2, and 1, not so.
Sure. But my question that I'm at, so this is a rhetorical question. It's an open-ended question. I'm not giving you the answer to the question. What I'm doing is I'm asking. What I want to know is, and this is actually an issue. So even somebody who has been in the hobby a long time, I grade my own cards just to figure out where I want to sit, if I want to send something in for grading or I don't want to send something. But the reason I would do this, so even if it's a vintage card, let's say, because there's a lot of room for nuance, eye appeal, there's a lot of things that play into it. It's important. I don't necessarily need to grade the card to figure out if it's mint condition. That's not the issue here. But I need to figure out, Louis, I need to figure out if I'm going to, okay, it's not a mint condition card. Okay, so how far down the scale is it? How much should I be paying? What is appropriate? It could look really nice, but if it's got some clearly defined flaws, well, then maybe I should be offering a little bit less. I could save a lot of money if I figure this out in a way that makes sense. The dealer is going to want to say it's near mint, even with this piece chopped off. I'm just saying, I went to card shows in the 90s and somebody would hand me something like this and say it's near mint. And I'm sitting there like, you're out of your goddamn mind. What the hell are you doing? That was what we were arguing about back in the day. Because as soon as we remove, I don't care if you don't like third-party grading. For small items, who gives a shit? Make it up. But as soon as we increase the dollar amounts, we add more zeros. All of a sudden, those little nuances become really important. It's important to get to figure out the difference between a 5, a 6, and a 7, because that can be thousands of dollars.
Right?
It can be huge. So you better make sure you've got something to figure out. So even when PSA gets it wrong, and we both agree it's wrong, at least we've got an anchor to start with. Because if we leave it to our own devices, oh, PSA said it's a 6. Oh, that's a 7 all day. No, man, that's a 5. Okay. At least we started with an anchor, because prior to that, when it was a raw card, oh man, that's a 3. No, man, that's a 9. Bullshit. We're 6 grades apart. We're not even close. We're not in the same ballpark.
This went on in the 90s all the time. You know, it was
all the time.
What the dealer said and what you thought was, you know, he's trying to buy your cards, and you're sitting there going, hey, listen, this is like a 7 or 8, and they go, no, it's a 4, maybe a 3. What are you looking at?
And it also depends on. It also depends on.
Actually, a big discussion, and there was a lot of arguments at that time. You know,
yes,
and then
it also depends on which side of the conversation,
which was another dealer, and who was his friend. Oh yeah, it's got to be
It also depended on which side of the conversation you were in, because if you're selling the card, it's suddenly a 3.
It was, yes.
When I'm buying the card, it's a 7 and 8 and 9. But when I'm selling it to you, it's a 3.
Dealer friend,
he found all the flaws suddenly.
Yes.
Suddenly all the flaws suddenly exist. Okay, fine. So, okay, great. So going back to what I said a few minutes ago. Subjective, the reason it's subjective is, Louis, we can take the same card, and even if we take the list, so let's use the old dig report. Take the list. Now, we each have the same list of flaws. So we know where all the flaws are, and we know the complete list. We've missed nothing. The computer got it all. Skynet has it. They've given us the list of all the flaws.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Here's a question. Back to what I said a few minutes ago. Now what I want to know is, okay, so which one of these flaws is most impactful? The problem is here, what if I'm a centering guy? I think that if the card is off-centered, I would want to dock it more marks. Personally, I think centering is a
Yeah,
real big problem.
proclivity doesn't really determine grade, so
It does, because if you're sufficiently off centered, you have to knock it
only
down.
to you though.
No, Bobby, if it's like 95.5, you're knocking the grade down.
No, I understand, but proclivity is the action that you think it's a 7 and they think it's a 9, and why you think it's the 9. And
No,
why
I
you think
get it.
it's
But
a
what I'm saying is, each one of these little subgrades, each one of these categories,
Yeah.
we can agree.
No, without grading, I'm just saying. Yeah.
Yeah, but we can agree that it's a flaw. What we disagree on
Sure.
is how much we should punish
How
the
much
card
of
for the
flaw,
flaw.
Mhm.
Because we can
One or
both say,
two
okay, the
grades,
the
generally.
corner's dented. Well, that corner's dented. Okay.
Well, that's a crease, and that's well, it depends how far it goes into it. I would have to say it's a 3 at that point.
Yeah. Dealer says it's a 7. Now what?
No.
That's what I'm getting at. That's
Corner
where we
ding,
wound up.
That's where
Yep.
they go corner ding. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it's like, oh, but is it a ding? No, I think it's a slight ding. So, again,
So
The
is a
nuance.
ding a crease, or is it, when does a ding become a crease and when does a crease become a corner, whatever it is?
well,
and
the
that's
good
the
news, Louis.
determination.
Now,
Well, it
here's my
seems-
fun part. Go ahead. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Louis.
From the one I'm reading here, we'll just leave it at that. The one
Sure. Yeah.
minor rounding of the corners starts to become evident. That puts you into a 5.
Sure. Now, here's a question. What is minor?
That was going to be my next question.
Agreed. That's what I'm getting at. Look, this segment here is not me telling you it's good or bad. Believe it or not,
No.
I'm not prescribing it to you. What I'm doing is I am asking the legitimate questions that you should ask. And by the way, even if they want to program it into the machine, Louis, someone has to make the determination of what minor is to program it into the machine. And then the machine in turn would then, based on that, would scan it and determine, okay, this qualifies as minor, therefore, blah, 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 it's a 5. And that's okay. But what
And I
if,
think that's everybody's determination, that it comes down to, really, more than anything else. It's, what do you think that has an effect on the card?
exactly.
And some may
Now-
say 2 grades, some may say, well, that takes down 5 grades, like
Yep.
paper loss.
Now here's my problem.
Where do you go?
Going back from a moment ago. Let's say the tech is perfect. Again, I'm helping you out. I'm removing variables. Let's pretend the tech is perfect. All you have to do is program it and it will do it consistently every time and all that wonderful stuff. Everything we've been promised. Flying cars are coming, Eric. It's all coming up.
So like
It's going to be
tag
amazing.
or something? Yeah.
It's going to be incredible. It's going to be incredible. But here's my question. You have to program it initially. Now, you decide you're going to program that minor, that definition that you just pulled up. So that minor is going to be critical to this piece. Okay, cool. So you saw that if it's considered minor, then it would knock it down to a 5. Now, what if the programmer is using bougie Eric grading as a standard? And unfortunately, that corner
BEC?
ding, that corner, the beg, unfortunately, according to beg criteria, that minor wear keeps it at a 7. So now the machine is just going to do what it's programmed to do. So it only knocks it down to a 7. And I'm sitting there looking at this fucking card. I go, that's not, what is that corner? That's jacked up. What is that shit? Now, the good news is it'll be consistent. So every single time I'm looking at a 7, it's going to have this stupid jacked up corner. And I'm like, these guys are idiots. What is this crap? Am I going to say the computer had a bad day? His girlfriend broke up? Like, what's my excuse then? RoboGrader had a bad day? He didn't get enough oil? Like, what's my excuse?
Oil.
Like,
I don't know. The whole grading thing, though, you're not gonna. It's still us looking at a card. There's
It is.
standards that are clear enough. I hope they're clear enough that everybody that's grading a card knows what they're looking for and what it needs to be. We all bitch about cracking a 9 of PSA and sending it back, and the chances are getting a 10. I know it's big dollars depending on the card, but that's all we talk about is 9 to a 10.
Why though? Why?
Everybody seems to be okay with their 8 or their 7.
When we talk about vintage, you're talking about 7 to 8. We're not talking about 9 to 10 here.
I know, but I'm thinking newer
It's a
stuff.
big difference. Yeah, I understand.
I know, yeah, you're right. Well, that's what I said with the 9 and the 10. It still can be a huge difference, but
Massive difference.
that's where it seems to be the bottleneck with everybody is I don't see anything wrong with this. It got a 9. I'm going to send it back.
True.
Maybe you get a 10, maybe you don't. But that's what everybody's bitching about. I don't.
Yeah.
At what?
Well,
I don't know. I
because
don't.
It's all about money, right? It's not.
Well,
about...
if we figured this out, we'd all be sipping drinks out of straws with umbrellas in them right now.
Ooh, so we'd basically be living like
we're
Eric.
in Florida with Mike Ham. What?
Ooh,
I wouldn't go to Florida, but you can.
Yeah, we don't. Nobody needs to be full Florida.
Florida's nice.
Kind of question
Right
for
now.
kind of question for what you're playing though, Louis. So here's the funny thing. So here, can I offer the solution no one wants to take? There is a solution that has nothing to do with worrying about standards. It doesn't require AI.
What
It doesn't require
is
any
the
of it.
solution, please?
The solution is
Wouldn't expect anything less. Give it to us.
here it is. The solution is if you had paid $100 for your 9, your hypothetical 9, and your 10 was worth 105, no one gives a fuck. Because it's such a small difference.
True.
It's so minor
Yeah, it
that
is.
we're not
Yeah.
worrying. Oh, it's a 9, whatever. It's a $5 difference. You're not quibbling about $5. The problem is the multiplier. The multiplier
Not
is
on a
what breaks
Ronin,
it.
that's for sure.
Yeah, well, listen, Ed Ronan's a different thing.
I'm
But
just saying.
it's the multiplier that breaks it.
It is, yes.
And by the way, take it over to vintage. All right, the difference between a 3 and a 4, this Mickey Mantle, could be thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
Right.
So your problem is
55.
exactly the same. Your
Yeah.
problem is exactly the same. If the Mickey Mantle in a 3 was $1,500 and in a 4 it was $1,700, okay, fine. A $200
I'll take
one way or
the
the other.
17, yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But regardless, though, the gap is narrow enough that you're not going to sit there for 3 days arguing over each other.
No.
Like, so it's a small, but the problem is when the first one's 1,500 and the other one could be 2,000, 2,200, like you're starting to space it out a little more. Then all of a sudden, yeah, that's $600, $700, $800. That matters to me. So I do want to quibble with you on the difference between a 3 and a 4.
Well, that's some
It matters.
decent money too. It's not like
That's what I'm saying.
200
That's what I'm getting
bucks.
at. That's what I'm getting at.
700. That's
All of a sudden it matters again.
that's a box of whatever, right?
Yeah. But that, Louis, is unfortunately the actual solution, but no one
Yeah.
will ever want it.
No,
No
I
one
know.
wants it.
No,
And
we can beat this up
then your
all night.
grader doesn't matter. The holder doesn't matter. None of it matters. And that would fix your problem.
It would.
But nobody wants it.
No.
So you're stuck with the issue that is brought about because of the premium placed between increasing it a grade or two, increases. So therefore the incentive is there. That's the only reason somebody would recrack it. Again,
It
going
is.
back to my example of
7 and
100,
9,
105.
big
You
bucks.
get a 9. It's
Yeah.
a $5 difference. You're not
Huge.
recracking it for $5. You don't give a crap.
No.
It's not worth it.
7 to 9 though. Yeah, it's big.
That's your
9
problem.
to 10, yes, big, huge.
That's your big, and that's the part, Louis. That's the dark secret no one ever wants to talk about. That is the issue. That's the underlying problem. Otherwise, who gives a shit? Put it in whatever goddamn holder you want. It's not going to matter.
Hey Louis, you got to see Lennon sometime soon. Like, I'm not
I
kidding
will
you.
try.
I'm not kidding you. No,
I know
if you
you're
don't
not.
go. It's your loss.
Thanks, bud.
It'll blow your mind, honestly.
Yep. I like this. Eric is adjacently my most watched channel. There you go.
That's a private conversation. Just saying. I'm just putting it out there.
Sure. See? Sanderson door.
This guy's got the best Minnesota collection in the world. In the world.
Yep. When you can't sell a 9 for the cost of grading cards, no longer worth grading cards over $20. Yeah. That's kind of
True.
the ultimate point. That's why I go back. I can talk about this all day long, Louis, because it is fun for me. I'm being sincere when I say I enjoy it. But I can also then tell you the amount of cards that I grade in a given year, I can count on one hand. Because realistically, it doesn't serve a big purpose for me. I have a couple of cards. Sometimes there are certain cards that I don't mind having in the holder, but it's a handful over the course of a year, which isn't a lot. It's not much. But I've got graded cards. I don't mind buying graded card, but I'll buy an SGC. I'll buy a BGS. I'll buy I don't care.
EGC,
What's that?
CGC.
I've got CGC.
I know.
Yeah, but
You didn't mention that.
Doesn't
I'm just
yeah,
saying.
it doesn't matter to me. They're all fine. So they can all do the job as long as the card is satisfactory to me.
You
and
want the
price
card.
is
You don't
satisfactory.
want the grade.
Correct.
So much.
But
well, within margin. Oh, okay. Yeah.
The grade is relevant from the perspective
It
of I
is.
don't want to overpay for it.
No. of
Because
course.
because if right now the going rate would be X, whatever it is, I'd ideally like to get it for less. Or the going rate. That's the only reason it would matter in that case, going back to what we're talking about. Because I always talk about these, even the purest of pure collectors, like, that's great, but you don't want to pay $500 for a $100
No,
bill.
not for
I don't care how nice I make this for you. You don't, if it's a $100 bill, you'd like to pay $100 or less. That is the truth, because that's what it is. And it doesn't matter how nice somebody tries to make it sound. It's like, oh, but it's a really nice $100 bill. It's still a $100 bill. It's worth $100.
It's a really nice $100. Yeah, sure.
I in this hobby, we have that conversation. People
do,
try to make an argument that it's a
constantly,
really
yes,
nice
yes.
$100 bill. And I'm like, dude, it's $100.
Mhm.
That is the maximum that I will pay you, not a penny more. Move on.
And that's minimal in a sense of the hobby, right?
That's what scares me. That's why rule number 1 exists, Louis. Rule number 1 exists because of this.
I think $500 is my minimum that I doing business wise. You know, I think I'm dealing with a lot of good stuff, and you know, 500 is a minimum. $100 is like whatever, common stuff.
Mhm.
It's different in, you know, my circle of what I do. So just saying.
That's fair. Proposal says about 1 CGC card of the vintage player because all the raw copies are overpriced. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. So Louis, how you doing? How you doing for time? I want to chat on one more thing after Bobby does his show and tell. He's got a show and tell.
Okay.
So
Do it.
Eric, if you want to flee for the hills, I will give you one chance. This is your only shot.
One.
Right now, on time, you have a grand total of
Eric's been
30
quiet
seconds to make your choice.
I want to see what Bobby's show and tell is.
All right, you're stuck in perpetuity then. You've made your choice.
Okay. Yeah.
All right, the Burrell, if you would, please.
Okay, you know, I just did the video on Parkhurst, and I picked up some 1953 Parkhurst. It's documented 52, but I think it's 53 from the ads that I found. And I picked up some really, here we go, some really neat cards from the 1953 Parkhurst, and they have the advertisement on the back for the Frost Aid, which is kind of neat. We have some cards from Popeye right there. These are little small cards. They're like about Parker size, first year, stuff like that. Very nice cards. You know, it's funny. You can go to a show like for like 100 times and you never pick up stuff like this. And I just picked this up, and it was great because I just did videos for it. So it was kind of cool. Great artwork. Wonderful artwork for 1953. Stuff like that. Anyways, lots more to go, but even still, just wanted to show it. That's all. We're good.
Is the stock the same for the?
It's actually pretty thick stock. You know, there's no creases in these cards at all. Because they're so thick. You know, the Frost Aid ad, like, honestly, these cards are like very strong, like very thick. Like, you can't crease them. Like, if you wanted to, you could, but I mean, they're pretty strong.
Mhm.
They don't crease
Right.
easy. And most of these are not creased. So I already sold one set, and I got a partial set here.
Are they the same stock and size of the hockey cards that year?
I think they're a little thicker,
Okay.
to be honest. A little
Makes sense.
thicker
Sounds
and not as well cut.
Okay.
Well, I guess about the same. Yeah, they're off center as hell because they were by a guillotine cut.
Okay. Nice.
1950. Well, everyone says they're called 52, but I found the ad for 53, which was, you know, they were inserted into cereal boxes in 53. So I'm sitting there going, these must be 53, not 52. They have to be. Because if they came out a little bit, let's say they came out and then they put them in cereal. So if they came out in January, February, March, April, I have the March ad for the serial insertion. I think it's 52, 53, you know, so I think that's the year. So I think it's 53 that it really came out, not 52, that a lot of people call them. So I'm just trying to change things to what they actually are. So if
There
you
you go.
watch the videos, you will see.
Well, I'll
Look at that. Look at that shameless plug. Well done.
Oh,
Well played.
no. My videos are, it doesn't matter if you watch my videos. If you want to learn something, that's fine. You know, I give a lot of good information on the videos. And the next video is actually so informative that I think most people should watch it. If you collect vintage, I think it's very important that you watch it.
Bobby,
Because
you should have gone the other angle. You should have
I
said,
am-
"This is the video they don't want you to see."
yeah, that'd be a great fucking. Yeah,
Who's
that
they?
would- that
Who's
would
they?
be
It doesn't matter.
awesome.
Just
Thanks,
they.
Carlos. I
They
should
don't
do
want you
that.
to see it. They don't want you to see it.
I don't want to go that way, but any which way, you know, if you want to learn something, my videos are there, and I will tell you everything that is factual and actual. I will not mislead you down a road, and I think you'll really enjoy the videos. I think they're well done. They take a lot of time, 60 hours, like per video, so it's a lot of time. But I think it's important that we have that there for vintage collectors. I don't care if you collect new stuff. You want vintage. Yeah, I'm there.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I see.
Mm.
Now, what I was going to say was,
Yeah.
obviously we've had a whole range of things tonight, but one of the things I was kind of thinking about and talking about a little bit, I'll retrace back to, ingrained icons, because that's a fun one for me. But there is kind of an angle from this that I want to take. And this is something that I think Louis and I, we were chatting about this kind of on the side. And this has been a problem, is that when it comes to stuff like this, because a lot of these products have come out and they've become a lot more expensive, and look, Ed Ronan notwithstanding, there are nice cards in there. There are some great cards in there of great players. The problem is, going back to what I said earlier about anchoring in the past, previous live streams and such, anchoring works in a lot of ways. It's a very powerful tool. People don't realize that. When you take a product, so we'll use that as an example just because it's fresh, $300 a pack. You pull this card. Automatically, you're trying to make your money back. So in your brain, you're sitting there going like, if you see, like say you get a Peter Forsberg autograph or something kind of, oh, that's cool. Hall of Famer, Peter Forsberg, that's pretty cool. And it has value for sure. But if it was in a $5, $10 pack, it would have a certain value in your head. But then you pull it in this $300 thing, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, I got to make my money back. I got to put it on eBay for like $250. I got to try to make most of my... And it wrecks the whole economy of these things. And as a player collector, this is misery for me, because I'm sitting there going like, oh my God, I know how much these things normally cost. It doesn't cost this much. We're not even close. What are we doing here? So that's the reason I thought I would bring it up, because I think this is pertinent. This is not only a challenge, it's downright aggravating. Like, even as this is how bad it gets. There is Reggie Lemon in this set. Now, we all know market value for Reggie is, here's some money, take it away. That's market value. But Eric may actually have to pay money from his pocket. That's how bad it is. It's a bad scene.
I'm looking forward to any new Reggie Lemon cards that might be coming out soon.
Well, they're in the base set and there's parallels to it, so they're there. Reggie's in the set, so we know this.
When is that coming out?
It's already out. It's literally out. Let the opening commence.
Let me go to the eBays and see if there's.
You need to go to the eBays. But so, Louis, you kind of get what I'm going with this. It's like you take stuff that normally would be, oh, that'd be fairly reasonable. That's not that bad. That's not that. But then you put it into quote unquote. Automatically, we're creating a premium product. To me, I don't care if it's a 1-pack product. If you're charging me $300 and I'm getting 6 cards, that's a premium product to me. I'm paying $50 per card on average.
Mm-hmm.
That's very expensive, in my opinion. That is quite expensive. So as a result, you're going to have base cards in it. Yeah, there's yeah. So that's the auto for that one. Yep. So how much are they asking for?
Right now it's at 98 cents.
Ooh.
So, but again, right now it's tough to get things out of Canada because what are they going to charge me, right? So I got to try to find this stuff in the United States, and it's not going to be easy.
This is true. Candy loot boxes in every room.
Here's another one.
It's one of the parallels. Oh my God, 5 viewed in the last 24 hours.
I don't understand why they can't just put them in a Bruins uniform, for Christ's sakes.
There's a Bruins now? Eric missed the opportunity to leave in peace. He did. And God forgive you if you grade it and it comes back at 10. So yeah, that's always kind of the fun thing when the new set comes out. I don't need to get the post-playing day stuff, but I do like to grab some. That was so like that one stick card that we kind of talked about. It was the 1 of 1 kind of stick card there. It's a cool card, but my first thought is it's going to be too much.
Yeah.
Like automatically. And I'm sitting there like, it's a stick card. It's a cool card. And it's a 1 of 1, yes, but it's a stick card. How many stick cards do you think I have in my like honestly? And even low numbered and 1 of 1s, like I've got them. Like I can show you examples. They're there. It's just obscene. It's absurd. And this happens all the time with these high-end products. It's a Bruins card. You must cut the corner with scissors. New rule for the channel. True.
No. I will be placing my complaint in the complaint box a little bit later because of that.
Ooh. Hey, Eric, I don't know if you know this. This may come as a shock to you, but my complaint box is actually the same one used by the FTC when someone sends a letter asking for action. It looks like a paper shredder, but it says in.
We'll
Just
see.
We'll
see. We'll see.
So I'm just saying, it's a wild coincidence. I found that out the other day.
We'll see.
Yeah, I think but same example also. Here we'll cross promote. Louis. See, this is why I'm a professional. Cross promotion.
Okay.
There's going to be the new Gong Show repack, and as part of the Gong Show repack, there is the Medano NHL Shield, kind of the Shield medallion, the NHL Glory card.
Yeah, it's right there.
That's what I'm saying. But that one is a good example of what I just talked about. That's from the cup. But in reality, like if you actually break it down to its brass tacks, it is an on-card auto out of 10. It looks very nice. It's a metal medallion. It's not a shield. It's a piece of metal that you could manufacture in millions if you want to, that you glued on there, and then it's an on-card auto out of 10. And because it has a metal medallion with the NHL crest on it, it's in the cup, we bump up the price to this level because that's what it goes for.
Yep.
It's wild if you think about it. There's a scam for you. Eric, that's a scam.
Yes,
that's a scam.
Yep. It was part of his jersey or something. It'd be different.
No,
but
it's just a random piece of metal that you shaped to that. And again, aesthetically, it looks very nice. The issue isn't it really looks good.
Nice.
But I'm paying a crap ton for effectively a look and an on-card auto. And it's like, how many on-card autos out of 10 do you think that I have? It's disturbing. It's a lot.
Not with that piece.
Oh, no, I have that one. I have one of those.
Oh, okay.
The Gong Show repack has one. I have one of the other 10.
Okay.
I, in fact, have that card. But
Maybe they did that for you.
It didn't work. I already got one. So you're not getting a dime out of me for that. You're not getting a dime out of me for that one. But I know what they went for. I know what they went for when I bought one. So I did buy one. But I'm just pointing out the absurdity of it. I can both point out the absurdity of it and also say, as a collector, I picked it up. I was able to get it for what I felt like is an okay price. I don't know what the going rate is today, but it was expensive. But my point is, if you actually take it for what it is, if I just describe it to you, you're like, that's ridiculous. Why would anybody pay like anything more than like what the normal going rate? It's like, yep, it's because it's the cup. The cup is such an expensive product that automatically everything in it gets elevated.
Yep.
And such is the game that the kind of the manufacturing plays with it. It's kind of weird. Brendan Ryan says, wonder if we'll see someone use the headline Carlos caught trimming cars on live stream. I'll own it. I love it.
He will.
That'd be good. Try cutting that shield and play it in slow-mo. It's very satisfying. It's very satisfying cutting a Boston Bruins card.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
So good.
3 agree and 1 doesn't.
Hold on. It was so good. I kind of want to do it again.
Do it again, please. Oh,
his head's still there, Eric. His head's still there. Hold on. Let me take care of his head.
Not now. Gone. Oh, my God.
Decapitated.
So
Fatality.
rude.
Only on
Fatality.
BIC. Oh, my God.
Fatality. Damn.
Damn.
But look, hey, now the edge is sharp. Look at that.
Okay, I have my new Hal.
Sharp to who?
I have my new Hal Gill
Your new Halgill. Okay.
Oh
You're
my-
cheating on Halgill with who?
Yeah.
Oh, I'd like to know.
Peter Doris.
Peter
Oh,
Doris?
yes. He was in that set. That's the Beehive one, right? That's the
God.
Beehive thing,
Peter
right?
Doris. And I remember
Top
Peter
and
Doris.
fucking, oh my God.
And I remember Peter Doris because everyone kept saying, you know, he was an okay player, but everyone was like, why is he wearing Nifty's number? They got to retire that number. You shouldn't be giving it to some bum off the street. And having this kid skate around with the number 16 on was just horrible.
Yeah.
And that's what I remember of Peter Doris is, why are you wearing Nifty's number? And thankfully, they ended up retiring it, so no one will ever wear it again. But yeah, good old Peter Doris. Good thing he's in ingrained icons. And
Now, I have a question.
God.
So did you buy it or are you just looking at it?
Let me see. Is it in the United States? Place? No, it's in Canada. But
Of course it is. Yeah, where else?
you know,
How much is it going?
You can get it shipped to Yannick. That's okay.
right now it's the bids are at $2.99 Canadian.
Wait, Eric, hold on. I already forgot his name. It didn't matter. You're telling me that someone
Peter Doris.
put
Yeah.
that dude in an auction?
Yeah.
Do
Why?
they enjoy pain?
And it's at $2.17 and it's a 14
$2.17.
delivery. It's at well, let's see. Canadian, it's at $2.99.
Oh, big difference. Yeah.
That's the starting bid. No one's bid on it yet. It's at $2.99.
Well, Eric, I bet you could save a lot on shipping if you were stealth camping in the parking lot of the International Center in Mississauga.
That's true.
Yes, true enough. Yeah,
It all comes together.
it
It all
does.
comes together.
Yep.
So yes. So I don't know. I just thought this very funny. It amused. I like the dynamic of it. I enjoy with the new products when it happens. But at the same time, you just sit there and go like, guys, you know that we're doing the same. I do feel, I've said it, I do feel that Upper Deck is leaning on the one pack per box concept on a lot of damn sets right now.
Oh, they are.
It feels like there's a lot of those, and it's like I feel like you need a couple more ones because Ice is going to become that. The next iteration of Ice is going to a one box product. So I'm like, how many more of these do you want? Like, those are breaker products. That's not a regular person opens a box product. Well, the exception of California Dave for Gong Show, he'll do it. But no one else is opening these a box at a time.
I know.
That's a rough scene.
Well, we were talking earlier about, I wish we took more photos of, back in the day. And I'm going to reinforce this to Louis that you have to see Landon. You have to see his collection. If you don't, I'll leave it at that.
If I don't, what?
You'll
If
die.
you don't, I think you should actually videotape that for your show. I think it would be one of the biggest things that you ever show.
If you don't, the rest of Charlie McAvoy gets it.
No,
Charlie McAvoy, it doesn't
It's
have
not
his
even
head
about
anymore.
that. No. It's beyond that, and I think you're going to miss out on something big. And he's older too. He's not a young pup. So, any which way, just saying. I'm just trying to reinforce it to you because I think you need to be there, and I think you need to experience the modern, the vintage, everything that he has there is blow your mind. I can't reinforce that enough. I just want you to experience what I've seen from his collection. It's just mind blowing. And you bring Josh too because I think he would be in awe. I think you would be in awe. You would be in super awe.
Super awe.
No, I'm not kidding you. This is
Bobby.
Yes.
I think the browbeating. There's a.
It's
If
not
it's Eric, we can
browbeating.
browbeat.
It's actually I'm just reinforcing that.
Well, you've reinforced
people-
about 5 times. You reinforced about 5 times.
Okay, no, it's 2 times. Anyways, I'm just saying. We wish we took more pictures, and I think that this opportunity is here right now. Take it and do it, because I wish we took more pictures. In that reference, I just think that, things that we wait for sometimes go away.
Louis, I think you should just send Phil.
Oh no, he's in Ottawa.
No, send Phil.
Yeah.
I know Phil.
That's a long drive.
Like Phil has anything better to do. I've seen
No, I
Captain
think it's
Conundrum.
Louis that needs to
I've
go.
seen
I think
Captain
Louis
Conundrum.
needs to go, and
I think
he
you
will
should
be-
go dressed as Captain Conundrum.
Yeah.
That right there is content. I believe it. Jeffrey Pooh's teleprompter writer will have to trouble gauging Carlos's demeanor. He may not be able to figure it out. Yes. Yes. So I don't know. So Louis, let me actually open it up to this. I said I wanted to talk about that for a couple minutes because I did think it was pertinent, and I did think it's something that's come up a lot, and I'm just seeing more of it. So bless them. I have to kind of like I do my best to try to accentuate. Like I need somebody to open these boxes so they get the singles. There's the only shot I'm going to have. I need someone to open these boxes, and I can't just rely on Eric's fortune. So somebody's got to do it.
Yeah.
But it is getting tougher. The more expensive these products are becoming, then the more expensive these singles are as these people are trying to get their money back. So I understand. I do understand. I'm sympathetic, but I'm like, damn, that's getting tough, man. That's a tough scene.
How sympathetic are you?
Right.
I'm sympathetic because if you're opening those damn boxes, you're basically getting kicked in the junk every time.
Pretty much.
Yeah. So it's like I wouldn't want to do it, and I wouldn't want. It wouldn't feel good.
So,
but I still
would it
need
be
somebody
best
to
to
do
call
it.
those junk kickers?
That's
Yes.
basically what it is.
Yes.
Yeah. But somebody's got to do it, otherwise we don't get the singles.
Yep.
So someone has to make the sacrifice. So it's like better you than me, I guess. Like that's the best I can do. It's just being realistic about it. But let me ask this. Here's my question to you, Louis.
Go.
Obviously, you guys cover a lot of ground. You touch on a lot of different topics. Obviously, some more interesting than others. You've got your questions that come in the mailbag. I don't know. Where are things sitting with you? You've got your stuff you're collecting. You got the stuff you're chasing. But I don't know. What's catching your attention? What is intriguing you, hobby-wise, these days?
Going to Landon's place? Maybe.
It's an open-ended question. It's an open-ended
for God's
question.
sakes. Um,
We like to challenge you, Louis. I'm sorry. You can't just rely on your good looks. It's not going to work in a gong show. You gotta bring something.
I don't know. You know what? I've kind of,
What?
I almost feel like I'm doing a whole reset again
Okay.
from where I was before. I've actually
Okay.
backed. This is
Reset
bad.
to
I've
what?
actually backed off the hockey a little bit, and
Okay.
I've started to get a lot more F1 stuff lately.
Really?
Ooh, the F1
Wow.
the F1 Gong Show.
Holy
The spinoff.
shit.
The spinoff is developing. The F1 Gong Show. Go on.
No spin-off, just a second thing. But
Okay.
I am
Wow.
honestly, I'm still just chasing like, what is this? A $2 card? I'm just chasing old. Well, it's not going to focus here. Just this is the Madonna trilogy from.
Yep.
What is
Yep.
it?
The Minnesota in the
13,
Minnesota
14?
uniform. Yep.
But it's in a mini uni. That's basically what I'm doing with Madonna right now. Just trying to chase down that stuff and then I'm just looking at random stuff, finding just random cards, random Fleer Ultra stuff, honestly. But it's
I
got to
think
be
that's
in the wheelhouse of Broder or Broder.
Sure.
Broder's
I think
awesome,
that's
yeah.
okay though. The reason I wanted to ask it's a more challenging question, but the reason I wanted to ask the question is so I have a little bit of fun with it. I do listen to the episodes and I watch them. Part of what I enjoy is obviously this isn't a hockey card show. It's whatever. It can be anything. And anything and everything. But it can be hockey cards too.
Based on that, yes.
But it can also be baseball. I can go football. We can go whatever direction we
Wrestling.
want.
Whatever.
Yeah. So I like being able to collect all kinds of stuff. That's kind of what keeps it entertaining for me. But then we can switch gears, talk about hockey. We have fun with that as well. And those are good stuff. The 90s hockey will always be my favorite. That's the one I'm nostalgic for. I have a good time with that. I enjoyed a lot of those players. I will never be as attached to the current crop of players as I was to that group. I enjoyed them a lot. But I can still have fun with the current players and enjoy that. Even my side PC, the Jamie Benn thing. He's approaching the end of the year. The end of his career. It's interesting. It's weird to me because I remember him in his rookie year. Yeah. It's approaching the end of his career. I remember in his rookie year, last year Modano played for Dallas. They're directly connected. So there's like a bridge between those two guys. And I actually watched him play in the AHL because he did an AHL playoff run, and I got to watch the Texas Stars play in the AHL playoffs back in the day live. So it's interesting. I have that ability to remember that. But then, yeah, he's 400 goals. He's towards the end of his career. He's the weirdest Art Ross Trophy winner in modern hockey history. He's like a weird trivia question. I'd be like, wait, really? Yeah, like it was a weird year, man. Stuff, but it's an interesting story. It's a fun one to talk about. But then I can collect all this other stuff. I have a box full of crap. Wes, who was here earlier tonight, it drives him crazy. I have Jamie Benn PMGs sitting in a Z Folio because I could buy them dirt cheap. It didn't matter. Like they were so cheap. When I'm paying legitimately $15 for them, it can go in a Z Folio. Like, what am I worrying about? It's $15, whatever. But that's still fun to me. I can have fun doing that. I can collect. My Medano collection. I keep working on it. I still add cards to this day.
Some of the best purchases are $10 to me. Like amazing.
Oh yeah.
So there's a lot of good stuff.
Let's see. We're recording. Oh my God, we got so much going on. I'm doing two shows at once right now.
How
We're
can you be?
recording the Christmas show. So that
Josh?
would come out Christmas Day. So we'd technically be recording Christmas Eve, and that ain't gonna work.
No.
So we're recording that show tomorrow, and then Monday's show Sunday morning. So I've been putting those two together. But on the Christmas show, Phil, Josh, California Dave, and myself are going to show our
California Dave.
top 5 favorite cards of the year.
Really?
Okay. Are they like your favorite pickups, basically? Favorite pickups?
Favorite pickups of the year. And I went through and I started grabbing cards. And I was like, well, these cards are cool. I went to to the box, not anything that's, slabbed up. And I started pulling out a bunch of cards that I'd bought that are $5, $6, $8, $12, $15. And I'm like, those are my favorite cards. I like those ones more than I like the expensive ones.
Sure.
So it's going to be really interesting to see what we all come up with for cards. It's going to be a up and down of prices and what people like, and it'd be fun.
How do you? This is you got to pick anything you wanted over the last year, right?
Yeah, 5 cards. Which
other than the ones that are sitting on my desk, I can't remember what I bought. I mean, I guess I could go back and try to look on eBay or something like that. But once they go in the boxes and they get put away, I can't remember I got this year versus last year or 5 years ago. You're able to do that?
Yeah, because every time I get a card, I chart it. I have a spreadsheet.
Oh, well then.
And I know where I got it, when I got it.
No,
kind of pathetic, but it works.
No, I don't do that, I guess.
See, Eric, you're missing out. There is an advantage to having a YouTube channel. I record my pickups. So when I have literally, that's not a joke. I do. So towards, obviously you guys, we've become more friendly and familiar. We've chatted, obviously, at Expo and everything this past year or so. But I'll just let you in. So I can sympathize with you. For me, what I do is I've got 3 videos that I do at year end every year. And I've done this for years now. One of the videos is kind of my favorite pickups of the year. So I do that one. I used to split it up into Medano and everything else because obviously the Medano was the focus for so long. It made more sense to have like a top 10 Medanos and then anything else, whatever. It covered all the other categories. Have a good night, Dan. Try not to have too many nightmares about it. It's pretty exciting. It was pretty exciting stuff. Have a good one. Collector's DNA, yes, right? Start charting, yes. Charting arrives with farting, so you should remember it. See? Good. So I used to do it as a breakdown. So that was one video. Favorite pickups was one. Second one was I would do a goals video. So I like to have a goals video where I'll go into my goals the previous year, see how I did, and then make some new goals. So that'll be another one. That's always one of them. And then the third one is kind of a channel overview, how things went and everything. That's part of it. But when I do the favorite pickups video, all the videos that I do recording all the pickups through the year, I've got it all on a playlist. So I can go right from the beginning of January, and I can zip through it super quick because what I'm doing is I'm looking for highlights. I'm looking for like the peak or my favorites or my peak items. It's not based on value, but it is based on favorites. But a lot of times, like I'm being pickier as the years go by. So I'm really being selective. I'm sometimes surprised how much when I go from January, I'm like, oh, that was this year? Holy crap. And then I just go chronologically. So it kind of takes me, I do the trip down memory lane. I go all the way chronologically to present. And sometimes I find myself surprised. So it's like, actually, that was this year. And then that was it. Oh, shit. And then you just go through the list like, ooh, okay. And sometimes it becomes hard to get to 10 because it's like, there's some really good stuff here that is on the cutting room floor that never makes it onto the list.
Yeah, I had to stop because I had way too much crap. I started pulling cards left and right. I'm like, I can only have 5. I got 20 sitting here.
Yep.
What do I do?
Yeah.
But
I basically, yeah, exactly. And I think stuff like that is fun. That's enjoyable. So those are the 3 year-end videos. And then we got the BIC Christmas special. So that one we do on Christmas Eve. Yes, we do that one live on Christmas Eve. So I do a Christmas Eve episode. I do finish it before midnight because the special thing with that one, Louis, is I do that one from the Alcazar family home. So Carlos Sr. makes an annual
Carlos
appearance.
Sr. will be there.
Mr. Carlos Sr. makes an appearance every year to grace us with his presence for a little bit. So I finished that one before midnight because the family and I will open presents at midnight. So we'll finish just before that. So we'll go for a little bit. And then there is the BIC New Year's Spooktacular. The special is always there. And then we do the New Year's Eve. And that is the one where I leave Eric there for as many days as it takes.
Yeah.
Now, Eric, this is your chance. Are we going to do a charity thing? Are we torturing you for charity again this New Year's Eve?
Well, I wanted to kind of talk about it earlier, but we kind of didn't get a chance. I don't know how many people are watching right now, but I would like to try to raise some money again somehow. Last year we
For who?
over, just over $300. I'd like to do it for Ray Bork's charity again.
Again?
It's a good charity. It's it's connected to the hobby, and we talk about Ray a lot. So it'd be good to do something, and I can, next time I see him, I can hand him the check again like I did last year. So it's if people just want to be generous and just send money, we can do that, or I can try to do something stupid again, like ride for 4 hours straight and try to hit 50 miles and live and try to get 50 miles in 4 hours, which shouldn't be.
Nobody cares.
Yeah. So I mean, if people want me to earn it, I'll earn it. If not,
I care.
Just
so here's Eric and Ray. Here's Eric and Ray. We have this image from previously. Ray's looking great.
Somehow he never ever finds out that this has been done to him.
What do you mean, Eric? Ray Bork is looking phenomenal. Louis, look at Ray Bork looks great.
He looks very I don't know.
It was those years in Boston. He'll recover. He'll be fine.
So I'd be happy to torture myself for charity if people really don't care and aren't interested, but would like to donate. We could do that. But yeah, I mean, if there's a way on New Year's that we could get some people to, or even starting at any time, starting to donate this holiday season and, give it to the Ray Bork Family Foundation, that'd be great.
Okay.
So if people had ideas of how, what do you think the best way of going about doing that would be, then I'm willing to listen.
So what I'm doing right now, Eric, because I have that ability, I have added a poll to the chat. I have added the poll to the chat.
Yeah.
I have asked the late night crew, and quote, late night crew, should we make Eric torture himself on a bike for charity on New Year's?
I think that would be very good. Yes, I would go for that.
I was figuring, people. One of the things I was thinking about is people could agree to do it and say they'll pay a $1 a mile.
No.
I don't know.
I give you $100 if you had a couple of spoonfuls of mayo.
Nope.
I would give that. Yes. Exactly.
$100 easy.
Nope.
In fact,
I'm in.
Louis, $100 American. I am. That's like half the
American.
gross national product of Canada.
I would do that
I
too,
am willing to
yes.
donate
Nope.
to this worthy cause.
Nope.
I would do that.
I don't like charity that much.
Oh, come on.
Wow, weak.
Oh,
So weak.
Really? We hit
So
limitations
weak.
here.
Oh,
Okay.
Wow.
Mhm.
Wow.
Screw the
All
children.
right. All right.
Charity and
Wow.
no.
Louis,
I almost felt like I would tell Eric I'd get on the old Sportneer bike trainer in the basement here and ride with him, but
Yeah. I don't know.
how long did we get you to ride the bike last time, Eric? I forget now. How long did that go
20
on for?
miles or something like that.
It went for a
I
while.
forget. Yeah.
What was last year's?
Yeah, I think it was like maybe like just I think it might have been like 2 hours. I think I might have done like I don't know, 30 miles or something, but I wasn't going that fast. But
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so this year we need to make him go faster, Bobby.
A little bit.
And I mean, I could try to hit 50. And I can do
David,
it. I can do that in about. I could do that in about 2.5, maybe a little bit more.
Yeah, me too.
see, Eric, I can get a car and go like 50 miles in like not that long. It doesn't take
7 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, like it's not that bad. Not a big deal, you know.
But
I like riding. I got a new bike a year ago.
oh, wonderful!
Yeah, I like riding. I usually, we don't have mountains in Minnesota, but we got some big old hills. But northern Minnesota, well, my dad and I used to take our bikes up there, and you'd get in the gondola in the summer and hook your bikes to the outside of it, go up the hill, whatever, and mountain bike down it. Some of the best fun we've ever had.
Now, Louis, do you like Eric? Do you enjoy the thrill that comes from accelerating and crashing into a tree? Because Eric likes to do that a lot.
Yeah, he's pretty good at that.
I am good at it. I don't know how much
Are
I
you?
enjoy it, but I am.
Yeah, he's really good. Like he's really good. Like it's shocking.
Well, see,
Yeah.
I do it the smart way. See, with the spots we're going down the hill is where it's cut out for skiing. So unless you get on the edges, you're okay.
Oh, you're in Minnesota, so good weather.
Well, there's trees, dude.
Mm-hmm.
No, I
Those.
specifically go into where the trees are, and
Do ya?
yeah,
He really does. Like it happens a lot.
You should
yeah.
try something different.
I know. I should.
I don't know if Eric can at this point. It just feels like he's destined to be like, wait, there's a tree. Let me crash it.
Let's turn.
So I don't know if anyone, we can talk about this again next week or whatever. But I'd like to raise some money if people have some ideas, or if they, or I could just beg and
Beg.
couple of
BG.
weeks,
Beg is good.
Yes.
Beg is good.
Carlos already.
Next week we can put my my PayPal.
So Louis, this has always been my favorite image of Eric on his bike.
Yeah,
This is a really good
Yeah,
one.
pretty much wasted. Yeah.
It's pretty majestic. So like, you ever seen Wild World of Sports? I feel like this would be part of it.
I hurt my testicle. It was not funny.
We laughed pretty
Hey, do you know
hard.
the guy who did the motorcycle who went bang, bang, bang and wiped out? That was my friend.
Yeah. Ah.
I hurt my testicle.
His name was Keith.
I'm sorry.
Can't remember his name now. Shit.
Is it Keith?
It's been a
or
long
Kevin?
time. Hmm?
Yeah, blame the concussions. It's fine. So same thing. So right now, Eric, I will say we have 9 votes. So 10 votes, and it is 90% to 10%. So it's a 9-1 vote. The people are keen on having you torture yourself on a bike for charity for New Year's
I would do that. Yeah,
by a
I'm
9-1
that.
margin.
We can again. I think maybe at least maybe midway through next week's show, we should try to take the poll and find out what people are willing to do. Because I'm not really interested in people just saying, "Hey, let's watch Eric kill himself." It's I
Well, we like that though.
want to raise money.
So
So if I don't care if 50 people say yes, let's watch Eric kill himself, but
Mhm.
nobody donates any money, that's not the point.
Well, we have to see you go down that big hill that you said that nobody would go down. So
Oh, I'm not doing that. No.
Why?
Could you commit to trying to clear Springfield Gorge? Because if you try to decide to commit to that, we could probably make some serious funds up here.
Okay, funds. I think serious ones would be that.
No, if he does
Gorge.
Springfield Gorge, Bobby, we'll like listen. Whatever we were committing to Ukraine, will go to this. It'll be fun.
Okay, yeah.
There's
500
there's
million,
plenty.
Yeah, something.
Yeah,
like
at least.
something like that.
This is gonna work out no matter what. It'll work out. No, I think that's fine. I think what we'll do is I'll put in a post. So I've got the community post for the silly card of the week. So please continue to vote for that. However, I'll put out a community post where I would love to get basically what Eric is looking for is some kind of a commitment, sponsorship commitments. What do you because it is for charity. It is actually, Eric, what is the actual charity? What is it called?
The Bork Family Foundation.
Ray Bork family, yes.
Yes, thank you. So despite Ray Bork's untimely death and his zombification, he does still have a charity that bears his name.
So it seems.
So we did have, and I think it was what, $300 you said last time?
It was a little bit over.
Yeah, so raised
I
$300.
give $20.
So Louis,
US,
it's not it not be said that the New Year's Eve spectacular did not at least, hey, we raised $300 for a charity. And we made Eric ride a bike for hours and torture himself. It's good.
Yeah, that's always good. Yeah.
It's like a win-win. It's pretty sweet.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
It's worth it.
Yeah. So basically that'll be kind of our pitch or idea. I wanted to make sure we touched on it now before at least a couple of episodes before to make sure we at least touch on it, because then we can all talk about it and all of you think about it. You let me know. Now, one important thing, I will remind you of this. We did it last time and it was fine. I know some people donated directly to the channel, which I do appreciate. The problem is two things. Number one, there's a time delay on it because YouTube, obviously there's a delay where AdSense is involved. And number two, YouTube takes 35%. So more than likely what we'll do is we'll do something like we did last time and we'll give Eric's PayPal and that information.
Directly,
He did donate it. He did donate it directly to, and you can go back and look at what we did previously. We'll figure out. I will see if there's maybe a way, Eric, if I can figure out, I know that YouTube sometimes will let you connect the charity directly to the stream so that if you do successfully, then it does donate directly to the charity.
Yeah.
So that if somebody does it, it goes all to them.
Yes.
As opposed to connect to the channel and just go straight there.
Exactly. Yeah.
So if it can do that, that would be better because that way we're covered.
Yeah. Whatever.
So.
Yeah. I mean, whatever we can do to make people feel comfortable in donating. I mean, I think our regulars trust me. I did this last year. We took a picture of me handing Ray the check and all that. So,
I gave $20 last year. I'll give $20 this year.
Well, that's wonderful, and I appreciate that. So, I mean, everyone knows that I do know him. I'm not saying I'm friends with him, but I do know him. I do see him regularly.
Eric, I showed a picture of you two.
Yeah, I know you did, and that he looked really good.
You have to be friends with him.
He looked great.
So no, I don't think he looked great. He looked good.
So again, I think people trust me enough that if they send the money to my PayPal,
more of a Walking Dead kind of great. Yeah,
Ray will get the check. So.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah. So we'll figure it out. We wanted to kind of throw it out there for you folks who are hanging around for the late night crew, because that is going to be, like I said, the next 2 weeks. So real quick, I'll remind everybody, I'm going to start winding her down shortly. If there's anything else you guys want to quickly throw in the chat, do it. And then we'll start winding her down. So holiday season is officially underway. I'm going to be off now officially. So for the next couple of weeks. Now, here's what's going to happen. I'm going to quickly give everybody a reminder. So for the next 2 weeks, next week is going to be Christmas Eve. That is going to be the Christmas Eve episode. And then the following week is going to be the New Year's Eve episode. Both of those are in the middle of the week. So it is,
well, that's when Christmas and New Year's are, right? So.
No, but the reason I'm mentioning that is that there isn't going to be a Friday episode. So.
No, we're doing it in advance. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, so Christmas Eve is the Wednesday, and that'll end before midnight. So that'll be Wednesday the 24th. And then the 31st, we'll go in, and we will go into the new year. So that'll be it. And so both those weeks, there will be no Friday live stream. So the live stream will be on the Wednesdays, both weeks.
Yes.
So that'll be on there. Louis, obviously you mentioned it already. There is some upcoming stuff, Gong Show wise. Anything else you want to mention holiday schedule wise? Obviously you're going to record the episodes, but then that's the next couple of weeks. Anything you want to mention on there?
We will have a Christmas, because both holidays fall on Thursdays. So Christmas Day, there'll be an episode. New Year's Day, there'll be an episode. Can't skip a beat, won't skip a beat. And everything in between still going on as planned from maybe various locations for some people.
Would that be Lennon's place?
No, it would not.
Now, here's a question, though. Here's a legitimate question. So if you're going to do that from various places and all that, I think that's fine. I think, hey, is the Slapshot thing still happening? Because it's Thursdays. You're talking Christmas Day and New Year's Day. I don't know if that makes sense.
It's
Like, I don't know.
Thursday, isn't it, too?
It is
Yeah, it
Thursday.
is.
That's
Yeah.
why I'm asking. That's actually why I'm asking. I'm kind of curious.
I never thought, well, I guess we'll find out. I doubt it. Probably not. Well, they're on hiatus too, though. So
Are they though? Are they? So they're
Yeah.
taking those Thursdays off?
actually, I think they are. Hold on.
Really?
Interesting.
Yeah.
So, Louis, I'm just posing the question. Look,
No,
like I said,
I want to know now, though, because
I think it's a valid question. Look, so, but like I said, from my perspective, so everybody knows this. I live a couple of blocks down from the family, so for me, the holidays are very easy. It's not difficult. So that's why I say that's why I can do the episode from the house, because I just go up the street and I set it up. And Carlos Sr. enjoys popping on and chatting with everybody and saying hello. But the reality is, yeah, so my family is just there. So for me, that's holidays has always been easy. And then the New Year's, I just do it from home base right here.
sure.
So
Yep.
we hang out, we have our drinks and hang out, and it's all good. And then I'll invite, some other folks. So hopefully you'll get a chance to see some faces and names maybe you haven't seen in a little bit. That's always fun. So hopefully, if you want to avoid your family, feel free to join us for the Christmas Eve or New Year's Eve episodes.
Yeah, so
Well,
to answer
Louis,
that
I sent you a
question,
message. I don't know if you got it.
yeah, I saw it, Bobby. You probably
You
sent me
have
10
to.
more.
You have to. Honestly, I'm just.
Anyways,
Go ahead, Louis.
the last Slab Sharks auction was yesterday until January 8th.
Oh, so they are taking a couple of weeks
Oh.
off. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
2 weeks.
All right.
Yeah.
So
Good
we don't
on
got to
them.
worry about that Thursday night shows, those two.
They let you off the hook. I like that. Okay. Interesting.
Well, you got something on the hook if you want.
The holiday is always weird
Right
though.
there.
I always find interesting because I've bought stuff on eBay during those holiday shows because
yeah,
sometimes
it's
people aren't
always
looking.
good.
So it's like sometimes you can sneakily pick up some stuff if some people really weren't paying attention to the schedule.
yeah.
It's always kind of weird.
Mhm.
So yes. Thank you, Justin. Christmas Eve BIC is a staple. Yes, yes. So I don't know, Eric. Depends. Well, I guess we'll see how the Christmas Eve and the New Year's Eve, maybe the New Year's Eve. I don't know. Eric, should I bring Justin on? Should I tease and bring Justin on? Just for Eric's sake.
Justin,
Look, Eric's getting excited. I can tell.
Justin is always welcome if he is in the right frame of mind.
Ooh,
Oh,
interesting qualifier. Ooh, that's a qualifier right there. Ooh, is that a Festivus miracle? We're gonna find out.
Festivus.
Special guest.
I like that.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll find out. Who knows? Look, depends on the mood I'm in. We'll see. We'll find out. All right. I think that's it. All right, folks. Thank you all. Appreciate you. Oh, 11 months sober. Well, congratulations. Good on you.
That a
boy.
boy.
Impressive.
Too bad.
Impressive.
Oh, yeah.
So there you go. Oh, real quick before I finish off. So, name you mentioned here the Jake Paul AJ fight. What happened with that?
Oh, Jake Paul got kicked. Oh my god, that was horrible.
As it
Really
should be.
even
Like,
fight.
as it should be. That's like this. Jake Paul is trash. So I'm curious. Like,
He's always been trash. Yeah.
yeah, that's what I mean. Like, so that's why I'm kind of curious. That's why I was curious. I wanted to know. So fair enough. Cato in the 6th. All right, good on him. I like that. Good to hear. Excellent. Good news. All right, folks. So anyway, I'll include a link in the description to a couple of things we mentioned tonight. Thank you to Louis from the Hockey Cards Gong Show for joining us. We've had multiple weeks, close calls, and we just
Oh my
missed out a
gosh.
bunch of times.
It's been bad. What do you
But it's
do?
been good. But it's been good to have you on, Louis. It's been a good discussion. I appreciate you joining in. It's always fun to chat with you. I did have a chance. I got to the Gong Show, guys. I had a chance to walk around with Louis at the expo. It was good to kind of hang out. That's a more chill vibe. It's easier to walk around, chat a little bit, and everybody's just doing their collecting thing. Phil was running around wildly. It was strange. And then,
That's Phil.
yeah. And then Josh. Okay. I'm just going to mute that. So then Josh also, I did have a chance to chat with him a little bit, but he was more tired. So like you could, he was a little more subdued by the time we were chatting, but obviously I had a conversation with him on the channel. So it's been nice chatting with you guys the last year or so, getting to know you. So now for the holidays, we have a lot of fun around here. We'll see. We'll find out what torment we're going to do to Eric. And I think this will put everybody in the holiday spirit. That's what they really need.
Sounds fun.
I'm excited, Eric. I'm very excited about the possibilities and potential.
Again, I'm willing to make myself, go into the pain cave, but I need some guarantees that people are gonna, donate to charity. So,
No guarantees. We'll give.
I am curious though. If there was like a shock collar involved, and we're talking hundreds of millions of dollars.
Wow, shock collar. Oh, I like
yeah. I'm like, I could probably get like a Fanatics or Collectors $100 million commitment based on a shock collar.
Yes.
And I would just control it here and it'd be fine.
There'd be a better chance that I would do that than eat 2 scoops of mayonnaise that was talked about earlier.
That's in play.
I think Carlos can get 10 points on that.
I would rather be hit with a shock collar. Yeah.
Well, I'm in, Eric.
I'm not eating that shit.
No. I'm in. I'll help out. I give to charity all the time, but if she's not there, Destiny usually gets my money.
There you go. Well, listen, that's a nice thought. It goes to a good cause. Ray donates a lot to different things. A lot of ALS work he does. He does a lot with the family that developed the ice bucket challenge. Remember that from several years ago? That whole thing started in my hometown, and he still works with the family that was behind all that, and does a lot of charitable work with the ALS. So plus many other charities too.
No, good stuff. It is a worthy cause. So yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll chat amongst ourselves. We'll plan it out. And like I said, I'll do a community post where I want to get. So I'm giving everybody fair warnings, folks that are hanging out here. So please hit the like button. Eric pays for it on the way out. And if you haven't subscribed already, please do. I think we just cleared 5,300 subscribers. So nice and solid. Just cleared that. Very good. Very good.
Excellent.
We're only trying to work to a fraction of what the Gong Show's got going on, Louis. I do the best I can in my modest little place. I do what I can.
You guys got big numbers.
Quantity, not quality, or quality, not quantity.
Yeah. But the reality is, no, I appreciate it. We've carved out a little niche here, a little pocket over here. Now, I will say tonight was fun because I got to say some truths, Eric, and not everyone maybe liked them. I could sense it. I could feel the vibes coming through the screen. But it's like, I know you're upset, but you do understand that the things I said are kind of true. It's really annoying, but it's kind of true. A lot of that stuff.
Sometimes the truth hurts, right?
It does sometimes, yeah. But anyway, all right. Thank you to everybody. Bobby Rell in the Garage of Knowledge, Eric in the Cave of Crap, and thank you to Louis for joining us. So Louis, hang tight. We're going to pop off here. But have yourselves a good night. Enjoy the beginning of your holidays. So I don't know what's going on in your situations, but for me, the holiday season has officially started. Tonight is the beginning. And then obviously we're going into, I give you the holiday updates. I'll keep you posted by the community post. If you haven't already, keep an eye on that. I will put the post on there, and then we'll get some feedback from you. We would like to make it good. Eric is willing to do the ride and everything, and we'll have some fun with it. Happy to do it. It's a good cause, but let's make sure then that we can donate. Last time we kind of threw it together, but this time we've got a little time to think about it. Let's make it worthwhile. Let's see. I want to crush last year's number. We threw it together and we still got $300. That's pretty good. But let's see if we can crush that. We can do better. Now that we know, let's make it better. So have yourselves a good night. Take it easy. West Coasters, Name and everybody else, take it easy. East Coasters, it is now Saturday. Have a good one. Good start to your holidays. Enjoy. Catch you later.